Whoa. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, everyone joining in on TikTok and on YouTube? What's good, everyone? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second, everybody. Everyone, all night, everyone, Donald Trump has been crashing out about the Pope all night. It's been absolutely crazy, like usual. Donald Trump just crashing out, absolutely crashing out about the Pope. I'm pretty sure it was the U.S. instructed the military or instructed some part of the government specifically to get ready for military intervention in Cuba, which is also just demonstrating that they're just like advocating for perpetual constant war and conflict. Right now, Trump supporters are focusing on, they think that Trump's engaging in a redirection of trade. They think that he's redirecting the trade from the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of America, right, to be able to make money for the United States of America, which is just like some sort of bullshit propagandistic narrative of, oh, the U.S. is going to profit off of this scenario. He's playing 4D chess. Like, literally, I saw videos on my For You page of Trump supporters filled in the comment section saying stuff like that. And I'm like, where are these Trump supporters? Where are they? Like, actually come up to my live and debate me. Let's have this conversation. It is absurd. I saw literally videos with hundreds of thousands of likes of just straight utter nonsense. Like, utter nonsense. We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. If we have any issues, just letting everyone know, here on the TikTok stream today, we can just easily switch over to the second account. It seems like it worked a lot better yesterday than it was here on the main account, so I don't know what's going on there. I don't know, honestly. But what's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. As always, everybody. Alrighty. I recommend you start using your second account from now on. Yeah, if it does the same thing today, I might just start doing that. Because it's actually ridiculous, but do give it a second for people to join in. We're going to get some debates up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Waynes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the blooming heart. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Alrighty, let's get the first person up here for today. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you?
Parker, what's going on, my guy? 47, man.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck no, man. I don't.
Alrighty, we are just looking for some debates right now with specific people who do support Donald Trump. We are looking for some debates. I appreciate you very much, though. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, 34.
Do you support Trump?
A little. It's more so I understand why people do that I feel like you're missing.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, so you are a Trump supporter. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
It's really petty for me. He just pisses off all the people I hate. I don't care about policy or anything. I just hate like feminism, and I hate a lot of people. So
why do you hate feminism?
The hateful, delusional feminists chose a bear. They caused the birth rate to decline. I can do math. It's not feasible. America's headed for. I'm a lifelong staunch Democrat. I just changed up after Kamala when they said I choose the bear shit. Yeah, whatever. You know.
Okay, so you said feminism. So like you think that the big problem is that feminism causes this decline in birth rate? No, that's just more so correlated with access to contraceptives. Access to contraceptives, sex education, right? And also increasing like quality of life leads people to want to have less children as well. So like that's inevitably what has led to the decline in the birth rates. The argument that you're saying it's just feminism or can just be referred to as liberation of women, right, is obviously a reductive stance that you're using to try to justify your patriarchal ideologies.
Okay, so I disagree. I think that because some of the most renowned famous feminists became anti-feminism because they said feminism is an extension of the patriarchy by bootlicking capitalism. So I can do math. It's not feasible. The birth
Well,
rate has been 2.1%.
I don't buy that narrative because I'm not a socialist. I'm not an anti-capitalist, and even so, if you're a socialist or anti-capitalist, you don't have to buy that narrative. So the argument that all
Well, if it's true,
feminism
why
has
wouldn't I
just
buy it?
what's up?
If it's true, why wouldn't I buy it? Because
But
it's
you understand
really
that feminism
factual.
is a constant progression. It's not something that's been achieved in just one scenario. We're still fighting for feminism to this day, and from an
Why?
intersectional standpoint, right?
Why?
Why? Because you
You're still
understand that
fighting.
feminism, historically speaking, has not been fully and completely intersectional, and we're trying to apply that today. And also, even so, with feminism not being intersectional, it hasn't progressed in all ways in which it would need to in order to cause the liberation of women from the patriarchy. Patriarchy is still very prevalent within the context of our society.
I would argue that feminism is regression, not progression, because if you have declining birth rates and you can't afford social
Wait, but
security,
okay, wait, so do you disagree with access to contraceptives?
it's not necessarily that, but I know I can do math. Like I said,
Wait,
the
so if
birth
you
rate
can
has
if you
to
can
be.
do yeah,
Just
if you
let me
can
say
do
one
math so
thing.
well, then tell me what is actually the
Sure.
cause, right? Because you should know that correlation doesn't mean causation, right? So what is the actual
So,
cause of people specifically having less children? Is it just the liberation of women, or
well, a
specifically
lot of
is it
I can
people
explain
having a
this.
greater access to contraceptives, or people having a greater access to things that they need specifically to
We're,
prevent
we're
that in the first
living.
place?
I'll explain it. We're living in the middle of a female narcissism epidemic. Is what the issue
You
is.
you just want to come up with everything in order to like not address the argument that I'm making.
Well, I did because in
You
other
literally
countries like
support a male
Denmark,
narcissist as
Sweden,
the president who literally represented himself as God.
I would never vote for him. But I'm just saying, like, why would I vote for a woman when
Wait,
they
so you'd
can't do
never vote
anything?
for him? You just said that you would. You said if the
I
election were held
would, but I
today,
never
Harris
have.
versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? You said Trump.
Yeah, but I've never
Because you
voted
hate
for him. I'm
women
saying.
so bad that you're willing to vote for the utter
Yes,
epitome of everything you
yes.
hate about women,
Exactly. Yeah.
right? In Donald
Listen.
Trump.
Right. I hate. Well, yeah. And
You
you know,
do.
I'm
You
married.
clearly do. It's clearly
I'm
a hatred
married.
of
You
women
know, I'm
here.
married with daughters. If they can understand me,
That does
surely
not
you
make
can.
you not hate women.
No, I know, but
There are
surely if
plenty
they
of
can.
men throughout
No,
history
I
that
know. That's
have
not
been
my point.
married to women, that
If
have
they're
daughters,
smart
that
enough
have
to
hated
understand,
women
why
and
don't
have been
you?
oppressive to women. That is the most
No, I know.
ridiculous
I
argument
get
I've
it, and
ever
you're
heard in my
right.
life, dude.
But if they're smart enough to comprehend it, why aren't you? That's
You
kind of
aren't.
weird.
Why are you acting like I'm
No,
not
we
smart
can
enough? That's
compare
a straw
college
man.
degrees. We can compare
All,
college
all you've
degrees.
done
That's fine.
is engaged in logical fallacy, lack of reasoning.
Is
All you've shown is that you're an irrational
how?
human being. You haven't
I
actually
can
shown
do.
that you actually know how to
All right.
construct an argument yet.
The
What's the
birth rate
argument?
has to be
You've given me all you've
2.1%,
given me
but
is
it's declining.
fallacy
The
after
argument that
fallacy and
the birth
literally
rate has
utter
to be
bullshit
1.5.
reasoning with no
The birth rate
justification.
has to be 2.1%, but it's going down to 1.5%. We can't afford that. It's
One
not
point.
feasible
Wait, sorry. Repeat. You're
mathematically
cutting me
now.
off. What? I didn't hear you. Say that
Well,
again.
because you cut me off, so I'll repeat it. The birth rate, in order to afford everything we need, has to be 2.1%, and then we're teetering
Not
on
2.1%.
1.5%,
2.1 per woman.
and then we're teetering on
Bro
1.5.
doesn't
We're
even know what
teetering
his
on.
own fucking stat is. That's crazy, bro.
I do. And we're teetering.
2.1%? What are you
You didn't even
talking
let me
about?
finish.
Percent,
You didn't
bro?
let me finish. And they're teetering down to 1.5%, and you see all the keep those numbers down, ladies. Like they're cheering for the
You can do
destruction of
math,
America,
right?
and then they get ABs just because their babies are male. You know, like that's not
There's
feasible.
no
They don't
argument
get
for this. This is
happy.
all just utter projection. Let me know when you're done
How? I
crashing
can't get an
out.
AB. I can't get an AB. So how's it projection?
No, 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 no. You're projecting like some issue that you have specifically in your life with women onto all women. That's clearly a projection, right? Because like
Listen,
this argument that you're saying that like women are specifically getting abortions because they're men, right? Or because they're male. There's actually no justification for that, right? You have no argument for statistics that indicate that that's typically the case. You're just making some sort of
there's
like
actually over a
projection based
million
upon
women
likely
in
an
America.
anecdotal experience.
You're wrong, though. You're factually wrong. You can look it up right now. Google it. There's over a million women in America that have packed together to do that because they don't want to birth their oppressors. Thank you. I win.
Okay, wait. What's the title?
Look it up. I have
What's the
no
title
idea.
of the
Is that like
source?
what? So do you remember when I Choose the Bear thing first came out? That's when I read it. I have no idea because I
Wait,
don't
so
care.
you don't know the
Because
source?
to
You
me,
have no evidence? You just like
well,
saying it?
it's true though. You can look it. I'm literally not lying. You can look it up.
Wait, but like,
So what?
but by the way, you just brought up 1 million, by the way. We live in a country of 350 million people, or
I
340 million
know.
people. I just want to let you know, there are plenty of other situations where I can bring up literal individual group chats of way more than 1 million men talking about literally rape fantasies, talking about literally
And
engaging in
why? And
raping
why do you
women,
think
talking about
that
drugging
is?
women,
And
talking about
why?
assaulting women, talking about
Blah
perpetuating
blah
acts of violence
blah
towards women.
blah.
And the fact that you would
Good.
specifically point to
Good.
one thing with 1 million women, even if it were true, as a
Good.
prescription of
They
all
just
women
don't.
to
It
justify
is
your
true, so
hatred
they
of women,
confirm it.
clearly
They
shows
don't
how
take
unwilling you are
accountability,
to
so they
apply that
confess
same
it.
exact standard to men. And by the way, when I call you out for that utter hypocrisy, all you can do is sit there, cope and seethe, and try to
They
interrupt me the
deserve it.
entire
They
time.
deserve
Because
it.
when I
They
call
deserve
you out for your utter bullshit and the fact that you don't understand your own ideological positions, you can't even fathom that someone can
I'm right
actually
though.
have a
I'm
position
wrong.
against yours that actually makes sense.
Yeah, me
Because
and
you are
Antonio
so
is weak, man.
narcissistic to think that you
Weak
have the
ass
only correct
feminism.
position,
You're
right?
weak.
And that no one else can have
You're
a
a weak
correct position,
man.
and that all women,
Say that to
right,
my
specifically are going
face.
to come. Wait, he keeps doing it. He keeps interrupting me. Can you stop talking? Are you a child? Okay, I'll let you go. Go for it.
All right. So I literally.
Too bad. Dude, why are you crashing out like this? Okay, if you want to have a conversation, we can, but I'll
Yeah, I
give you a
can.
baby
But
bottle if you keep doing this. If you keep cutting me off like this,
you
I'm
know
going to
who I
give you a
need to
baby
be when I'm
bottle.
talking?
Like there you go. There's the baby bottle. Put the baby bottle right in the mouth. You're crashing out, buddy.
Harvard Institute.
What's the title?
Harvard Institute, Pew
What's the
Research,
title?
Australian Institute. You can Google
Title?
it. Google's free, pumpkin.
Yeah, but like if Google is so free, you should be able to find the own source that you're claiming, right?
But it's even all over TikTok.
Wait, Google's free. Why can't you find your own source?
Do I have to prove gravity?
Wait, dude, Google's wait, hold up. I never disputed gravity, right? Like I'm disputing that you have evidence for the source. So would you like to provide evidence for the source?
How?
By using free Google to go look it up, finding the title of the source, and then telling me on the stream. Is that a complicated thing for you to do? Are you not enough of a rational? Are you too emotional to do that? Do you need a baby bottle?
I don't know how to do that without getting off the live.
Oh, he's just an irrational being. You can swipe out and just go to Safari. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, you could do it.
You literally just have to swipe out, my guy.
It's actually on TikTok.
I know that's very complicated for you to use, very basic things on your phone. But all you have to do is swipe out.
You were raised by a woman. You were raised by women. I can tell.
Did you have a mom?
Don't worry about my thing.
Ricky, did you have a mom?
None of your business.
Were you raised by? So you're mad that your mom wasn't there to raise you, so you're projecting it onto all women?
No, I have a mom. It's not projection. It's.
Wait, so then you were raised by a woman. Wait, hold up. So you were raised by a woman?
Animals and see the differences.
Wait, pause.
Genders and races.
Pause. You were raised by a woman?
And it's one of the reasons why I know how women.
Okay, so why did you use that as a diss when you were also raised by a woman as well? Like, dude.
Yeah, but you clearly.
Yeah, I have a mom. My mom was part of my life. Yeah. I love my mom. I love my dad. Like, what are you talking about, bro? I love my parents.
Your dad didn't do enough, and I could tell.
Yes, he did.
Obviously not, because you wouldn't be like this, cut me off, interrupt me, mute me.
You're the one interrupting me, sir.
Fragile ego. You interrupt me.
Hey, sir. Because of your fragile masculinity. Because of your fragile masculinity, you've been interrupting me this entire time. Before I even interrupted you, I hadn't interrupted you yet. I was letting you speak, and whenever I disputed what you had to say because of your ego that's so very fragile, you had to try to cut me off and scream over me because you don't like the fact that I'm calling out your misogynistic ideologies.
Okay, listen, misogyny is reality. It keeps us safe. It's better. It's economic.
No, it's not. You're just a mediocre man, so you have to justify oppressing people to justify your worth in the first place. You can have worth outside of oppressing people. Did you know that? Did you know that you can do that? So stop being like this. Why are you like this? Find some value in something actually meaningful for the world.
You're muting me because you know I'm right.
You are a mediocre man that is unwilling to find value in something other than oppressing people.
Dude, I'm oppressed. What the fuck? You don't want to listen to understand. This is why we lost.
Are you saying you're oppressed for being a man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, by what system? The system set up by men?
No.
Yes. You're going to get mad about how the patriarchy is disenfranchising you while literally arguing for the patriarchy.
Women set it up too.
Women set it up too. What do you mean women? You're saying women set up the system that oppresses them? No. Men set up that system at the threat of violence. Yeah, you think that's yapping, but men set up the system at the threat of violence. That's literally what the patriarchy is.
Keep muting me, coward.
Well, how about you actually engage with the points that I've made?
I will if you quit talking. So women are born with $1 million equipment attached, not us. Listen, people bend over backwards to do favors for them. The world was built for them. They made the world this way. To blame it on me is stupid. I wasn't alive hundreds of years ago, you fucking moron.
So then why do you act like men are like so? Then you take all of the things that from men. You're like, men have done all these things to keep society functioning, but you're like, oh, I wasn't around for any of that, so it doesn't matter. So you see how when it's negative, you don't take the implications, right, of all the things that men have done you prior, but when men have done things prior that you like, you take credit for it.
No, I didn't take credit.
He didn't realize it.
I'm just not taking the blame.
Yes, you did. You took credit for a system that quote unquote kept women safe. You said misogyny, right, and literally oppression and patriarchy keeps women safe. That's the argument that you were making. Sir, that was the argument you were making. I know that you might not remember your argument, but that's the argument you were making.
No, I said my mindset, not the system. My mindset's misogynistic. I don't think the system should be. So just because you don't understand
your mindset about what the system should look like, because we were talking about what the system should look like, sir. Maybe you don't know what conversation we're having.
Well, maybe if you quit muting me and talking over me and act like a little girl, then we'd get somewhere. right?
you consider acting like a little girl to be dunking on you in a debate is really funny. And
I'm
also,
actually
by the way,
dunking on you.
and by the way, I
Stop
just want to
saying
clarify,
something
you
like that.
quite
Just try
literally
it.
interrupted me, right, very first
No, you
time. If
interrupted
you go
me.
back and watch this on YouTube later, you're gonna actually see that you interrupted me first when
No,
I
you
simply was
interrupted me
talking, and you
first.
kept doing it over and over again. So then I simply
Well,
started
when you're
muting you
wrong,
because you've been interrupting me.
just say
And yeah, I'm
one
going to
sentence
control
instead
the
of two.
dialogue because quite literally you're interrupting me as I speak, right? I'm going to control the dialogue because I can. If you're going to sit up
Yeah,
here and
yeah,
act
but
like a
just say
petulant
one sentence.
child, right, a man child, right, a mediocre man child, I'm going to
Let's go
obviously
back
mute
and
you.
forth. Let's
I'm
go
going to
back and
obviously
forth.
control the conversation because you can't have a conversation yourself. And if I'm not controlling
Because
it, there's not going to be a productive conversation. There you go. You can take the baby bottle out of your mouth now.
You're a coward, man.
Good boy.
Like, we can't just go back and forth one at a time, one sentence to one sentence.
You
See
can't
if
do
we're
that.
learning.
How about
Yeah,
you
I
do it?
can. You
You
can.
want to start
Look.
doing that from now on?
Look at all the tips I'm getting. I'm schooling
Wait,
you,
sir,
buddy.
do you want to start doing that from now on? You're not getting any tips.
You're the one that hasn't started. You're the one that muted me, talking over me. You say 10 sentences, and as soon as I say half a sentence, you mute me. You're a fucking coward. And face to face, I'll beat your ass. So don't act that arrogant.
Of course, you have to threaten violence because you can't intellectually engage in a conversation with me.
You can't. Say one sentence and don't mute me. Try it, buddy.
I already did.
Because you know I'm right. Dude, listen, like I said,
And
I can
no,
do
you're
math.
not.
The same reason Red Lobster got rid of their endless shrimp. Why? Because the motherfucker can do math. I can do math.
Obviously, you proved that you couldn't earlier. You said
Hey,
you
there
said
you go.
you said
Talk over me.
2.1%.
I'm glad to watch that
What?
YouTube video later.
2.1% is the fertility
You
rate,
ass
everybody.
man. Don't talk over me when I'm talking.
Hey,
The
what's?
birth rate
I have a
has
question.
told
What's
you
12
already,
squared?
but you can't comprehend it.
Hey,
You
Ricky.
can't comprehend
Hey,
it.
Ricky.
You're too stupid.
Ricky. What's 12 squared?
Listen, the birth rate has to be 2.1%.
Ricky, what's 12 squared?
Hey, I'm talking. The
What is
birth rate
12
has to be
squared?
2. I'll just wait till you're ready for me to
Yeah, I'm
talk.
asking. What is 12 squared?
Let me know when you hear about the birth rate.
He doesn't know the answer? I thought you said you could do math.
I can.
So what's 12 squared?
All right, I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you what 12 square is.
He's looking it up right now. That's what he's doing.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I would have did. If I would have done that, I would have showed you about the AB and the over 1 million women band together.
I'm waiting for you to answer the question. You don't know
And I
math?
will after I tell you about the birth rate. I'll tell you both. I'll tell you 2 answers. So
Okay, well
the
then
birth
once
rate-
you're done with the birth rate, then can I ask you multiple questions then?
I would love that, and I'll answer all your math questions.
All right, I
today.
can't wait.
So great. So be quiet. Okay. So
He's
the
pulling
birth
up the
rate-
calculator right
be
now.
Quiet. No, because if I were to do that, I'd pull up the AB thing to prove you wrong. Because there's over 1 million women that band together to get abortions just because they know they're pregnant with a male.
And more abortions have
That's
happened
true.
since the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
More. Okay. That proves.
So
women
then
like
you
to
still
get
support the overturning of Roe versus
But
Wade,
do you
even
know-
though it
do
led
you
to
realize
more
how many-
abortion.
And how many great babies have been born since Roe v. Wade is overturned? I really don't care. We can laugh all day, sir. But the point is, I can do math, and the birth rate has to be 2.1%, and it's teetering now to 1.5. How are we supposed to pay into social safety nets we need? You don't care about paying firefighters. You don't care about kids in school and feeding them. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. I stood in line for 7 hours to vote for Hillary, and then 7 hours to vote for Biden. This isn't funny. Women are being great babies are being born, kids are suffering, more homelessness than ever. This is funny to you?
No, I'm not
This is
laughing
why
at that.
we-
I was laughing that you
This is why we lost.
You're being
You're not.
dishonest. You're being dishonest. I was laughing at
How?
you said 2.1% again. So don't act like I was laughing at anything else that you said. I was laughing at that
You can look that up,
2.1%.
but you can't look
Plus,
at the AB.
how do we pay more into social safety nets? By allowing for more immigration. Immigration reduces the deficit and allows for us to pay for these social safety nets to a greater extent. So we should allow for more immigration, right?
No.
The actual meaningful way to be able to address that is that. By the way, 2.1 children per woman. Wait, I'm still finishing. I'm still finishing, and you're cutting me off again.
I'll wait because you're just ranting.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I'll let you speak. I won't cut you off at all.
All right.
Make all your points.
So Democrats and Republicans, because they disagree on a lot. However, one thing they do agree on is that the birth rate can't decline below a certain rate. Well, the Republicans want to ban ABs, and the Democrats, like you said, want to allow more feasible legal immigration. Well, the thing is, allowing the immigration, they stopped doing that in Denmark and Sweden and those other places because they figured out it lowered their overall literacy rate. We can't have that because we can't compete with other countries. It's not feasible. I don't want to ban ABs, but that's better than the prior. Women have treated men like shit, and that's why we lost, period. And you're proving my point, and I appreciate it.
There's no evidence that legal immigration lowers the literacy rate. Also,
sir.
we see benefits in terms of productivity, GDP.
That's a lot. See, this guy's
Can I finish
lying.
without you cutting me off?
You're lying. Though.
I'm not lying. I'm like I know it hurts your feelings that I'm able to speak, but I thought
You're
I let you
wrong.
speak.
Because you can
Are we?
lie.
I thought we were
And
doing
everyone
this
just
thing where
lies.
we're letting each other speak.
No, not when you lie.
Wait. So then I would have been justified in cutting you off then?
I didn't
Because
lie.
you were lying.
I
You
didn't
have no
lie.
evidence for a
You
lower
don't watch Bill
literacy
Maher?
rate
You don't
at
watch Bill
all.
Maher? You don't watch any?
Can you answer this question?
Wow.
What evidence do you have that there's a lower literacy rate from legal immigration?
Okay, you can look. Why don't you look it up? I don't understand why you want to look up
You're the
things
one who's
that prove
claiming
me
it. So,
wrong.
by the way, he's just saying look it
But
up because he doesn't have a source.
it's a fact.
No, then
Like
provide me the source. Google is free, right?
so,
Go look it
I,
up.
do you know Bill Maher?
Can you look up
Do
your
you
own source?
know
I do not like Bill. I do not like Bill Maher.
Do you know Scott Galloway? Like these are all
No.
professional. These are all yeah, I know exactly. That's the problem. These are all professional journalists, scientific, investigative. Uh, these
Bill Maher
numbers
is
are
embarrassing,
actually.
honestly.
Yeah, I mean, so are you. But anyway,
Okay,
um,
you can say that. I don't care. Now, can you give me your
I know you
justification?
don't.
What's your source for the lower literacy rate due to legal immigration?
Like I said, if I was able to do that, I would have backed out way earlier to prove to you about the AB and all
Oh,
that
okay, if you were able to
bullshit.
actually prove the points, you would do it.
Well, I can, but
Then
that
do
doesn't mean
it.
I would do it
Then do
wrong.
it. Stop being a little wimp and do it.
But you're just as
Why are you
capable
such a
of it.
coward? Why can't you look up your own
Say that to my
sources?
face and see what
Why don't
happens
you?
to you.
I am. I'm saying it to
Get
your face right
Charlie
now. Turn
Kirk.
your camera on so I can
Do
say
it.
it to you. Oh, yeah, you don't even have the
Do it.
ability to do
No,
that.
face to face, face to face.
I would
Where are
never
you
go
at?
near you.
What exactly? Because you know better, bitch. Quit talking
No, because
shit.
you're a disgusting human being. You threaten
So
violence against me because I
you're a
dunk
fucking
on you in a
liar. You
debate.
fucking lied.
You're a caveman. I intellectually engage with you, and because I literally dunk on you in that intellectual engagement, all you do
Why?
in this scenario is
Why?
you say, "Oh, I would beat the shit out of you." Like you literally threaten violence against me. So of course I wouldn't
Try
go
harder.
around you
Try harder.
because you are
Okay.
literally not a reasonable human being.
Neither are you when you lie because it does
I
lower the
haven't
overall
lied.
literacy rate.
I
Yeah,
haven't
you
lied.
did.
I'm waiting for the evidence to prove me
I
wrong. Where's the
well, you
evidence?
can look at you could have already
Where's
looked
the
at what
evidence,
you've done by
buddy?
now.
You've got jack shit. Where's the
You don't want
evidence?
because you know I'm right.
Where's the
You don't want
evidence,
to know
sir?
I'm right.
Sir, I'm waiting for the evidence.
Yeah,
Where's the
exactly.
evidence, sir?
Yeah,
Sir,
you don't
I'm
want to look
waiting
it
for
up
the
because you know I'm
evidence.
right.
Where is the
Wow.
evidence,
You're
sir?
bet
Where is
you're
the evidence?
yeah, this is why Nick Fuentes
Where's
is a
the
piece of
evidence,
shit.
sir?
This is why Nick
Sir, I'm
Fuentes is
waiting
a
for
piece
the
of shit,
evidence.
bitch. You're a
Wait
bitch.
for the evidence. Any reason you
Google it.
got?
You need evidence for gravity too?
You
It's
got you
real.
have any reason?
Listen, it's real.
This
I don't
isn't,
know if you know
by
what
the way, this is gravity is
you know
not a
the Earth's
disputed
round and
claim.
not
So let me clarify
flat.
to you. I know that you don't understand the difference, but gravity is not a disputed claim. You know that Donald Trump does dispute science, though. So you actually might have to try to
So
provide broader
so
evidence than science to be able to justify that in the very first place. Okay, it seems like you need to have perpetual baby bottle because you can't be quiet.
so do you
You
so do
gave
you
no evidence that there was a lower literacy rate. Your source is literally trust me, bro. Please,
you
bro,
don't have
trust me. Immigrants, legal immigrants lower the literacy
it's
rate.
true.
Please,
That's
trust me, please. Google's free, but I won't look up my own source to be able to
why don't you look
justify
it up?
it.
Why don't you look it up? You're lazy?
Because you're the one that's lazy that won't look up your own source.
But
You're the one who made the claim. You have to provide the source of the claim that you're referencing.
but just because I can't doesn't mean I'm wrong. Prove me wrong then.
Yeah, but like that, but it doesn't provide justification that you're correct.
You
Do you
can't prove me
understand what I'm
wrong.
saying? You
You
have to
can't
have an
prove me wrong
argument.
because
You have no argument.
if you tried to prove me wrong, you'd find out that I'm right. That's why you're not doing it. Fragile ass ego. Average feminist. You. Weak.
So you're
Just
not
listen
trying to
to
prove
it.
yourself
You
right
no
because you
listen.
know
Can
that
I
you
say
couldn't.
something?
By the way,
You need
based
to
upon your own
listen.
argument you just made, you didn't.
All feminism.
He doesn't realize this. Based upon the own argument he just made, he's not trying to prove his argument right now because he can't. That's literally, by the way, that's the logical entailment of your argument there. I hope you know that. I hope you know that, dude. This literal mediocre man child is just getting dog walked. It is actually so embarrassing, dude. How do you even like sleep at night after this, dude? That's gonna be hard. It's gonna be really
Well,
difficult.
I mean, if you looked up, does immigration lower the overall literacy rate, you would find out that I'm right. So
Would you like to provide the source then?
You can. I don't care. I mean,
You mean you can't?
I can if I was on this live. I was just in comments.
Yes, you can. You can swipe out like any reasonable human being.
All right, let me see. Hold on.
Go do it real quick. If you can prove it so easily. Because you know what I can prove to you from the Cato Institute is that immigration over the past 30 years has led to a decrease in the deficit by $14.5 trillion. I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that they've increased the GDP, increased wages for U.S. citizens, employment rate for U.S. citizens, right, and have led to better conditions for productivity. So I can give you multiple studies that justify this, and some of them are even in the bibliography in my bio if you'd like to check them out. But do you have anything? Do you have jack shit? No, you don't. You've got literally, trust me, bro. You're trust me, bro, maxing, dude. It is diabolical. You're trust me, bro, maxing. Alrighty, everybody, to give him a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people, as always. Ellie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I always will. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty. To give it a second for him to find this information. He's literally got nothing. I just want to be clear. He's not going to find anything that will justify his argument. That's why he wasn't looking it up in the very first place. By the way, he did figure out that he could look this up and didn't even realize. And he's probably speaking right now thinking that I'm cutting him off, but he doesn't realize that you can't speak to me while you're paused. Watch that. I guarantee he's going to come back and he's going to be crashing out. Oh, look, watch. What? Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I always will. Thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah, the guest is crashing out like crazy, dude. He's very emotional. It's actually unbelievable. He's very, very emotional. Get some baby bottles in the comment section for the guest on the stream right now. Of course, we need that. Alrighty.
I dropped the link in the comments.
You can't. You have to tell me the title, my guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because I'm gonna see your random comment out of the literally hundreds of comments. Yeah, good idea. Why couldn't you just tell me the title? Like, use your memory?
Well, I found like 10 different ones. The one that I shared is effects of immigrant back something. I don't know. Like, it's literally, I don't know. I watched it on Bill Maher, and I don't know why.
I'm waiting. What's the title? You watched it on Bill. Of course you watched Bill Maher. I don't care. Now, can you tell me the title?
Yeah. I like Eminem too, the rapper.
What's the title of the source? You said it was going to be super easy to find. Can you find it?
I just said it. You want me to go back and look?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me the title. Do you have memory? You probably said it when you were swiped out because I didn't hear.
Yeah, effects of immigrant background. Hold on text comprehension, vocabulary. I don't know. It's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of them.
Wait,
It's not
effects
like
of immigrant background on what?
Listen, you keep making fun of me and dissing me. I'm not even being disingenuous.
Dude, I'm waiting. Tell me the title. Effects of immigrant background on what?
Dude, Jesus Christ, you need proof of gravity too? I'm not lying about this.
Well, then I'm just tell me the title, dude. I don't know why this is so difficult for you.
I already did, though.
No, you're not. I literally didn't hear it. I'm trying to clarify it.
Look up effects of immigrant. Hold on. Effects of immigrant background on text comprehension, and there's a whole bunch of other shit too. There's literally hundreds of.
Is it from Science Direct?
Yeah, dude, you can find an Australian.
Is it from Science Direct or which one is it from?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to tell you where all you can find it. You can find it on Australian Institute. You can find it on Harvard Institute.
No, hey, dude, I just want to know which one you're referencing. When I looked up that title, is it from Science Direct? Is it from ResearchGate? Is it from MPG Pure? ResearchGate?
Science Direct is one of them, yes, actually.
Okay, so Science Direct. Let me click on this. Where does it say within the Science Direct that specifically that it reduces or increases growth of literacy? Oh, immigrant background does not predict the absolute growth of reading literacy. That's literally one of the highlights of the paper at the top.
Read the whole thing.
Yeah, that's you understand that it's testing that. It's testing those different hypotheses. And hold up. The significance in the finding. Watch this. Watch this.
I'm right.
It literally says ethnic educational inequity. Inequality represents a major challenge to our educational systems. In order to improve the educational outcomes of students with immigrant backgrounds, more research on group-specific peculiarities in the acquisition of scholastic key competencies is needed. The aim of the present study was to investigate the effects of immigrant background on reading acquisition, taking into account cognitive as well as motivational components of reading literacy. Additionally, we examined. Oh, it stops there. Where's the conclusion? Where does it say? Access through your organization. It doesn't actually provide any full of the article that you provided only provides half of it, actually. Because the other half you have to get through your institution. So I would actually have to call up Matt to be able to read the rest of this because he's a librarian. You haven't even read it, so you don't even know.
I just pulled up some random link, but
yeah, you literally just pulled up some random link. This is what I mean.
But I'm not wrong.
Wait, yeah. So then why did you just pull up some random link?
Well, because they did this in Sweden and Denmark, and they stopped allowing immigration because it lowered their literacy rate. It's literally a fact. Like, I don't understand why you're trying to argue about that. It's like, it was news. You can look it up. Like I'm really not trying to be a dick like you are to me. So,
Okay. Do you think that legal immigration in the long run leads to our society as a whole having lower reading comprehension, or are you claiming that immigrants coming to the society from other countries have lower reading comprehension? Is that your argument?
I mean, I think that it has to be managed. I don't think we can just let anybody in.
No,
All
no, no. Hold on.
and
Can I just clarify? Which is
can,
a?
can I finish? Can I finish? Because
I'm
I'll let
clarifying.
you
I'm
ask
asking you a
though. I want to
clarifying
talk.
question.
No, dude. I don't need. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm asking you a clarifying question.
Go
Do
ahead,
you think that the
motherfucker.
immigrants are making our society have less reading comprehension, or do you think that immigrants are coming with less reading comprehension, right, in terms of where they're immigrating from? Is that the argument?
Short term, it really hurts our overall literacy rate. Long term, it's not so bad. But
Okay,
the
there's no
thing is,
effect long term. So you're saying, so by the way, when you say short term, you're just saying like when people are coming to our society, they have
but
less, but then like
here,
given that they've been involved in our society, they would have the same degree.
so
And
here's what.
also,
Yeah,
it's not
but
like our society has a very high degree of
you
literacy.
like to hear yourself talk, don't you? So
I,
here's the
I was just
thing.
fully clarifying
You
that
you
standpoint.
love to hear yourself talk. You're a narcissist. Anyway,
I'm a narcissist
so
for finishing my
yeah, so
statement.
you've
Yeah.
heard the thing short term pain for long term gain.
Yeah, of course I
Um,
have.
so the concept of immigration, if you support immigration, you have to believe that, and I guess for me, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but we
And
have evidence
whether,
in the long run it leads to beneficial outcomes. I just want to clarify
and
that.
here's the thing, we're struggling now, short term, and so much so that I don't think I care, like I can't even think about the long term gain if I'm only going to be here for another 10 years. And, um, it's just, I don't know.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump then if he's making everything worse in the short term?
Well, sorry, my wife's
Yeah,
listening to music.
is there a way you can go to an area with less background noise like because you
Yeah,
can't have that music on the background because
yeah, no, yeah, that's my wife. Sorry.
it's okay. No,
Um,
no, no,
I'm
no
not.
issues at all. I was just saying because it's monetization. It affects
Okay.
the
Well,
stream.
yeah. Can you ask one more time what the question was? I'm sorry.
Um, sorry, I kind of just got caught off guard with that. I can play it back. Just give me one quick second.
Oh, why would I support Trump now or something?
Yeah, I think it's like why do you?
Um, Dude, okay, so here's the thing, Parker, by the way. My daughter loves you. She's 12 years old. So
Yeah, okay, let me play back
uh,
this specific thing I
the
said.
thing, we're struggling now, short term, and so much so that I don't think I care, like I can't even think about the long term gain if I'm only going to be here for another 10 years. And, um, it's just, I don't know.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump then if he's making everything worse in the short term?
Well, sorry, my wife's
Yeah,
listening to music.
is there a way you can go to an area with less background?
Yeah,
Yeah, so did you hear my question?
yeah, so it's not really that I support Trump. Like I was trying to tell you, I've been a lifelong staunch Democrat. I stood in line for 7 hours to vote for Hillary and 7 more hours to vote for Biden. The only reason I even downloaded TikTok is because I heard this last election was going to be the most TikTok informed election ever. So I got on to see what was going on, and all I saw was sexism and racism from the Democrats, anti-YT, anti-men. Yeah, okay, you can laugh, but why would? Because I have a
You're
son. I have
you're so
no.
funny, dude.
Listen,
That like it's the most ridiculous thing ever. He doesn't see that from Trump himself, who actually isn't engaging in sexism and racism. Like it's like he sees it from the Democrats. In what way? Was Kamala Harris sexist or racist?
I think so. Phenomenon. That was so
A
cringe.
feminine phenomenon? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not voting for that. Hell no.
Wow, wow. He's mad
No.
that there was a Chapel Roan song played. Are you fucking serious?
Hey, listen.
You were mad that they played feminine phenomenon. Are you
Hey,
serious?
you're proving my point, man. This is why we lost.
How? What's wrong with that?
Your
A
arrogance,
song?
your attitude, the
How
Democrats'
is that my arrogance?
pretentious.
I think you're incredibly arrogant.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Why do
Listen.
people act like like why do you act like I'm arrogant? I'm not being arrogant at
You
all.
are because you just made fun of me the whole time. Like,
Okay,
okay,
wait,
here's the
can
thing.
you
I'm
define
telling you.
arrogant?
Listen to me. I can. I am telling you. I am a lifelong staunch Democrat. I'm
So
trying to
then
tell
can
you
you
all this.
define arrogant?
So do you want to keep losing or do you want to be better? Because
Can
Bill
you
Maher's
can you
not going
define
to.
arrogant? Why are you that
Absolutely.
one that is the monopolizing on whether or not we can win? I don't think you're the one that's going to be able to know that. I
Why
don't I
not?
don't think our vote has
I
to completely cater around you in order to be able to win.
well, I think so. I think I'm the majority. I think most people
I
think I
don't
am.
think you are.
I am. I
I
absolutely
don't
am.
think you are. I talk
And
to
you'll
people on a
find
daily
out.
basis, and I
You
don't
will
even think
find
you make
out.
the majority of Trump supporters even.
I'm not listen. I'm not even really a Trump supporter. I just get why people support him, and I'm trying to tell you, and you don't want to hear
You
it.
you literally said you would vote for Trump over Harris.
Well, yeah, because, and I'm trying to tell you why.
Yeah, but you gave no justification. All you've done is engage in
Just
misogyny.
because you don't think it was, it was though, and that's the problem.
It
Unless
wasn't.
you're willing to show empathy and compassion to the
You
other
still have
side,
yet to provide a justification for the lower
because
literacy
if
rate.
you want to win over voters, you have to understand them, and you just insulting them. That's alienation. That's not how you win, right?
Yeah, so but like that apparently doesn't
Neither-
happen with Trump. Trump's able to insult people and there's no issue. And he doesn't lose voters.
Two wrongs don't make a right, but he's one man. I don't see anybody else.
But like I'm just saying that like you guys don't apply the standard to your own side, then why would you care
No,
for me?
no,
And also like I can
I'm a
insult
Democrat.
people. I'm not the Democratic Party as a whole. I have no issues with me insulting people every once in a while. I don't know why you're such a snowflake,
If you
dude.
did it to my face, I'd beat your ass. But the
I don't
point is,
care. I don't you're
I don't
you're a
care either.
snowflake,
I don't
dude.
care- I don't
If
care either.
if you're so mad that I've insulted you that you have to feel like you have to violently assault me, it's really ridiculous, dude. And it shows that you're willing to literally go to jail, right, for someone insulting you. Like are you serious, dude? How soft do you have to be and insecure do you have to be as a person to have to try to beat someone up just because they insulted you, dude? Holy shit, dude. Like, and you think that's a good look for your daughter?
I literally, hey, don't be lippy then. So,
No, Ricky, do you actually think that's a good look for your daughter?
My daughter's not here, and yeah, absolutely.
But you said she watches my stream. Do you think that she wants men to act like you?
I don't think she wants men to act like you. I think she wants compassion, understanding, and once she sees this,
I'm pretty sure that's how I act.
She's gonna be just no. How? Not to me.
So, yeah, because you don't deserve it.
Okay, there you go. That's
Yeah,
why we
like
lost.
I'm actually genuinely
that's why
serious,
we
Ricky.
lost.
I'm
And
genuinely
neither do you.
serious. Right?
Hey,
There are
feminists,
people that do deserve it.
can
There
I
are
say
people that
something?
don't, and I think
All
you
right.
are one of the people that doesn't.
Listen, all right, that's fine. This conversation's almost over, but can I say one thing?
Yeah, you can run away because you're a coward and you can't actually confront the truth.
I'll talk all day. Feminism is terrorism, and you.
It's not. It's not. And you're mad
Listen,
that someone is
you
able
know
to
what
get to a
else is
same
wrong? You're
equitable
gonna be
standpoint in
erratic.
society as you are.
You're gonna be
You feel like
erratic.
equality is oppression to you.
Bitch.
You're mad about equality because you feel like that's oppression to you. You quite literally feel like you're being oppressed because quite literally people else are doing just as good. Okay? And also, can you let me try to turn up your volume. You're pretty quiet. I just want to let you know as well.
Are you done muting me, coward?
Are you done crashing out?
Well, I mean, you. Hey, listen.
You just said
and-
feminism is
There
terrorism.
you go. There you go. I'll mute myself and let me know when I can talk. Okay.
Okay, for sure. That's going to be never, actually. That's going to be never, actually. Tom, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Tom. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Tom in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also true. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Liliana, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love it up. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. And Santana messaged me and said, gotta watch out for those baby bottles. He might think you're calling him white, Lamau. If you know what we're talking about, that's so fucking funny. There was a guest a bit ago that literally thought we were like being racist to him because we put baby bottles in the comment section. That was so funny. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
This is why we lost? Why?
Yeah.
Why? It's because of me? I think that I do a lot more work for getting Democrats elected than you do. So why would you act like I'm the reason why we lost? Like, it's the most cringe thing ever. You understand that, like, I have a huge platform and I influence people to vote for Democrats. The argument that I would lean more people against us is so absurd.
It's the hatefulness, so everyone sees it.
You are hateful towards women. You literally said feminism is
Well, I
terrorism.
have a reason to be though. So.
Okay, I have a reason to be hateful to you. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings, but you literally only see negative treatment if it's targeted to you. Any negative treatment targeted towards anyone else, you're willing to be like, that's totally okay. But if anything is targeted towards you to the slightest possible extent, you have such an issue with it.
All right, listen. So, I tried to discuss why we lost. You don't want to hear it. Listen, I am.
You literally support Trump, and you're going to talk about why the Democrats lost? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I understand why people support him. I would never vote for him. But the thing, I support.
Wait, you said you would never vote for him. You said if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, that you would vote for Trump.
I would never vote for a woman. No, that's done.
You see what I mean? Because you're a misogynist.
Yeah, probably.
So let me ask you this question.
Racist too.
Let me ask you. You are?
I'm Nick Fuentes. I'm Nick Fuentes part 2.
Oh, you know that he said to vote for Democrats, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously.
So listen to your emperor. Why don't you vote for Democrats? I'm kicking him either way. What a fucking disgusting fuck. He also got a flag for violent behavior. So that's also another thing. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. He said, thanks for proving my point. Pathetic. Why? Because you got a flag for violent behavior? That's you, Ricky. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That's you, Ricky. Yo, what's up? How old are you? They're driving. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint. Let's.
By the way, Ricky, you can answer in the comment section. Would you vote for Donald Trump if you went up to your 10-year-old daughter and you said he'd be dating her in 10 years? Answer in the comment section. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Twitch stream Parker?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. How do you answer in the comment section? Let me guess. He said yes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside you.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Lexi, by the way, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just wanted to ask you one thing. So you remember when Charlie Kirk
Are you going to
said-
debate me?
No, I wasn't going to debate you. I can.
Okay, then I'll just kick you.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone, we're just doing debates. This is not a thing to ask questions. I'm not playing 20 questions. We're doing debates. Okay, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. One of the criteria is that you are ready to debate. Okay, if you're not debating me, don't even waste your time. Like, you're just going to waste your own time. I don't know why you want to do that. You're just going to sit in the box and then just get kicked, so. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Trump?
Yep,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Shit. Sorry, 1 second. I'm driving.
You're driving?
I think he. Yeah, I am, but I have my AirPods.
You got to come up when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. Even if you have AirPods in or anything else, you still can't do that. It's TikTok TOS. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19,
What's your birth year?
18th of March 2007.
I'm just gonna go to the next person. I just feel like I should do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside you.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Why are people so weird? Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, bro? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 13, but hear me out, okay?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside your pocket.
What is up with that person making a bunch of different accounts just to do that? Like, what? Why are you like that? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bad.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Louise, thank you for the handout. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to this next individual, everybody. I'm really trying to get someone up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it just takes a second to get some people up here because we get a bunch of trolls, especially near the beginning of the stream. So do just give us a quick second, everyone. Reese, thank you for the handout, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
66.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm still going Trump.
Okay.
Democrats suck.
Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, you got to get one evil or two evils. The Democrats ain't worth nothing anymore. Not like it used to be.
What makes you think that? You have a little bit of
Well-
feedback. Is there a way you can get rid of that?
Yeah, I got rid of it.
Okay.
Get a little bit of cold. But no, I was born and raised in Massachusetts. So Democrat, but the way the Democratic Party has been going lately, no, it's trash.
Okay. What makes you think that? Oh, sorry. What makes you think that?
What do you mean, what makes me think that? You like to have Pelosi out there? You're really crazy.
Pelosi is retiring.
Retiring or retarding?
Don't say
More
that.
like-
Now I have to kick you too because it's TikTok TOS as well. That's really stupid. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Like, I don't know why they do that. That's so ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside you.
Okay, that's like the 7th account they've made just to do that. Like, please just stop. Do something better with your life, dude. Like, I don't know why you keep doing this. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, as always. Connor, thank you for the $5. Yes, every once in a while I'll do Q&A near the end of my streams. And then every once in a while I'll do a Twitch stream and I'll just game and talk to people like that. But otherwise I do debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I did until his recent comments on Pope Leo, because I'm a Catholic. So I was wondering, like, what do you think is his worst? What's like Trump's worst?
Since you don't support him anymore, I'm going to go on to the next individual. Do appreciate that you don't support him. If you're a Republican, stay around. I'll be talking about other Republicans after midterms, and they come up with an actual candidate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 1,000.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay.
For sure.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, if the election was today, I lean more conservative for sure. When it comes to abortion, I give Trump a lot of credit when it comes to the border. No one's coming over the country right now. That's a big deal to me. I'd say those are the two biggies.
Okay, so like what specific policy on the border do you like?
I just look at the numbers on how many people come over and how many crimes there have been.
Okay, but crimes were decreasing in this country under the Biden administration as well. In 2024, we saw the largest decline as well.
I look at the border crossing. Even people that work on the border, they say Trump's border policy. You think Biden's border policies are better than Trump's?
I would prefer them because I think that it's more targeted towards making the legal process quicker. Also, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill where Democrats and Republicans are working to do better.
Or shouldn't we just look at the numbers versus like how many people cross?
You said, shouldn't we look at the numbers instead of who people cross? I'm confused. What do you mean? Because crossings aren't people that were let into the country.
No, what I look at is just like how many people came over illegally.
Yeah, and there was less than 4 million in terms of the population increase. And that was due to economic insecurity around the world due to global inflation.
Do you know the number difference between how many people came across the country under each administration?
Yeah, you can it depends on what metric you're referencing though. The DHS has numbers on that. It just depends on what metric you're referencing.
Gotcha. And then the other reason, another big one is just like, I mean, we can't do this transgender BS, letting people. No, I'm being for real. I mean, it's ridiculous.
By the way, is there any way you can get a little closer to your microphone? Just letting you know.
Yeah.
And then also, like, what specific
inflation.
BS are you referencing with trans people?
Well, like when I was in high school at the time, letting people the people with mental illnesses thinking they're the other gender go into the other gender's bathroom. I mean, that just
being trans is not a mental illness.
I would disagree with you.
Okay, where in the DSM does it reference being trans?
Say that again.
Where in the new DSM does it reference being trans as a mental illness?
It doesn't, but
it doesn't. So then, if it doesn't reference it as a mental illness, then why are you saying it's a mental illness?
So do you think you could be a woman?
No, because I'm cis.
Say that again.
No, because I'm a cis man.
Gotcha. But some people they can't. You think they can become the opposite gender?
It's not that they become; it's that they were. Right. So when you say gender, referencing like social commitments towards cultural norms that are associated with the sex is also a prescription of our gender identity. Okay, we're not referencing biological sex here.
Gotcha. I mean, so that okay. I get what you're saying. Another topic would be you're gonna think I'm crazy for this one, but I think the left is just a lot more disrespectful. Like during the Trump speeches, during the what is it called when they're all remember like when they didn't stand for that 9-year-old boy. What's his name?
I don't know. I actually don't know at all.
No,
but
you do.
No, I don't.
The disrespect.
What? Do you know their name?
Yeah, he's a 9-year-old boy with cancer. Actually, he just passed away.
What's their name?
He's a little. He dresses up as
What's
a cop.
their name?
He dresses up as a cop.
What's their name?
I'd have to look.
Okay, so then why were you trying to like press me on what their name was and saying I knew what their name was? I had no clue.
Because you do this for a living, you get paid.
That doesn't mean I know the name of the kid.
But I feel like if I
And let me just clarify: the left didn't stand because Trump was tokenizing them, right? Now you could try to claim that they should have, but that's playing right into Trump's narrative, right? Now the whole point is that this isn't disrespect, right? Trump straight up called for the execution of some Democrats because they said if you're given an unlawful order that you shouldn't follow it. Is that disrespectful to call for the literal execution of people?
No.
No? Really? Really? You said calling for someone's execution isn't disrespectful?
No, it is.
It is. Okay, so if you agree it is disrespectful, is it more disrespectful than anything you've seen the Democrats do? Absolutely.
I mean, both sides are definitely corrupted. I would say, but when I look at numbers, inflation, common sense, I feel like you got to be borderline
Common sense.
retarded.
Trump's. Oh, don't use R slur, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? One, you shouldn't say that. Two, I have to kick you because it's TikTok TOS, and I'm pretty sure I have to restart my stream now because that's going to be the second flag that I get for something like that, which is a little bit annoying. Like, dude, holy shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
Do you support Trump?
I would say I support him, but like I didn't vote for anybody. But yeah.
But if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, and you have the ability to choose not to vote as well, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, I would have voted for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know, man. I just look at him, and then I looked at Joe Biden and all of them. And when I looked at him, he just wasn't a retard.
Okay, you're just trying to get me banned. That won't work because it's near the beginning. If anything, I'll get a flag for the prior one, not for that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shoot. I did not mean to join. I am so sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Nigga.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18. I just want to say I appreciate you indeed.
Oh.
And
Thank you very much. Thank you. I am just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you on your girlfriend, man. Fuck you.
I don't even know what they were saying, other than it sounded like they were kids. So let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Retarded nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yup.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
I was born in 2007.
2007. And what month were you born?
Born in January.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
I don't want to give my state.
Okay, what time is it?
It's like 12 for me.
Okay.
Okay. So why do you not like Trump? Can you tell me that?
I'm sorry, it just sounds like you have like a British accent, and to be honest, like 90% of the people who come up on my stream, 99% who have British accents
I'm
say
not
that
British.
you're not
No,
you're not
I'm
British.
American, bro. No.
Okay. Is it like Australian or
No, American.
German?
I just said American.
No, I'm saying your accent though.
It's American.
Okay. I am just gonna hit a restart, everybody. I just got the second flag. I think it was for, obviously that guest. So I'm gonna hit a quick restart, everybody. I'll be right back, everyone. Do give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Be right back. For the 5.7 thousand people, just come right back, everybody. Click the top left profile picture. Click it again. and it should help come back in the stream. I just have one person to say thank you to. Heather, by the way, thank you so much for the $100 fucking on Venmo. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very true, Heather. Thank you very much. W's for Heather in the comment section. Let me hit a quick restart, everyone. I'll be right back, everyone. On TikTok. Be right back on TikTok. Alrighty, let's hit this quick restart. Alrighty. Your guests on YouTube are super quiet compared to you. Yeah, I have it on actually like the max volume I can. So maybe it's just I'm loud. But I feel like the guest volumes have been pretty low. It also, since it is desktop audio, I did turn down the volume of my audio. It actually might be associated to that. Like, I turned down the volume of my audio, but I don't know if that's it. Like, if you turn down your own personal volume, does it reduce the like how loud it is? I'm not sure. No. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll have to test it sometime. For everyone here on the YouTube stream, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It seriously does help push it out to significantly more people. I would really appreciate if you do so. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes real quick. I think we're at like 700 likes or so right now. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Alrighty, let me see. I think we're currently at 700 likes, everyone. Let's run that shit up. Alrighty, let's go to the debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am the Cookie Monster.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm the same guy that you added my bad about calling Trump.
Oh, I think they didn't support Trump. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, because mainly because of
He was just here? I don't know. They were trolling. Okay, I don't know. I'm at this point. I'm just like, I'm just honestly kind of annoyed. I feel like every person's like trolling. Yo,
I love what you do, man.
Appreciate you very much. I'm just looking for some debates. Just want to get a debate, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Uh,
Are you driving?
So, am I driving?
Yeah.
Potentially. Is that against the rules?
It is. It's TikTok TOS. I'll just come up whenever you're not driving. You're totally welcome to do so then, and we can have our conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. European Federalist. It's literally just people who have European accents, because it's always a troll on my stream. That's like literally what. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, we're gonna do this. If you don't meet that criteria, you intentionally send a guest request to everybody. I am gonna be blocking people. Just want to clarify. So anyone who's in the box right now that I recognize, as someone who's already sent a guest request or someone who's already trolled on the stream or something, I'll just block you. If I've already seen out of the box, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you send a guest request, don't meet that criteria, and you intentionally send a guest request, I will block you, just letting you know. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. They keep making accounts just to do that. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump 100%.
Okay, for sure. And 1 second. People are saying they can't hear me. For the people in the chat, just tell them to refresh if they can't hear me. I don't know why YouTube has this issue every day. It's happening like all the time now. I don't know why it does that, but it's working. Everything's fine on my end. Alrighty. Let me just make sure to thank some people real quick. Then we can move on to our conversation. Jenna, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tom, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Casey, thank you so much for the $1. I have no clue. Connor, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So also you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
He's 10 steps ahead of everybody, and he plays 4D chess. I'm not trolling. I have proof.
Okay, what makes you think that?
So, did you know by 2070, all the reserves will run out of the world, right? So, oil is a finite resource. Is running out by 2070. So, Trump is taking over Iran and Venezuela to take oil to save America.
So why don't we develop renewable energy? If oil is going to run out, inevitably speaking, regardless of whether or not it's here in the United States or it's from other countries, then why would we rely upon oil so much and then not fund renewable energy production?
Well, it hasn't been done yet, right? So
it has. Like we had through the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever in the U.S.'s history, and Trump's been trying to pull that back, and also been trying to reduce the amount of renewable energy being produced around the world. So I don't think it's truly about controlling the energy supply, because if it was, we would want to specifically invest in renewable energy production, because that's energy production that we can produce here that inevitably in the future will be cheaper based upon technological advancements. And if we can make energy cheaper, it will make so many different things cheaper, right? And it will be better for our society as a whole. So, okay, they just left. So it clearly makes sense to use renewable energy. That's the future. But like the reality is our energy needs are going to continue to increase exponentially, and like we need to invest in that now. And if we want to have some sort of control over our energy supply, it makes sense to do so as well. It's like one of those critical industries, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, you're a bum, bro.
And do you support Trump?
You're a bum, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Is there a way you can get a little closer to your mic? It's really, really hard to hear you.
Trump.
It's still really hard to hear you. But why do you support Trump? And are you driving?
Let me turn on Bluetooth. No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, in the meantime, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yeah, once you turn off Bluetooth, I should be able to hear you better. You haven't turned it off yet.
I turned it off.
I hear you better now.
Okay.
All right, why do you support Trump?
Because he's a patriot.
Okay. And can you tell me what a patriot is?
Yes, somebody who loves, supports, and defends the United States of America, and somebody who contributes and benefits society in a positive way.
And I don't think that's true then that he's a patriot. So you said love, supports, and defends his country. So would that include people who dodged the draft?
Well, hold on, you asked me a bunch of questions. Can I ask you one first?
Sure, that was just one question though.
Okay. Do you claim yourself or justify yourself to be a patriot?
Absolutely.
I disagree. How?
Have I debated you recently?
No.
No. Did you debate Dean?
Nope.
Okay, so I think you're trolling. Were you the person I talked to, like, where you just said I wasn't a patriot the whole time?
Possibly, but
Possibly.
yeah, you're the one that disrespected all.
They want to do that again? I'd rather not. You'll be able to watch that video on YouTube later of you getting dog walked, so. All right, everyone. If you purposefully send a guest request to everybody and you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you, just letting you know. Marriott, by the way, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, don't worry. I just appreciate you being here, Marriott. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I have a feeling you was. Or no, I know for sure, of course. Not just a feeling, but possibly, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, purposefully send a guest request, I will block you. So do not send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside you.
Okay, let's block that person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. I don't know why that person finds it fun just to come up here and sexually harass me. Like, genuinely, bro, can you stop? Like, actually, that's just really weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Okay. So you don't meet the criteria on the screen. Do you like? I'm just asking. Like, if people do that, do you want to get blocked? Like, I don't know what the point of doing that is. If you don't meet the criteria on the screen, everybody, and you intentionally send a guest request, you will get blocked. Everyone, please do not send a guest request if you do not meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005. February 17th.
Alrighty, for sure. AJ, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. FDR, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Give me 1 minute. Thank your guests real quick, the donors.
Okay, for sure. AJ, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm actually fully caught up, so I don't have any people to thank. But in the meantime, everyone, just give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. Dealer, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Charlie
you.
Kirk was a Nazi, and they celebrated one day had killed him.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Parker, do your fans know you rape little girls?
Why would you come up and say something like that? That's a fucking disgusting thing to say. Why would you come up and say things like that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? I have that person's name, right? Do you want to... You have a picture of yourself in your profile picture? You know that, right? Why would you come up on a live stream and do that? I could literally show your picture in front of everyone. You just came up on a live stream and just defamed me for no reason. I'm pretty sure I can unironically sue you for that. Just want to let you know. So, I literally have a picture of your face now, and I also have your name. So you private yourself all you want. I have your name and your profile picture. Like, genuinely, if I wanted to go after you, I could. I recommend not doing things like that because it's really, really weird. And also think about what you're doing. Like, you're harming victims. You're harming victims. Whenever you make up a lie like that, you are harming victims. Okay? Everyone knows you're lying. Everyone knows you're bullshitting and you're just trolling like every other troll in the stream. But why do you do that in the type of society that we live in where people aren't being held accountable? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, the fact that you would feel okay going around trolling and doing things like that, to me, shows that you aren't taking everything seriously about what's going on in our society right now. There's absolutely nothing funny about that. Absolutely nothing funny about that. Okay? Genuinely, it shows your lack of humanity. It shows your lack of care for people, right? If you actually cared for people, you wouldn't come up here and do something like that. There are certain things you don't troll and you don't joke about, okay? That is really heinous. Genuinely weird shit. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I
How old-
accidentally pressed.
They're a child. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to be inside you.
Okay. You want to get blocked on every new account you make. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second? Ruben, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second?
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
October.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
Because do you ever feel like a
Hey, everybody. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria in the TikTok screen, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, you will get blocked. Gold, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you will get blocked, just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Hey, how are you? Hey, Peter Parker. Yeah, I do, big time.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? Hello? You cut out. I can't hear you currently. Alrighty, everybody. I guess it's just got to go on to the next person. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
In a sense, yeah.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007,
Okay, and what month?
July.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
A big controversial thing was like his laws about abortion and how abortion should not be readily available for everyone.
Okay.
But I do believe that abortions should not be readily available for everyone because when they are readily available to everyone, I believe that some people use it as a form of like birth control almost.
Okay. So you support Donald Trump's abortion policy because it will reduce the amount of abortions, right?
I do.
Okay.
Because I believe that abortions are not like, I personally believe in God.
But can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I could give you evidence that Donald Trump's overturning of Roe versus Wade has led to more abortions occurring, would you stop supporting that policy?
I would stop supporting that policy, yes.
Okay. Well, more abortions have happened since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Given that that's true, do you think that Roe versus Wade shouldn't have been overturned?
I believe that it should not have, but I do believe that there should be stricter stricter requirements for abortions. Like if someone's just getting an abortion just because they had sex and they're stupid and they got pregnant, I don't think that's I don't think that's a good reason to get an abortion. But I do think an abortion could be valid for someone for like a mother who would not survive the pregnancy or would not be able to support the pregnancy, whether it's because of a physical disability or like a mental disability, or if there was no possible way that they could financially support the child.
Okay. So if I could give you evidence that the amount of abortions has increased since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, you said you would stop supporting abortion. Stop supporting the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Yes.
I can send you information from the KFF, and I can send you information from the Guttmacher Institute that indicates an increase in the amount of abortions since the overturning of Roe versus Wade in 2022, due to Donald Trump putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. So if that's true, then you would say that you don't support the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Then why do you support Trump based upon his position on abortion if you disagree with his position on abortion?
Because initially I was not aware that there have been more abortions since the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Mm-hmm.
That is something I was not educated on. But I will say I personally go to a school that is Catholic, and it's a Catholic university, and everything here, we are taught that we have the March for Life that goes on in Washington, D.C. And I'm seeing the comments, why are other women's bodies your business? I'm a woman myself. But I do not believe that abortions should be something that are available for anybody at any time, whenever they want.
Okay. But what benefit do you get from restricting access to abortion?
If it's just something that women are doing, if they just are going around, you know what I mean, and getting pregnant and then getting abortions right after that.
That's a very expensive form of birth control. Like, why wouldn't people just use other forms of contraceptives? The average American cannot afford to just get an abortion every single time, right? They want to use birth control, right? Or use contraceptives. That'd be absurd. Most abortions are from failed contraceptives. So people do use these contraceptives. They just still end up getting pregnant. People are not using abortion as birth control. It's literally the most ridiculous thing ever because of how expensive it is.
I do understand that, but I feel that abortion can be seen as a form of birth control for some people just because it's 100% guarantee.
So for the richest Americans.
Yes, I suppose.
So another way how our system benefits the very rich. So isn't your issue then with people having so much wealth where they can use their wealth in that way then?
That would be an issue, yeah. It would be a problem that people are too rich.
Okay, well,
And
I think that you would say that the richest Americans are not providing enough to society. There's no problem with the fact that rich people would exist within our society, right? When the rich people are paying into our systems. The issue is that the rich people right now are not paying into our systems to the fair share and to the fair degree in which they should. Like the very richest Americans.
yes, I can see that like the richest people in America definitely are not contributing enough.
Yeah.
But I do believe that I don't necessarily think that abortions are wrong. I just think that it shouldn't be used as like a first resort, I guess.
It's not.
Like that
I
that should
promise
be
you
a
it's not.
last resort.
The only people doing that are like extremely, extremely rich people that for some reason would not care about the risks implied on their bodies, right? In that scenario, and medical risks even. You know what I mean? The type of person that would do this, I just can't fathom, or they would actually exist because it makes literally no reasonable sense to do that, right? It's like it's more harmful to your body. It costs significantly more. Other forms of contraceptive are more convenient to use. You know what I mean? Like I just genuinely don't see any reasonable means that you would see like a lot of people doing that because of all of those things, taking that into consideration. You know what I mean? So I don't see that as a good reason to restrict people from getting access to abortion because I think the idea of restricting people getting access to abortion is inevitably going to harm the individuals amongst us that should be able to get access to an abortion. Right? Like, for example, do you think rape victims should be able to get access to an abortion?
I do believe that they should, yes. My
Do you,
mother
do you believe they should? What evidence do they need to provide in order to be able to get access to an abortion? Is it just that they specifically say that it's happened to them? Do they have to specifically press charges against someone? Like, what has to happen for you to say that they should be able to get an abortion?
there are medical tests, like the rape kit that you can get at the hospital if you get raped.
So if you haven't got one, you can't get an abortion?
I would say if there's like a psychological evaluation or that test at the hospital, or there's evidence.
So if there's a psychological evaluation where a psychologist indicates that this person does have trauma, right, from a scenario like that, would you say that that's good enough reason to believe that this happened to them and good enough reason to say that they should be allowed access to abortion?
I would say that. It's very difficult to make up a scenario like that.
No, okay. So then why don't you believe Eugene Carroll?
Why
There
do
was
I
a there was a psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through when she held Donald Trump liable for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. Right? So like based upon your argument there, you should believe Eugene Carroll actually, who has accused Donald Trump and held him liable in a civil court.
I do believe that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump.
So then why do you
But-
support Trump still?
Because I believe that the abortion laws are.
So you'd vote for a rapist because you like his abortion laws better, even though you know that it's led to more abortions happening?
That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that maybe instead of Roe v. Wade being overturned, I would just put more like limitations on it.
Yeah, but like
Just
what
that-
specific limitations? And also like again, if you're not getting that through Trump's policies, why would you be willing to vote for him given that you acknowledge he's a rapist?
Sorry, I'm trying to like comprehend my words to say here.
It's okay.
I would say that I would vote for him because in the Republican Party, it's obviously more focused on freedom and whatever. But I do believe that America is a free country. But I feel that there are some things that should have restrictions due to the fact that kids could be it could be babies or kids that are put in foster care or that are homeless, because I believe that if a mother is not able to be financially stable or able to care for a child properly, and there is proof of that, like whether it be proof of a medical disability or a mental disability or like consistent financial problems, that I feel like that should be a reason for abortion, as well as rape or sexual assault
You know
or
that most abortions are because of financial? You understand that, like, what you're not taking into consideration is that people have to pay for the birth and pregnancy and medical impacts on your body, time off of work that comes from being pregnant, right? And that's extremely expensive. The average person cannot afford that. That's just the reality. So your argument essentially means we shouldn't make it illegal. And also, if your argument is that we shouldn't make it illegal based upon these notions, or we shouldn't have that many restrictions, again, why would you be willing to vote for someone you literally believe to be a rapist just because of this slight difference on abortion policy? Wouldn't you be better at reducing the amount of abortions that happen by expanding access to social services and maternity care and expanding the child tax credit and expanding child care access in this country so that you can actually like take care of children and reduce the financial burdens, right? I think that would be able to reduce the amount of abortions that happen to a significantly greater extent than Donald Trump's abortion policies and restricting people from getting access to it like that.
I agree with that.
And if you do believe in freedom, it is ironic that you would be arguing against freedom in this context when there are other alternatives that wouldn't limit people's freedoms that probably would lead to less abortions happening.
I agree.
So then, like, again, my point is then if you agree with that standpoint, then there's really no reason from the standpoint you said earlier for you to support the rapist.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think you've just changed my mind here.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now everybody stop yelling at me in the chat.
Okay. Well, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're really glad that you changed your mind. W's for them in the comment section right now. We really appreciate that. Lorena, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. Sarah, thank you for the money gun. Thank you very much. Morgan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. As well as Sky, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that guy was so ridiculous. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen.
Twitch stream, Parker!
All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. By the way, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you, everybody, just letting you know. So do not send a guest request if you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up? I'm 35.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Him.
You'd rather vote for Trump?
Yeah, I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I just support. I support him over her 100%. But I just don't. I don't agree with what the last girl said. You know, if she does agree that she thinks he's the R word, then of course you shouldn't support that guy. Did he in fact do that stuff? I don't know. We don't know. Does anybody truly know?
I do believe that he did, and the jury unanimously determined that as well. There's been 27 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. Do you think every single one is lying?
No, I don't think so.
No. So at least one of them is telling the truth. Isn't that disqualifying under your view then?
Well, I mean, that's just very different. You don't ask that question. It's too soon to ask that question, obviously.
No, it's not. You just said that you believe at least one of them, right? So then is that not enough to say that you don't support him?
I didn't say I believe one of them. Now you're putting words in my mouth. But
hold up, you said you don't believe all of them are lying, so you believe at least one of them. I'm sorry, that's the logical conclusion, right?
No, they all have their own interests. They all have their own, thoughts in their brain of what they think is true and not true. That doesn't mean it's necessary.
So you dispute every single one of them?
I'll just dispute whatever I don't believe or believe. I can believe my own things, and that doesn't mean I get to dispute or agree with what they're saying.
Okay, so you're really just like not answering the question. Did you specifically
no
try to be a politician or something?
I know exactly what you're trying to do, and I'm not falling into that.
Maybe ask clarifying questions about your position.
And I'm answering those questions. I'm just saying.
No, you're not. You're not answering them directly. You're acting like a politician.
Nah, because I know what I'm talking about. I know what I believe in.
Really?
Doesn't mean that I have to I don't have to agree or disagree with what these people truly believe, and you guys can all say it's weird, but
so you don't accept any of the statements from the 27 plus women?
I would never support a rapist, and that's 1000% my stance. I would hope those people would live where they belong, if you know what I mean. I'm just going to
Okay.
keep it simple here.
So can we both agree that if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States?
When you word it that way, sure, of course. But
Okay. When I word it that way, sure, yes. But then when we say it's applicable to Trump, then you're like, no. This is. Wait, hold up. Let me make this point.
I respect you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want to cut you off too much. I just want to be able to make this point. The point I would then make is that you're willing to acknowledge that this is something that is so far that it should be illegal for someone to run for president. But when we bring up that it's applicable to Trump, you then dispute it. So do you see how that could show that you could have some bias there?
I guess should it be illegal for you to run for president? When it's 100%. Everybody knows, and there's hard evidence against this guy. 1,000%.
I said civil court and or criminal court, and either one,
anyway,
right, should be enough.
I think we're getting a little off track here, and I know
Okay.
you and Dean do these things, so let's just keep the ball rolling here. Do I support him though? Yes, I think he's a good businessman. Do I think he's done a shitty job this time around? 100%. Harley, you can STF you at the same exact time, so don't worry about me. I'm just up here. Why aren't you up here supporting? I guess you don't support him, but anyway.
Well, I'm confused. Were you talking to a comment?
Yeah, I got a little distracted.
You asked why the comment wasn't up here? Because we're debating.
No, I'm just kidding. I know. So anyway.
Okay, go back to what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I think he's a good. So I think he's a good businessman. I think he used to be smart. I think he used to do a good job, but I think he got a little wrapped up in some shitty stuff, and now I think his hands are tied, which is why he's making decisions he's making, now, which sucks.
Not only does he have 6 bankruptcies, but also, I mean, he literally has made every single metric of the economy worse off since Trump got into office. So, can you name one metric of the economy that he's made better off?
He definitely did a better job the first time around, for sure. Yeah, I agree.
But since he's got in office, can you name one metric that he's got better off?
Is worldly people knowing about him, his exposure of himself. Yeah, that's the one thing.
So he hasn't. No economic metric is better off.
No, I mean obviously everything's just ebb and flow. It just goes up and down. So I mean you can't.
No, but like since Biden was in office, it's gone down.
He's a better president than Biden, yeah, of course.
But like, what has he done to benefit the economy?
He's sticking up for us and trying to get it to be fair with overseas sales and all that.
Okay, but like, how is he sticking up for us in any meaningful way? How has that benefited you?
I am in business, and it has helped me with not only taxes but
really,
obviously
because tariffs don't impact you.
Of course, they impact everybody, but is this going to be forever? No.
The tariffs are forever. That's what Trump wants to do.
Yeah,
well, they're actually not forever, but Trump wants to do them forever. I apologize.
Steve Parker, I knew you were a good dude. Thanks for correcting yourself.
Well, yeah, it's because the Supreme Court determined that it was unconstitutional, and then Trump only really has 150 days because of the fact that Congress won't vote them into law.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that's literally his policies, and that does negatively impact businesses, consumers, and the entire economy. It's a regressive tax, disenfranchising the lowest income.
Are you reading something or are you speaking?
I'm just speaking. I'm literally looking at my hands, dude.
I was just curious. How do you know I'm a dude? No, I'm just kidding. Imagine. But I do support him. Do I think there's sketchy stuff that goes on with him? 1,000%. And I think it's scary to think what's this guy's next move. But I still have to support him in some way to think that he's gonna. Maybe he's doing stuff for a scary reason. Who knows? Maybe he wants to get out and he's kind of being a little bit crazy to make that happen. I don't know. But I can't not support somebody because there's stuff that is scary to other people. I have my own.
Yeah, you should stop supporting him because he's made every metric of the economy worse off. You should stop supporting him because he's a horrible person. You should stop supporting him because he's tried to undermine our constitution, our rule of law, our democracy, etc. Like, what has he made better?
It's not going to change overnight, and I think we all know that. We're just speaking on now.
A lot has changed overnight. Not overnight, but over the past year and 3 months.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It'll keep changing in a positive way.
Okay, in what way has it changed positively?
I didn't say anything's changed positively. I just said,
So
hey,
we're a
bro.
year, 3 months in, nothing's been beneficial.
Nah, that's not true. Well, I mean, with Joe Biden, it kind of went down every a year and 3 months. It could
Yeah,
go
but like,
either
what
way.
did Biden do to cause that?
He said, yeah, but wow, he agreed. I love it. What a guy today. Guys,
You're
this
not
is
actually
just like
engaging, but
back
also
after
not every metric became worse. There were certain aspects that became worse, but not every metric was. And nothing Biden did cause that. What we are referencing, what is happening now with the economy, is specifically due to Trump.
Sure.
I think it's a pretty big difference.
Sure.
Okay. So what gets you to support him?
What else? Let me think. I think if she was in office, would we be where we are today overseas? No, but did we kind of put our foot down and let these guys know you can't F with us at the same time? As masculine, as stupid as that may seem, I think it was a good thing as well, but maybe it did make us look bad in certain ways how we handled it, but
What objectives have we met?
obviously it's still being worked out, but not if all sides were playing fairly, I think that would be a great thing. But I think, would she ever brought us there or stood up for us in that way? No, never. I think she.
Yeah, the U.S. isn't playing fairly because they're literally striking civilian areas.
What, like the kids' church now, or the kids?
The kids' school, the bridge, the threats towards the desalinization plants.
I thought that actually wasn't us, and it was a missile from the other side.
Nope, that was Trump lying to you. That was literally a U.S. missile. It was determined by U.S. intelligence to be a U.S. missile.
I didn't hear that from Trump, nor do I.
Of course you didn't, because Trump lies.
I did say he didn't. Everybody lies, Parker. Even you're lying today.
How am I lying?
I did hear you lie a few times.
What lie?
There's just like, those little white lies.
Can you give me a specific example?
Like, do you truly believe that if a girl is raped, she shouldn't be able to get an abortion?
What?
Like, I'm just speaking. I'm not saying the word on your.
If
screen.
someone's been assaulted, yes, they should be able to get an abortion.
Okay, because before you said you didn't really agree with that.
When did I say that?
To that last girl.
No, I didn't. You misunderstood what I said. That's not what I said at all. I was actually arguing for rape victims to be able to get access to an abortion.
Maybe I came in late. Guys, I was just kidding with that one. Gotcha. No, I'm just kidding though. But all right. I mean, you're not gonna sway me like the last girl, but
Okay. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
could do. Yeah, continue the path that he's going, but I'm hoping that doesn't keep going.
Anything that he could have done already that would get you to stop supporting him?
Anything that he could have done already? Anything that he could have done.
Because you said some future action would be like something that... I'm just saying something that could have happened in the past. Is there anything that could have happened in the past that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of things, but...
Could you give me specific examples?
There's a lot of things that maybe you could have done in your past that people wouldn't support you. It's like this, you could say that for anybody.
Of course. But can you give me any specific examples for Trump?
How about Schmurder?
I can give you explicit examples of that, man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I can go down so many rabbit holes. We're probably not going to go anywhere, dude. Because in some ways, of course, I don't trust that guy one bit. But with certain business aspects, I don't know. I like some of his business. I don't know. In a way, there's certain good things about him. But yeah, there's a lot
But
of
then there's been no benefit to us economically. If you're advocating
Maybe
he's
not
good
right this second.
economically speaking because he's a business person, then we should expect that. We haven't seen that. He had 6 bankruptcies. You know that, right?
Yep.
He inherited $400 million from his dad. You know that, right?
He also took chances and made some business stuff.
Yeah, if I inherited $400 million from my dad, I think I'd be a billionaire too at his age.
Yeah, he just got a small loan.
No, not just a small loan of $1 million, which, by the way, is a lot more than $1 million now. But it was also the fact that he inherited $400 million from his dad.
Do you think he got money from the Adelsons and that's who tried to go after him?
I don't know.
All right. The chat's too soft and too.
Okay, can you name a policy of Trump's that you like?
Yeah, I don't play that game. I don't like policies.
You don't like any of his
As soon
policies.
as I name a policy, here he goes. Cut it down. Like find the loopholes and the bad spots of the policies. Like I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
here to
in
do
a
that.
debate, I'm going to criticize the things that you say. Yeah. What did you expect on a debate? I'm serious. Like, what did you expect in a debate? Did you expect me just to like let you say things and not respond to it?
No. No, I like tax cuts. I think that's a good policy.
Okay. So the big beautiful bill. Most of the tax cuts went to the very rich and wealthy. It added $3.4 trillion to debt, cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance through Medicaid, 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month as well, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government. That's not a policy for the average American. That's a policy for the rich and the wealthy, and the well-connected, and the powerful. When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you, just letting you know.
Oh, my bad.
Do you have a response to what I just said?
Yeah, that's why I didn't mention any policies, but I was just saying because I knew you'd just state something really quick. But
I can go back through the points if you'd like. Did you not understand the points? Were they confusing?
no, it wasn't. It's not confusing at all. I could say the same shit about that. I know what the points are. But
Okay, so then do you want to debate that point or no?
no, I didn't really come up here for a debate. But I mean, I just
You didn't come up onto a debate live for a debate?
I like to speak about it and debate certain things, but the way the questions and how you ask them is a little bit non-debatable. If you I'm trying to find the right words. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Like I ask questions and I'm just so good at asking questions that you can't debate it, or is like I'm confused?
No, the questions are very double-sided, where you're caught in certain ways where you can't really ask them the correct way or answer them the correct way. Rather.
You mean I'm just making such good points that you're checkmated?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right there.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Exactly.
It sounds like you just don't want to be checkmated, my guy.
Yeah. GG's, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, they left. They literally just left because they're mad that I checkmated them. Okay. Triana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's ridiculous, right? Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Triana. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Tori, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's really absurd. Riley, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very true. I agree. To some extent, of course. Alexander as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, don't worry. I don't assume that there will be any passport bros on today. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Diane, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Diane. Can we get some W's for Diane in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? That is so very kind of you. W's for Diane in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, why was Dean yelling at that?
Wait, you love me. Wait, you literally love me. This guy's always in the stream. Every day. That's the why are you so obsessed with me guy. He's always in the stream. He made a whole new account just to be able to join. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2007.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Yo, Scented, you said Trump won. Get over it. Accept the request that I just sent you. Debate me, bro. You want to debate me? Or do you just want to say that in the comment section with no debate? Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, actually, right now he is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you very much. MAGA is in shambles, everybody. MAGA is literally in shambles. Like, I literally saw a video that had like hundreds of thousands of likes of just MAGA filled in the comment section saying, oh, Trump is doing 4D chess. Trump's bringing money to this country. Trump's doing so great. I'm so proud to be an American under Trump. But then none of them are willing to debate me. None of them here on TikTok are willing to debate me. There's videos with hundreds of thousands of likes of all these Trump supporters. They exist. They're just scared of actually debating me. Like, actually legitimately scared of debating me. They know that their Trump guy that they support is incredibly indefensible, actually. I tell you that. Kat, thank you for the Castle Fantasy. Give me some W's for Kat in the comment section right now. It's seriously always good to see you, Kat. Thank you so much for the Castle Fantasy. Holy shit, thank you so much. W's for Kat in the comment section right now.
I'm stroking the tip of my cock right now.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? As well as Kat, thank you so much for the Tide Collar Trident. What the hell? I've never seen this before. What the fuck? That's a vault gift, Kat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's the first time I've ever seen that one before. Barbara as well. Thank you for the money gun. Can we get some fucking W's for Kat in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, it's always incredibly nice to see you. W's for Kat in the comment section right now. Always good to see you, Kat. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This nigger likes beating.
You're disgusting. Now we're just getting a bunch of trolls and disgusting fucks. So we're going to try to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. But again, W's for Kat in the comment section right now, Kat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
I don't, but my...
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you do have a family member, specifically who does want to debate, you can always have them join. Just make sure to join on a different account if you are a minor. If they could have been, obviously they could have said that they were parents, but I assume not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, how you doing?
And how old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
And are you driving?
I currently am. I'm sorry if it
It is TikTok TOS. I do have to go on to the next person because it's TikTok TOS. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Do give us a quick second for everyone on the YouTube. Everyone hit that thumbs up. Seriously, helps push it out to more people like crazy. Brandy, by the way, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brandy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Well, thank you so much, Brandy. That's very kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm still 32.
Do you support Trump?
Unfortunately.
Oh, they said unfortunately. Send a guest request back. I accidentally kicked you. That was just muscle memory. I apologize. What was that person's name, everybody? I do apologize. JC, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for JC in the comment section right now. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $70. Thank you so much on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Justina in the comment section? They said, hope you're having a great week. That's all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Justina. It's always good to see you as well. Barbara, thank you for the Viking Hammer. Thank you very much. W's for Justina, though, in the comment section. Seriously, always good to see you. What was that person's name, everybody? Crisp something? I'm looking. Oh, I see. I found him. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
So I'm a Christian. I think the thing that you brought up earlier with that girl about the abortion number going up, there's multiple reasons for that. A lot of them have become telehealth virtual clinics that are sending medications to states that don't have laws like the shield laws. So I feel like with technology and just telehealth increasing in popularity, it's going to go up no matter who is president.
Yeah, but the
could be
point
wrong.
that I'm
I don't know.
making is that this isn't an effective way at actually reducing, right, the amount of abortions from your perspective. And that if your whole argument is that you want to reduce the nominal level of abortions, you don't really have any good data to suggest that you're actually doing that. So the point that I'd make is that you probably have to make a harsher restriction if you're going to rely on the restriction element of reducing abortions. I think a more effective way at reducing the amount of abortions is by, increasing financial access for families, right? By reducing taxes on families, by specifically providing childcare, right? Expanding access to healthcare, universal healthcare in this country to make birth not cost so much, right? And random checkups that you need relating to pregnancy. specifically like that isn't so costly. I think those
Yeah.
things would reduce the likelihood of abortion happening, increasing access to sex education, right, and also contraceptive use would reduce the likelihood of abortions happening. I think those are more attainable ways of actually reducing the amount of abortions that happen, rather than like restricting people's access to abortion through the law.
I agree. I agree. Well, unfortunately, I've been waiting, and I'm a teacher, and my lunch is over, so my students are outside my door. But I appreciate what you do. I think one thing that we should try on both sides is find common ground more, and I think it's really hard pitting each other against each other all the time. I know there's harsh disagreements, but just like you said just now, a lot of those I would agree with are better um, options for abortion, but those would never come from a Harris administration. And they're more likely to come from a Trump administration. Did he do those? No. Am I pleased with what he's been doing the past, like with his Jesus picture and all this stuff? No, not a big fan. But I think we can't trust in politicians as much as we do. But those are my things. I'm sorry. I really am out of time though, so we'll have to
Okay.
catch each other some other time.
I would say all the things I did mention are things that Democrats advocate for, and you can go look into that. You're welcome to come up on a different time, though, whenever you have more free time.
I would love to do some research on that, but I appreciate you for being cordial.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Alrighty. Do give us a quick second. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, but bro, we debated for before, bro. I don't
How
know
long
if you
ago?
remember me. About a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay. It was recent. So I am going to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Can you turn up your mic, Parker? My mic actually should be high volume. It should be good volume. You can always check out the YouTube if you do have any issues with TikTok volume. Because I do actually have my volume pretty high. I can turn it up, but it's pretty loud already, so. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, dude, why do you always make your accounts with all caps? Like, it's always you. Like, you're the only person in the box with all caps. Like, I can just tell which one's you every time now. It's always full in caps. Like, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Dude, I wish I could just go into like TikTok comment sections with all the Trump supporters and actually get a real debate with all of them. But they're too scared to debate me here on TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26. How are you doing?
And do you support Donald Trump?
To an extent, yes.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Basically, from a business perspective, right? He's definitely a businessman because he has many businesses that have been successful under his name, right?
He's 6 bankruptcies, including
Well, I mean,
2 casinos, right?
right. I mean, if people
He's
file bankruptcy
done
all
that to the
time, doesn't mean
country.
that they're
He signed
not
off on
broke.
over $4 trillion of debt-related spending more. Basically, every metric of the economy has got worse off since Trump got in office. Can you name a single one that's got better off?
I mean, I would say that overtime on taxes and things like that and tips is a good start, right?
Those are bipartisan, not unique to Trump's administration.
So,
like you got.
Well-
I'm asking for something unique to Trump that makes him a better candidate. Because those aren't metrics of the economy that have got better off since Trump got in office. Those are simply provisions within a tax policy that were bipartisan.
So what? Okay, dumb it down for me a little bit. Sorry. What is
Both sides support no tax on tips and no tax on overtimes. That's a small
right?
portion of the big beautiful bill. The overall big beautiful bill is bad. So I don't know why we'd point to that, because that's not really a good metric. And even so, that doesn't actually reference any of the economic metrics of our society, such as GDP growth, inflation, unemployment, things
Hmm.
like that. Those are the relevant qualities I was referencing, because every single one of those metrics are now worse off since Trump got in office. Did you know that?
Yeah, yeah. I've been paying attention a little bit because of you know, obviously the tariffs and things have had an impact on the economy and raised prices on other things prices have been steady. But the I would say that the tariffs overall in a long-term aspect will be a positive thing for American companies
Okay.
because what go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Because what it's doing is taking the money and trying to keep it inside of America rather than Americans purchasing things from other countries, right? He wants to try to focus more towards
Hey, dude,
supporting these small American businesses.
you have a little bit of lag, I think. It's like glitching in and out a little bit. I hear what you're saying. I'll respond to it. I just want to let you know you have a bit of lag.
Here,
So
let
you said he
me.
wants to keep money in the United States. Well, the reality of the matter is that we actually haven't done that to a greater extent. Now, in terms of the real domestic manufacturing investment, it's declined every single quarter of Trump's administration since he got in office. So the whole argument that it was going to bring back jobs in this country, keep money in America, is not really true. You might say that we buy more United States produced goods to a greater extent. You could say that, sure. But we still rely on foreign imports for materials as a part of that production process, and that's why we haven't increased the amount of production accounting for all of these things. So I don't think it net keeps things in America. Plus, the tariffs aren't long run, because the tariffs are going to be taken away in the next like few months, I'm assuming, given that he had like 150 days when
Mhm.
after the Supreme Court said that tariffs were unconstitutional because of the new law that he tried to put in place. Until Congress would vote on it, and Congress is not going to vote for the tariffs to be kept in place.
Yeah, for sure. I see. Yeah. Depending on what happens with the tariffs, right? If they decide that they want to keep them in place or if they want to do away with them, right? Well, we don't know what it's going to do past this, I, I would say, short period of time. You know what I mean? Because I mean, you take like 1 year of tariffs compared to like how many years the U.S. economy's been going, and then you're like, well, this has declined, but did we really give it a chance to do something, or did we cut it off too early?
Saying, did we have a chance to do something, or did we cut? I'm so confused. Cut off what too early?
Like the tariffs, like you said that you're assuming that they're
Be
gonna stop them,
negative?
and yeah,
No, no, no. It's already been negative. Like investment being down is indicative that it's not working. Like the main figure that's supposed to go up that will then lead to other figures in the economy going up is that investment figure.
hmm
If that investment
but
goes
okay,
down, that means that it's not trending in the right direction to increase the amount of investment to then carry out an increase in productive capacities because of that then policy that was put in place. Really, that's the only way that it could.
okay. So you don't think that this is something that's going to basically decline and then snowball into something that could go greater, like that they're trying to intentionally make the market lower so that they can invest low and then build it up high to make more money off of it.
I don't see how
Do
this
you know
is
what I'm saying? Like a
invest low to
stock market
make
type of
money
thing.
high. The stock market's been growing at a lower rate since Trump got in office. I don't know what you're
Okay.
referencing.
No, that's what I'm saying. Why I guess I would support Trump is because he understands the stock market much better than pretty much anyone. Not everybody in the world, obviously, but he has a better understanding of how the stock market works and how investing works, which, like you've said in the past, it's beneficial to the people that are higher up on the chain, right?
But
Than
I
it
don't think
is
he
the working
understands the
class.
entirety of the stock market. I think he understands how to manipulate the market. That's what I think he understands how to do. So, I mean, that's not a good thing. That's just market manipulation to make his best friend's money. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's called using the
Yeah.
position of government to make money. That's called corruption.
Well, couldn't you do like couldn't you follow the trend of the market? Couldn't you like if you're investing in something like this, you know what I mean?
But the reality
Like
is
if
that
you
most people don't have time to do that. So it's like, this is going to help his
right.
rich buddies. It's not going to help the average American. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I see where you're coming from on this. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a point. Um,
And when it goes down, that's because people are selling, right? So people are losing.
right. I mean, well, is it because they're losing or because they're cashing out and then letting the market, obviously market manipulation, right?
You said market manipulation? Yeah, that's Trump. So he's trying to increase the price just based upon manipulation so that he can make money off the sell.
So would you not want the people in America that are higher up to be more wealthy than people around the world?
I would like for our society to be better off as a whole. And I don't think that the richest getting even more wealthy is always going to be the best indicator for our society doing better as a whole. I think better indicators are like real median wages. I think better indicators are how is unemployment doing. Better indicators are what's inflation at. You know, those are like the relevant metrics. What is GDP
So
growth? Real median wage
I'm
growth.
not,
Those are the
so
relevant things.
what's the I'm haven't really looked into them. I've looked a little bit into the numbers, but I was under the presumption that Trump has decreased unemployment rate and things like that.
No, unemployment's gone up since Trump got in office. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years since Trump got in office. Did you know that?
I didn't. I thought I was, like I said, I was under the presumption that it was going down, but
Nope.
um so hmm okay, so obviously a lot of what he does is just money play, right? It's what it seems to be. I think what he did was kind of got us in the first like term that he was in, and he I feel like he did a lot of good things then. And like
Can
I
you name
said,
any
I'm
policies you like of
backing
his first term?
any policies. I mean, hold on. What was he? Not off the top of my head. No, I'd have to look back a little bit, but what I would say is in the first term, I feel like he was a good president. He stood up for what America was and what America stood for, right? And I don't think Biden did a good job trying to represent what America was for, personally. And I don't think Kamala Harris would be the
Kamala.
better option. Kamala, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So, but like, what makes you think that? What is worse off with Biden and Harris comparative to Trump?
I mean, just look at how he represents himself. You know what I mean? You look at someone like Biden, and then people want to laugh. I mean, he's literally a walking meme. You know?
I mean, Trump literally represented himself as God and said that he was actually thought he was a Red Cross doctor.
Now that I don't, anyone that represents him as God, red flag. You know what I mean? Bad, no good.
Mm-hmm.
I would personally say that Trump is doing things that were not in the best interest of his current voters or the people that voted for him in this past election.
Yeah, but like, I just want to
He
clarify. He's everything that we can mention is Trump is literally a meme within that respect. So the only thing you could bring up with Biden and Harris is that you think Biden was like a meme. Like, the world is laughing at Trump more so than the world was laughing at Biden. And Harris
okay.
clearly doesn't have any of the qualities that you said that people would laugh at Biden because of. So why would Harris cause that same sort of response then, under your view?
Okay, so then when Biden pulled out and just left all of our military equipment, and was it Iraq or
You're thinking Afghanistan, and you're wrong.
Afghanistan? Yeah, I mean, it's been published multiple times. It's millions of dollars worth of military equipment was left behind for no reason for them to take. I mean, that's pretty
That's
laughable to
wrong.
me.
So the
How's it wrong?
military equipment that you're referencing is stuff that we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban. The Taliban took over, meaning they got the stuff that the Afghan government had. Okay? The other stuff that the U.S. had, they either destroyed on site or they brought it back to our country.
So you're saying that they fit everything that we had on those bases into a couple planes,
I
brought
just want I don't
everybody
want to
back.
you have a lot of background noise. Is there a way you can go to an area with less background noise?
Yeah, one sec. Sorry about that.
It's okay. In the meantime, I'll just thank a few people. Marg, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally agree. It is so much more than that. It's actually really important for expanding access to contraceptives as well, and also like sex education and birth control as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Marg. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thom, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't have any specific plans, but I probably will in the future here. Very soon, honestly. Not, I wouldn't say very soon, actually. I'll probably say within probably the next few years. I definitely would, for sure. Abby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Holly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Holly. I'm so happy to hear that. That's great. That's great, Holly. Alrighty. You can keep going with what you're saying.
All right. So yeah, you're saying that they basically fit all of the equipment that were on those bases into like a few planes and got them all back over here, and then just destroyed the rest and gave the rest to citizens over in Afghanistan.
To the government, the Afghan government, to defend themselves against the Taliban. Yeah.
Okay. So that just sounds like a whole lot of cheese, man. Not gonna lie to you.
How so? That was directly
Because,
from our
like,
military intel.
I mean,
Sorry, you still have a lot of background noise, man?
I'm trying to. It's because it's raining outside, and I'm currently at work, but
Oh, okay.
trying to make it work.
Do you just want to come back on a later time? Because I mean, I don't want to
Yeah,
force you to go outside or anything when it's raining. You know.
No, you're good, dude. I mean, I can always request at a later time. It's been a good debate. I like having a conversation with you, man.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just do that. I appreciate you very much. Whenever I see you, you're welcome to come back.
Alrighty, man. Take it easy.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Oh, I still hear his background noise,
You have to
actually.
keep pressing it.
Hello?
You run out of. You get 3 more.
Oh my god, is it some random person connected? Is it some random person connected? I think that's the issue. Oh my god, dude, why does it do this? So actually, it wasn't even the person that was here. Man, you're actually welcome back. I'll have to restart on the stream, I think,
Got 3 more spins.
because there's this random person that's connected, and I can't. Here, let me see if I can try to do something to get rid of this. Like, can I remove all guests or something? Disconnect all? Here, I need to add myself up and then disconnect all. Dude, what the fuck, man? This is so annoying.
3 more.
I hate when it does this. Give me 1 second, everyone. Can y'all hear? It's very. Is it just me that can hear? Yeah, give me. It happened to Dean. Ugh, I hate. This is my least favorite glitch. Because it is literally the most annoying thing possible. Here, give me 1 quick second. Let me do that and then hit disconnect all. It still didn't disconnect them. Are you serious? Oh my god. Whoever is like in this casino, can you please leave the live? Caller at the casino. Can you please leave the live? Whoever's there, please leave the live. Who's at the casino, man? Oh my god. I have to reset because of this, bro. Wait. They left. Yo, we're good. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, can we get some W's in the chat, everybody? Let's go. That's actually so based. That would have been so annoying to have to hit a restart. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, dude. That's a W. Alrighty, let's go on this next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request. Actually, wait, no. The last person who was just up here, you're welcome back, actually. You're welcome back, bro. We can finish our conversation. Let me get him.
Heck yeah, dude.
Yeah,
What's
it
up,
wasn't
dude?
you at all. It wasn't you at
Yeah,
all.
I was
It
like,
was some
man, you can
random
hear
person that was
raindrops on the
connected.
roof, dude.
I don't know. Apparently you must have been able to hear it too because it was like, I don't know, but whatever.
No, I couldn't hear anyone else but you. But
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Go back to what you were saying.
I think I made a point about that. I was thinking that they basically gave the weapons to the proper people. You know what I mean? About in Afghanistan when they left they basically withdrew from Afghanistan, left all the weapons behind, and they destroyed or they gave it to the Afghanistan government.
Yeah,
So
so it's either they gave it to the Afghanistan government to defend themselves against the Taliban, they destroyed it on site, or brought it back to this country. That's according to military intel.
right. I mean, how can you? I just can't take that at face value, man. It just seems unbelievable.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's easy. You could easily fabricate that. I mean, we're not in Afghanistan. I mean, you see what they're doing with the Jeffrey Epstein files. They're redacting everything. I mean, they're keeping information from people. I mean,
Okay, so just because someone could easily fabricate something doesn't mean they did.
that's
And also, like, we
that's
have
like saying
military
that.
intel to indicate this. Like, for
I mean,
example,
that's
when the
almost like
Trump
saying,
administration fabricates things, Jasmine, thank you so much. We have people on their administration that like counteract those claims. Like Joe Kent said, there was no intel that they were building up their nuclear enrichment since the original strike last year, and that was obviously something Trump claimed that they were building up their nuclear weapons. So there are things that you can point to, of course, where they can fabricate things, but that's going to be contradicted by other claims or other evidence. We can't just say that it's made up just because you can make it up. Like, for example,
Well, I mean,
I'm
no, no, no,
24
no.
years old. Could I make up my age? Could I make it up something different?
I
Right?
mean, of course
Could I
you could
actually
make it,
possibly not be
obviously.
24?
Well, no, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that this is something that's like so unbelievable. You're telling me that all these bases and we withdrew that quickly, and then we got all the stuff to the proper people.
I mean, we gave extra time to do this because the Biden agreement actually with this made it take longer, right, for them to leave.
Wasn't it only like a week and a half?
No. They extended it months. It was supposed to happen in like May before, and it happened in like August under
Okay,
Biden.
so my understanding was it only took about a week and a half, maybe. That they just withdrew and everyone
No,
was
they did
out of
so in
Afghanistan.
months. This is months.
Okay.
Because again, Trump set up the original agreement in 2020.
Am I still lagging?
Or is 2019 or 2020? You're actually fine.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, like you said about you can make things up. Okay, so just like bankruptcies with rich people, tons of rich people file bankruptcy. Sorry, I'm getting to another point right now. So just like you talk about Trump's bankruptcies, he's had 6 of them, you said. Do you think every single one of his bankruptcies is because he was actually bankrupt? Or was he trying to avoid paying people?
I believe that there probably was some bankruptcy there, and if he was trying to avoid paying people, that's bad business practice.
Obviously.
Yeah, we actually do have examples of him in the
but
past not paying people when he should. So, I mean, that's a possible explanation. You're right with that.
So I mean, it's at the end of the day, he's looking out for himself when he does something like that, right? I mean, I'd do the same thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I owed somebody money and I didn't feel like I actually should pay them the money, I'm gonna do what needs to be done. You know what I mean?
Okay, but like these are people he agreed to pay, right? Like, so I mean, if you agree to pay for something, you use the service, and then you don't pay them.
Well, I mean,
that's
we can't
called
act
being
like we
a
know the
thief.
terms. You know what I mean?
What's up?
Well, I mean, we can't act like we know the terms of their agreements.
I mean, we do.
We,
They've written agreements. They have established agreements. You have many people that have came out and talked about how Trump hasn't paid them, and we're talking about 4 like events that he conducted himself at, right? 4 his
right,
rallies.
but I mean, anyone can come out and say, "Oh, this guy owes me money," and then
But like these
All
are
you
people
have
that
is the
worked
word.
with him. Why would they do that if he's worked with them and could work with them in the future? They just don't
Well,
have
if
an
I was,
incentive to do that. They have the incentive to not do that, right?
well, if I was to say, oh, well, I've worked with this guy in the past and he owes me money, me knowing he doesn't, that's still a claim that he owes me money, and
But
people
doesn't
take
that
that
like
at face
harm your
value.
reputation if it's false? Doesn't that
How would
reduce
anyone
the
know it's
amount of people that
false?
will want to work with you if you just like make up things like that? Yeah, so like there's
I-
really no good
If it was,
reason for them to make that up in that scenario. Like especially if they're just trying to get more people to come back to them and rent from them. That makes
I
no
mean, me
sense from a
personally,
monetary
no,
or
I
business
wouldn't.
perspective.
Me personally, I wouldn't, but it's been done many, many, many times in the
But
past.
it's not a good business idea. So like that,
No, it's
I
not
don't
good.
see any good reason to do that for a
I,
business perspective.
right. I think we agree, and I'm just saying that this is a possibility of something that's what it is.
You said it's a possibility of something. Okay, but like, I mean, this is still Trump like not fulfilling his duties, but whatever. Jasmine, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Can we at least agree that I mean, actually no. How about this? You're essentially saying there's no good reason to believe that we actually did this with Afghanistan and pulled out in the correct way because it could have been easily fabricated. Okay, well then can't you say that about any military operation?
You could, yeah, yeah.
Couldn't you say
I
that
mean,
Trump's fabricating that about Iran? I think he actually is, and I think there's evidence to indicate that. But
oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah.
okay, so then if you think that's true, then why do you support Trump then? I'm really confused.
Just from an economic standpoint, I'm kind of just trusting the process pretty
But
much
but we're economically worse off.
for right now, right? I'm thinking the long run. I'm thinking maybe a year from now, hopefully things start looking up. Obviously, things were, I mean, they weren't going up with Biden.
Yeah, they were. We had higher real GDP growth. We had higher real median wage growth.
Because of all the debt that we ensued.
We actually went under more debt because of Trump. He signed off on over 4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first term comparative to Biden's administration.
Okay, but Biden also signing the most executive orders in a president's history is okay as well?
That's actually not true. Trump has exceeded that by far.
I think that is true, actually.
And I honestly don't see how that was relevant to the point that I made. We're talking about debt. Like Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, over 4 trillion more, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Did Biden not sign any executive orders for debt?
It's not just executive orders that cause that. It's actually mainly going to be legislation that they sign into law. But Biden signed off on 4 trillion less.
And his 4 years, right?
Yep.
And Trump's been in for 1 year.
No, I'm comparing this to Trump's first term.
First term? Well, how the hell is that possible? What the hell?
Yeah, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates that in Trump's first term, he signed off on over $4 trillion more in debt-related spending comparative to Biden's administration.
Well, yeah.
I
mean,
wish more
you
people
probably have the
talked about
computer pulled
this.
up.
Like it was, I wish more people talked about this because for some reason people have this idea that like Republicans are always better for the deficit, but it's definitely not true here. And I try to bring this up all the time, but for some reason people just didn't want to do the research on this and thought it was just false, just because it's typically Republicans
No,
that
yeah,
are
that's me
advocating for less
100%.
spending
Yeah.
and less debt.
Well, that's what I thought. I didn't really do the research on the debt spending, but
Yeah, that's why I
if
recommend to look
that's,
up
I
the
mean,
Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a bipartisan committee from the federal government that indicated that Donald Trump signed off on 4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first term comparative to Biden's administration.
okay. And I'm sure you probably have it pulled up, right? You're probably looking at it right now.
Oh, I'm not looking at it right now, but I know
No?
I've seen it and looked it up a million times.
Okay.
All I have to do is look up Biden-Trump Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and you'll find it.
Okay. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't deny that he isn't a bad businessman. He's a bad businessman if you're on the shit end of the stick, right? Sorry, my bad. The bad end of the stick. But when it comes to the people around him that are dealing with him, obviously are winning.
Okay. So people around him winning, country isn't. Why is that good? That to me, it sounds like the rich first, Trump's friends first, and Trump first, not America first.
Well, right now, yeah, I would agree that he's definitely on the side of, it seems to be the rich, like the whole. I mean, I still think he's dealing with like Elon Musk and stuff like that, doing whatever deals they got going on, but and they have a fabricated beef, whatever, you know.
Okay.
But
But
I think that
I'm
it's
confused. Like,
where I'm going with this is basically he's doing this with an intent to profit, right?
hmm
And I think what people fall in love with is the idea behind the profit. You know what I mean?
not really.
So they see that
Like
he's
he
able to
profits,
profit.
not the country though. The country's not profiting as much.
I would say the tariffs definitely help profit for the country.
That's wrong. The tariffs are mostly paid by American consumers.
That's because that's because American consumers themselves are buying out of America products.
Yeah.
That's not the fault of Donald Trump. That's the fault of whoever's buying the product. If you would just buy American product, it would be cheaper.
No, it's the fault of Donald Trump taxing the product coming from countries around the world because even American products that are produced in this country rely on materials that come from countries around the world. That's how the global market works. So,
Well, you got to think
why
about the
would you want to
intent, right?
reduce competition, reduce innovation, and cause higher prices for consumers in America for this virtue signaling idea of we're going to produce more in this country?
Well, I mean, the intent was for the American product to be the cheapest option so that you buy the American
Yeah, but by
product.
making everything more expensive.
Yeah, so
That
don't buy
sounds
the more
horrible. And
expensive
also,
product.
like, I'm sorry,
If
but
you
like,
buy the more expensive product, that's on you.
we don't produce everything in this country. Some agricultural goods are better produced in other countries. I would rather get them from other countries. Right? Like, isn't that
I,
obvious? Like, certain agricultural
I
goods, you
mean,
don't want them produced in the U.S. You want them produced in the areas in which they're best produced in.
obviously, like you want your avocados from like Mexico, right? But at the same time, like
So
the
then why would
point
I want that
wasn't
taxed?
food isn't taxed, brother.
Yes, it is. He's universal taxes.
So what?
Yeah, yes, they are
What
taxing that.
when you okay? I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen avocados go up in price. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, they have.
Avocados.
Actively speaking, agricultural goods have gone up in price. Inflation is actually higher right now than what it was when Biden left office.
I just don't see the price of.
Do you get coffee?
No, I don't drink coffee.
Okay. What about beef?
Yeah.
Have you seen that go up in price?
I mean, yeah, here and there. Yeah, I mean that's just general inflation though. Inflation goes up, has a spike one
But
year, and
like
then
it's
is a
inflation
steady
is
pace
higher
for
right
like
now than what it was
three
under Biden's
percent.
administration. And actually it was pretty consistent for a very long time. The reason why it went up is because of the supply crisis during the pandemic.
Okay, but the whole thing is that inflation automatically rises. It's gonna rise 3% at least, or 2%. Like right now, I think it's at what, 3%? A 3% rise?
It's at 3.3, and we actually haven't seen the inflation carry out on other aspects of the market outside of gas yet, because core CPI is like 2.6%. So we're actually expecting that to continue to carry over, especially going into farming seasons, and the use of fertilizers is going to be negatively impacted because of the increases in cost for that. A lot of fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz.
So essentially, it's going to go up every new president. The price of everything is
No, but
just going
this
to go
is
up
like
every
to a
new
greater
president.
extent because Trump started a war with Iran and because of the tariffs.
Well, yeah, okay, that's where I kind of stop the support when the whole war with Iran happens. I'm kind of That's why I said kind of support, you know. After like that stuff, I'm just like, it
Okay.
makes no sense why he's
Okay.
doing that part.
Can I ask you a
But
question then? If the election
yeah, what's up?
election were held today, Harris versus Trump, and you could choose to also not vote, which would you rather do?
I would just not vote. I would
Okay.
just leave it to the people, honestly.
Okay. So I am gonna go to the next person because you wouldn't vote in that context, and it seemingly got you to the point where like you don't support Trump anymore. But I recommend listening to these lives. I do think that the obvious choice in that scenario is going to be Harris or the Democratic side because they clearly want to do what's best for the American people as a whole. And if you agree with some tariffs, Democrats still do. They just want targeted tariffs on specific critical industries to build those up in this country, not on every single good in this country because that's just not effective at all policy wise. So I recommend to look into all of those things and to watch the debates, and maybe I'll be able to convince you on that.
Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate the conversation. Good debate, man.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. PNW, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. They said my company had a historic national brand that only buys American. Due to tariffs, we lost bargaining power with U.S. vendors due to import prices, and we have raised prices 15% across the board. It hurts us bad. Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for letting us know. Very good information. Let's make sure to go into the next individual, everybody, real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Watch this, everybody. This is going to be really funny. Speak, mute yourself, leave the live, or do anything.
Good boy.
Oh, good boy.
Good boy.
What a good boy. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Hey, what's up? How old are you? You look old enough. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Biggest reason is because he's rededicating this country to Christ.
Okay. And so how do you feel about the picture you posted recently representing himself as God?
I think that people are really quick to see the worst in somebody, and I don't necessarily, I mean, I saw the picture, I don't necessarily know that it depicts him as Christ.
Really?
I think it depicts him as a healer for sure, but I don't think there's nail holes in his hands or anything like that.
I don't think there needs to be. Like, how is he healing people just by touching them? That looks like obviously something Jesus does, like historically speaking. That's how Jesus has been represented historically speaking. That notion of healing or being a healer within that respect is not a natural thing. That's a supernatural thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's supernatural and could do that? Jesus, right? So obviously it does seem like he's representing himself as Jesus. Many Christians have called this out as the such, which would then mean it's blasphemy, an unforgivable sin. So the reason why people are quick to criticize him for this is because your Bible itself and Jesus himself acknowledges that it's an unforgivable sin.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that healing powers are exclusively limited to Jesus Christ himself. I think that I've prayed over people and caused healing with God. I think I've healed myself with God in prayer. I don't think that's exclusive to Jesus.
But at least in this, in the way that it's portrayed, at least visually, does it look like the way that Jesus is portrayed historically speaking? With the way that he looks in terms of what he's wearing and in terms of the glowing nature of putting your hand on someone. You at least acknowledge from your natural perspective, if you're, say, healing people, which, by the way, I don't think you're healing people, but you could say that, believe whatever you'd like. Say you're doing that, it doesn't glow when you do that, right? Like the notion of it glowing is like associated specifically in a religious context with it being Jesus or being divine. So like I think that is trying to demonstrate divinity.
I think it certainly could demonstrate divinity. I think God works through people, not so I don't think it's wrong to say that it could be showing a sign of divinity while also not calling Trump God.
I definitely think it is very clearly trying to represent him as God. What do you think it's representing him as?
A healer of the nation. And that's why I think that I don't disagree with any of the statistics that the United States as a whole is not like, yeah, there's a recession and everything at the moment, and I think that that's largely due to a necessary correction in a lot of areas.
Okay. So, like I want us to take a look at the picture real quick. I'm gonna pull the picture up.
Sure.
I do think that it's at least obvious, and I guess maybe it'll be better if we can visually see the picture. So let's take a look at it real quick. I'm pulling it up right now on the screen. Give me one quick second. Let me pull it up on the Streamlabs. Actually, that's a small part. Wait, why is it not letting me do it larger? There we go. Alrighty, there we are. Oh, it's not showing that. That's fantastic. All right, let me see if I can fix this real quick. Give me 1 minute. Oh, it's because it's below. Oops, that makes sense. There we are. Here we go. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm showing the picture. I just have to like make it a lot larger for everyone to see. I apologize. Give me 1 quick second, everyone. Almost there. I apologize. This is taking a second longer than I expected. Okay, now it's not letting me grab the corners. Are you serious? Why is it doing that? There we go. All right, sorry. There we go. Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. So at least from this perspective, oh damn it, I need to do that. All right. When you say he looks like a healer, right? Like, I have a question. Why in the background? Do you see this right here? You see like the look in the background with like the specific like horns almost.
Yeah,
That was something that was added.
well, I can see that they're human figures. I can't tell exactly what that's depicting, to be honest.
If like in general, it looks like devilish or religious in a certain sense. At least this one in the middle. And the original picture didn't have that. The original picture, it was like normal people behind him. If you look at the original picture, though, this is also trying to represent him in a light of being divine, or at least a healer. So at least you think he's in direct connection with God, and you think that God through him is healing people. Correct?
I think that God is working on our nation through Donald Trump. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did you think the same thing was true about Joe Biden?
No, I did not.
Okay. What's the relevant difference?
I would say largely that, I mean, Donald Trump's quite literally planning to rededicate the country to Christ in June, I think it is. That's pretty significant. I've seen
You
a lot
said
of
you said
videos
Trump is
happen.
going to rededicate himself to Christ. Is that what you said?
Rededicate the country.
Okay. That's
In a
not
lot
constitutional,
of
though.
media.
We have separation of church and state, so.
What is separation of church and state?
Yeah. It is the idea that you can't use religion specifically in order to be the basis of the law, right?
That's not what it is.
That is absolutely what it is.
No, the separation of church and state is relevant to a letter written, I believe, by Thomas Jefferson, talking about the ability for us to worship whoever we choose. I mean, read your Pledge of Allegiance. This is one nation under God. So
Yeah, but
there
that was
is,
added in like the 50s, right?
not to my knowledge.
I'm pretty sure that was added then. Secondly, if you want to reference the idea of at least the claim of that, the notion is of separation of church and state, that we aren't going to use religion to inform our law, and that our laws are independent of a religious prescription. Yeah, if you do look it up, it was added in the 50s.
Yeah, I'm gonna go around to that real quick. The First Amendment established.
Yeah, while you look that up, I'll thank someone real quick. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is literally true. I've talked to people yesterday and whatnot. It literally said exactly just that. As well as Gracie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Gracie. As well as Keely, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Esther, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He is the Mad King. As well as Natalie, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
that's just where we reach an impasse, is because I firmly believe that our country should be guided by Christ, and it sounds like you don't.
Uh-huh. So I don't think so. I mean, I'm an atheist. Of course not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue that, but even so, like from a Christian or a religious standpoint, you can argue that as well, as there are many Christians that argue for separation of church and state because we believe in a secular country and we believe that's the best way for us all to live together and coexist, right, within a society in which we don't all agree in terms of religion. Freedom of religion is fundamentally important. Not basing laws on religion is fundamentally important to maintaining that. And I think that a lot of religious people acknowledge that, and that's why they themselves agree with separation of church and state. Now, if you believe in theocracy, that you do believe in enforcing your religious prescriptions in the law, do you think that people who commit adultery should go to prison for committing adultery?
So where is I mean, if the laws are not based on any religious perspective, what are they based on?
I think it's based upon our personal values.
Right. So morals?
Yes.
And
Morals,
where,
morals and how we think people ought to be treated in society and what we think is acceptable in terms of how people can conduct themselves, right? From a legal framework in terms of our personal values. So there's like a jurisprudential normative sense of how we think the law should look. It's not necessarily always in accordance with our moral values, but mostly so.
it's not necessarily always in accordance with our moral values?
Yeah, like can I give you an example? Like I think that it's wrong to cheat on people, but I don't think that should be illegal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, I don't know where that's relevant to. Oh, I see. I see. You're behind. Okay. So, and I agree, like not every moral guide needs to be a specific written law. Um, but the big ones do, right? And so we need to all morally agree whether or not we should be allowed to kill people and so on and so forth.
When you say the big
So
ones,
so my question,
how do you ground that? Because wouldn't that be like the Ten Commandments for you?
I mean, the Ten Commandments are a pretty big one for me. But I think there's a lot of big ones that I mean big moral guides that we are or not okay with as a general public. But where I was going with that was I can't figure out for the life of me where anybody derives their morals if they don't have a higher power that they believe in.
Yeah, so that's just going to be prescriptive of my own. It's descriptive of my own psychological preferences about how people should conduct themselves, and that's how morals I think are grounded. If you're saying that you don't think that something should be legitimate in terms of well, you don't think that something can be determined as a legitimate view because it's subjective. I think that you can criticize your own view based upon that. Because do you think that morality is true independent of God's existence?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So
I
you think
think
it's
that morals are
subjective,
derived
dependent
from a
upon God?
higher power.
Do you think it's dependent on God's mind?
On God's mind?
Yeah. The truth of morality?
I don't guess I understand that question.
Is the truth of morality dependent upon God's mind? Like, if God's mind didn't exist, would morality still be true?
If God's mind didn't exist, nothing would exist.
Okay, so morality wouldn't be true?
Right.
So then the truth of morality is dependent upon God's mind? If the truth of morality is dependent on God's mind, at least from a meta-ethical sense, it's subjective.
Why?
Because it's true dependent upon a mind.
Well, it's true dependent upon him and
Exactly.
the mind.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's like literally what I'm saying is that he's saying if it's true dependent upon God's mind, that means it's subjective by nature. If you're saying that you can't have a justification for your morality because it's true dependent upon your mind, well then that would mean that God doesn't have a justification for his morality. But I don't think that you believe that. So you're unwilling to apply that standard that you apply to atheists to yourself.
No, I'm unwilling to apply any standard that says that God would change his mind or the way he conducts himself for any reason, because he doesn't. He's consistent. Anything he says will be done, and anything he promises he will fulfill. So I don't. I mean, yes, morals are based on God and what he directs us to do, but that's enough for me. I don't need. He's not going to change his mind. So if that's what you're getting at with that, I guess that's my perspective there. But as far as morals are concerned, I mean, where do you derive your morals if not from a higher power? Because I mean,
Me.
I you
Yeah.
okay, so
But
then let me ask you.
before you do this, can I go back into the original point that I was making before you started making this point, and I'll make sure that you can get back onto this point. I'll make sure
Okay.
to write it down for you. Um, uh, the Ten Commandments, we kind of brought that up. That includes adultery. Thou shalt commit adultery. Thou shalt not commit adultery. If you think that that's one of those big commandments, and only the big commandments should be illegal, then you do consider that adultery should be illegal based upon that perspective, correct?
I don't think that anything does well. Okay, walk with me to the end of this. Okay, so I don't think that anything necessarily does or does not need to be illegal in the respect. Um, it uh, I mean, God will deal with that at your time of judgment. You know, you're going to have to stand in front of God and answer for every single thing you've ever done in your life. And if you're not saved by Jesus Christ, then that's not going to go well for you. So if you haven't repented for that and haven't sought forgiveness, then you have a problem. But I mean, I don't think anybody needs to be put in jail for it. I think there's a much more significant punishment coming.
I think that Trump hasn't repented, and he hasn't acknowledged that he's done this. Like, he's paid Stormy Daniels hush money to specifically tell her to not speak about this, but then also he denies it in public, saying that he never cheated on his wife. He also has acknowledged that he doesn't bring God into the things that he does wrong. He's never asked God for forgiveness. So that was him in 2016, at
Donald
least.
Trump's never asked God for forgiveness.
That's what he said in 2016, yeah.
Okay. Well, and I will also say too, I don't necessarily believe that, or my, this is totally my opinion, and completely conjecture, but I believe that Donald Trump was saved between administrations. That's from the outside looking in. That's what it appears as though. Man, it's been wonderful talking to you, and you're a super respectful guy, so I really appreciate that. I've got a guy out here that I got to chat with, so I got to hop off here.
All right, you're welcome to come on in the future. We can finish our convo.
Thanks, man.
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. They definitely were standing on the idea that that is not blasphemy. That, you know, that's one of the first people I think has really stood on that regardless. I don't know. I think it's pretty clear that it's blasphemy, but I mean, I think he can logically possibly say that. So, and that is one thing to consider. I do think it's technically logically possible that you consider it not God and you can consider it like a healer. But I definitely think that it's more reasonable to believe that he is trying to represent himself as God in the circumstance. So, yeah, let's just go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I know you're concerned, so are we. Thanks.
Alright, let's go to the next individual. This is what Matt wanted to add on top. He said, if you want a theological art history reason for why it is clear Trump is portraying himself as Jesus, the style that robe is called is Sagrado Coração de Jesus. It is Portuguese artwork style in Catholicism. In Catholicism since the 19th century. So I mean that's kind of like what I was arguing, is that, like, based upon the things that he was like wearing, it kind of indicates that, based upon the glow, based upon how it's trying to represent him in the picture. So I think all good reason indicates that. But I guess, again, you can still say it's logically possible that he's just representing himself as a healer or something. Which obviously I don't think is a good argument, but like it's technically logically possible. Let's go on to the next individual. Just best evidence indicates that he obviously was representing himself that way. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, JB Mac Metrics, send a guest request, you coward. Send a guest request. Oh, there he is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 35.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm anti-baby killers.
Okay, I have a question, though. You said we should repeal the 19th?
Yeah, we need a 28th to repeal the 19th. That's what it would take. You know how this works.
So you think women shouldn't have the right to vote?
I'm starting to question it.
Okay, why not?
Well, again, I'm anti-baby killing.
Okay, so? Is that supposed to be like is that supposed to be an
for the murder of
argument for
babies.
why you think that abortion should be illegal?
it's
No,
pretty
hold up.
self-explanatory.
Hold up.
Yeah,
One,
it's
that's not an abortion for why you think, or is that a reason why you think abortion should be illegal? And two, also not an argument for saying that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah, well, it's pretty self-evident that claim stands on its own.
No, it doesn't. I'm asking you, what was the reason why you think that women shouldn't have the right to vote? And you said it's because you are against baby killing. So, by the way, you can be against baby killing and then also think that women should have the right to vote. Why are you saying that those things are contradictory?
Well, do you see all the women in your chat?
Yeah, that are making fun of you.
No, that are defending the murder of babies.
It's not murder.
It sure is.
No, it's not.
It's the unjust unaliving of another human being.
It's not unjustified,
Isn't
and
it?
it's not a human being.
It is unjustified.
No, it's not. Can you define human being?
Yeah, it's inconvenient for them, and you say it's because the economic situation of today doesn't allow them or afford them to raise a child in a perfect life that they see for their children. But guess what? Your parents did just fine. Their parents did just fine, and so will they if they choose to have that child and bring it to full term.
Well, my mom had that choice. So I just want to let you know that. Also, if you want to take into the consideration in terms of these policies, you're still not giving an argument for why you think women shouldn't have the right to vote. You're just arguing you think it should be like illegal because you think it's murder. So let me ask you this question: do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Do I think it's now this is a whole different category switch here, but I would say that no, that's not.
No, I don't hear a response.
You didn't
No
hear
what?
anything? I said we just had a category switch, but I would agree and say that pulling the plug on somebody that's brain dead is not the same thing as abortion.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm asking you, do you think it's murder?
Yeah, I'm throwing out that word murder because you guys, like to use these types of words and these definitions loosely, right? We should distinguish between when the person actually reaches personhood and still acknowledge that life begins at conception
Okay.
and all
Yeah,
life
of course.
deserves protection.
I disagree with that last part. So, now, do you think that every single cellular life deserves protection? Do you think it's murder to engage
Yeah,
in...
you clump of cells. Yeah, you deserve protection, you clump of cells.
Well, I'm sentient. I'm like giving you an example. Do you think a zygote is the same as a baby?
Look, life
Can you
began
stop
at
eating in the
conception.
mic, please, by the way?
Life begins at conception. Life deserves protection, starting from conception.
Why
all
not
the
with
way.
sperm? Sperm's living. Genuinely, like what the fuck, dude? You allow for the unaliving of trillions of sperm.
You want laws to defend your sperm? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's living. Sperm lives. We need to protect them.
Oh, I'm getting an important call. I got to take this.
Gonna run away? Nice, by the way. He's getting an important call, middle of the
I'll be back.
conversation. He's gotta leave. He's gotta run away, everybody. Look at that. Look at that important call, by the way. That's really funny. He said that moral value starts at personhood and personhood starts at birth. That is actually an ironic thing. that he said. Justina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's absolutely diabolical, right? Thank you so much, Justina. Always good to see you. Maddie, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Gracie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Keely, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Kayla, thank you for the $1 for Sperm Lives. Yeah, he supports Jizzicide. It's unbelievable. Miko, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Feisty, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Ari, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Did you see the new picture Trump posted of him actually as God / Jesus? Is it the one of him next to Jesus? Because that one doesn't necessarily represent him as Jesus, I guess. Think of the club victory. It represents him to be like a prophet or something. That person, by the way, they left. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing that they just left midstream after getting dog walked. What's up with all of these misogynists on the stream today? It's absolutely diabolical, dude. They're all getting dog walked though, so it's really funny. Like the first person was such a misogynist, and we absolutely destroyed them. It was so satisfying to destroy them. Let's go on this next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Vance also dissed the Pope today. Yeah, that's what I made the what's it called, my title about, is that they're like dissing the Pope right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Don't let loser Liam up again, dude.
I haven't in a while. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So also you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nutella.
Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. For the 3,100 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here, everybody. If you think that Donald Trump is engaging in 4D chess, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are charmed.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Dude, just give us a quick second, everyone. We are looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Helps get it out to more people. As always, let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Emma, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Preferable to Republicans, but I definitely would rather many other Democrats. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Horizon, thank you for the $10. That Alan Lichtman pointed out that Trump's Jesus picture was technically not blasphemy, but rather sacrilegious, which is generally considered worse. I guess whoever just connected, can you leave real quick? I still hear you. Hello? You're like touching your phone real quick? Hello? I hear you breathing. You just breathed? Hello? I hear you. Can you leave, please? That's the second time this glitch has happened. Hey, dude, can you please leave? You keep tapping things. Hello? There we go. I think they left. Perfect. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, retard.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that's the criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates.
So,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm younger, but I'm asking a question based on politics.
Only send a guest request if you meet that's the criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
May 19th, 2006.
Okay. If election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll say Trump, but Kim going to Iran is not something I agree with.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support his views on, well, DI policy, and abortion bans.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Am I Christian? Yes, I am.
How do you feel about oh my gosh, how do you feel about him representing himself as God? I just got a random
disrespectful.
What's it called? Thing in my muscles.
That is disrespectful. That is blasphemy for the Lord, doing that and him saying that it was AI and he didn't mean to do that. You cannot just say you're a doctor healing someone and you come out as Jesus. So I think it's disrespectful.
Muscle spasm, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. You said it's disrespectful. Isn't it like an unforgivable sin?
Yes, I don't think he is Christian though.
Okay. But him engaging in blasphemy, that's unforgivable. So why would you support a candidate that's engaged in an unforgivable sin over a candidate like Kamala Harris, who has not?
Well, again, we all sin. We are all born into sin. And for that, we do not judge. We can't judge. Only God can judge.
Okay, so you say you can't judge. So then why do you think abortion should be illegal?
Because I judge the action. I don't judge the person.
Okay, so you said we are not there to judge, but you did just judge the action.
Yes, because there's a difference between judging the person and the action. If I judge you, if let's say you grape someone, okay, am I going to judge you or am I going to judge the action?
But you're putting the person in prison, right?
Yes, but you're judging.
How is that not a judgment on the person's actions?
Because you're judging it on the action. That's how a prison works.
Yeah, but like you put them in prison, the person themselves.
Yes, because you're basing it off the action that they did. That's why crime is a thing on the action you do. That's why you judge it on the action.
Yeah, but the actions are how we judge people, right?
Yes, but if I hit you, are you going to judge my action or are you going to judge me as a person?
Both.
So, but which one do you do more? Which one is more that you're going to judge on?
Both equivalently.
So
like if you're willing to assault me, that's definitely something on your character.
So someone has a mental illness and they hit you from past experience for mental illnesses. Are you going to judge their action or judge them as a person?
I think I'm going to judge both.
But
like again, what mental illness can you not help punching people?
Well, there's anger management. There's also trauma-related things.
None of those things justify punching people.
Well, again, words do hurt people and people can react. That's the whole thing. You don't trigger someone. Like if I told you something happened to me and then you said something that hurts me and I hit you, that is your fault because you're saying something that I told you that hurt me long ago.
You just because you're hurt by someone's what they say doesn't mean you can punch people.
Again, people have a reactive impulse. That's why they can't.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify that reaction.
So emotional control.
What? Isn't that demonstrating of like them as a person as well and their character?
Because if you judge on the action, again, you judge a person's action. You don't judge a person. Like when you bring up the whole,
we judge both. I don't know why you're bringing this up as like some sort of point.
Well, you bring up the Bible and you say, "Well, God."
I have a question. Do you judge Hitler as a person?
I judge his actions.
You don't judge him as a person?
Do I judge him as a person?
You don't think his actions are demonstrating of him having bad character or being a bad person?
Well, his actions do I not agree with, but his economic.
Is he a bad? Is Hitler a bad person?
Is Hitler a bad person? His actions were bad, yes.
But so you can determine and judge a person based upon their actions?
Wouldn't do the same thing about Biden then for his actions?
Well, I'm asking you. Would you like to address this?
Well, yes, like the pull out of Afghanistan that left us billions of
Don't
dollars.
pivot. Don't pivot. Soldiers. Don't pivot. This is so dishonest.
But no, again, you judge the action.
Why are you pivoting?
Like, how am I pivoting?
This is a direct pivot because you brought up Biden when he had no relevance to the conversation.
I gave you an answer, Parker. I gave you an answer. I judge the action. Did I not say I judge the action?
So you don't think that Hitler's a bad person?
I think it's what he did is wrong.
But you don't think he's a bad person?
I think everyone does stuff bad, but I don't think either or is bad or good. We're all
so you don't think that Hitler is a bad person?
I'm not the one to judge. Like I said, as a true Christian, I don't judge a person.
I think that any reasonable person can say that Hitler is a bad person. If you can't say that Hitler is a bad person, I think that's just reflective of your inability to criticize people for no reason.
But in the whole, so let me ask you this again: are you a supporter of Ukraine, Parker?
I think we should defend Ukraine against Russia. Nice pivots, though.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: did you know that they just did a ban? Well, they actually made a law where if you criticize or do anything anti-Semitic in Ukraine, you will be put in jail. Do you agree with that?
No.
But why not? Because you're criticizing someone that's offensive to who's literally oppressed throughout history. So why don't they deserve to be in jail for oppressing someone that was actually oppressed throughout history then?
I don't think people specifically for engaging in bigotry should be put in prison. I believe in like freedom of speech.
So then I can make fun of someone for being gay and make fun of them and call them out for it, and I should not be in trouble at all.
Yeah, I don't think you should be sent to prison for that. I think that we should respond in society to condemn you from society, but I don't think you should be put in prison for that. What?
Then why is there such thing as hate speech? Why do people hate speech then?
I don't think that hate speech laws should apply to things like that. I don't think that that makes any sense.
Well, again, hate speech is different from valuable reasons throughout history, so people can have valid reasons to go against it.
I mean, do you want to make every form of bigotry illegal?
Well, no, I don't think that. I'm just saying in general. Like,
I don't know what your argument is.
My argument.
Why is this relevant to the point I was bringing up?
Well, you're saying I'm judging a person. So if I bring up, am I going to judge the actions of what the Jews and during the Bolshevik Revolution? Am I going to judge the person who unalived Christians over 20 million Christians? No, I'm judging the action of what they did to my people. Again, the action is different from the people. When you go and you bring up, oh well, World War II and everything. World War II was like a small
committed
thing.
the action.
Yes, but the Bolshevik Revolution had more casualties over Christians over the Jews. It did. So again, but
Okay,
that's a
so
whole.
why won't you criticize them as a bad person if they purposefully killed Jewish people?
Because only God can judge them. I can't judge.
You can judge, and I think this whole argument that you can't judge is ridiculous. The judgment that you can pass is righteous judgment, right?
So, but judges, okay, but UK judges literally sentence a guy for like hate speech over a guy.
I'm sorry, this is absurd. If you can't say that Hitler is a bad person, you have a fundamental issue with your perspective.
Fundamental issue. Okay, so let me ask you this, Parker. Then, was his economic policies one of the greatest during that time?
No.
Really? So, can you tell me good reasons why his economic policies did not benefit Germany at all?
This would be a completely irrelevant dialogue to this. I think that's a
Well, you
really
can
long
answer.
conversation to have.
Well, you lie because it was good economic policies. He had good economic. His GDP
Sir,
was
I'm
up.
not going to debate you on Hitler's economic policy right now. I think that's irrelevant to the conversation.
You just said it was bad. You just said it was bad.
I
So you
do
just
think
lied
it's
to,
bad.
You just lied to everyone in the chat.
That's not a lie. I do think it's bad. I just don't think it's a relevant point to argue about on the stream because we're going to have a long conversation about something that's irrelevant. Okay, that's like forcing me to talk about something I disagree with in general. Like there are plenty of things I disagree with that we're not talking about on the stream. This is irrelevant to the conversation we're having, and I feel like you're relying upon having that conversation to deflect away from the conversation that we were having about how you can't say that Hitler is a bad person.
Okay, was Biden a bad person?
Is Biden a bad person?
Saying the hard R N word of the 1990s, saying these N words and everything during on live, him saying the N word, saying you can't go to a 7-Eleven without hearing some Indian speak some Punjabi or something. Him being racist, openly racist, and him openly doing that, does that make him a bad person for being openly racist on live?
I think that you can acknowledge things that you've done in the past in terms of racism and bigotry, and I think that you can advocate against those things, right? And you can actively become a better person, right? So acknowledging these things, advocating against them, right? And educating yourself about these things and trying to educate other people about these things are meaningful things I think that you can do to go from being racist to not being racist.
I mean, your chat's saying he didn't unalive people, but his poll out of Afghanistan did unalive American soldiers. So again, he did unalive
so
people.
you understand that was set up by Trump, right? And
But
he
who pulled
gave
out?
5,000 Taliban members to the Taliban, which some of those members were involved in the attack against those service members. Plus, Donald Trump quite literally has led to 13 service members dying due to the war with Iran. Biden didn't start that. Like, I just want to let you know. So, like, this whole
Obama
argument
did,
that
too.
he caused that. You're also not considering the 65 service members that died in conflict under Trump's first administration.
But didn't Obama unalive and lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? He lied about that, and multiple people who were
Obama? That was Bush.
in Iraq in 2016.
What? No, not in 2016. That was
In
in
2016,
that was
Obama did say
2003,
himself.
right?
Yeah, but Obama said himself that he said that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, and later found they did not have any weapons of mass destruction. So
What's your source on that? Are you talking about Iran? You mean?
Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction.
You said in 2016?
Yeah, I'm thinking Obama said it.
Can I have a source that Obama said that?
Yes, I can. You can say it. It was actually U.S. It was a part of NATO. It was U.S., France, and Canada. We both said
Okay.
it.
What's the source?
Let me pull it up for you, big bro. Why are you laughing, man?
Because Matt also texted me saying that was Bush and Powell in 2003 to 2005. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like,
I'll pull it up for you.
in the meantime, for everyone on YouTube, if you're the 3,300 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. It really, really helps push it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. And in the pinned comment on my YouTube, I literally just put the pinned comment there. I actually missed it at the beginning of the stream. I forgot to do that. So just letting everyone know. And we're at about 1,500 likes over on YouTube. If you hit that thumbs up, everyone, it really helps push it out to more people and gets more people these streams in their algorithms. So I'd really, really, really appreciate it.
You can go to Bricana or whatever, causes, dates, and companions in Iraq, the Iraq War.
You said what? What's the title?
It's Britannnica. I don't know how to.
No, what's the title?
Oh, sorry about that. It just says Iraq War. That's literally all it says. Editors, Buchanan editors. It just says, also known as Operation Iraq Freedom. It just says, like, it's a whole summary of the Iraq War.
It should have a title, right?
The title is just Bricana Iraq War 2003 to
you're looking at the Britannica? The Britannica does not say that.
I mean, it does. I can show you.
Right, really? I'll look at it right now. Britannica.
Iraq War.
Iraq War, okay. Nowhere it says that. Tell me where in the Britannica article it says that.
Well, it just says World History, World's Battles and Conflicts, Iraq War 2003-2011.
I understand, but where did it say that Iran, or that, you said 2011, by the way. Where does it say that Obama in 2016 said that they had WMDs?
No, I'm saying NATO. Part of him, they're comparing NATO.
You said in 20... Wait, so NATO is different than Obama. You're moving the goalpost now. You said Obama said in 2016...
I apologize if I said Obama. I apologize if I said Obama, man.
Okay. That's a... What? So you agree it's not Obama in 2016?
Yeah, I apologize for that.
So what relevance does this have?
I'm saying in general, if multiple presidents who have caused casualties within the Middle East, multiple wars, why should we keep voting for someone who's going to keep lying? So we're not going to get involved. Hillary Clinton in 2008 said that if they attack our allies, they will go. Hillary Clinton said she would go to the Iraq War. Or no, into Iran. She would go into Iran.
So if we took a look at Harris's policies, she disagrees with the war with Iran.
But she said she would actually defend her allies. So if Iran attacked Israel, what would happen? Would she
there was no evidence that Iran was going to do so.
But if Israel attacked them and then Iran attacked Israel,
we wouldn't get it. We wouldn't get on and fight on their behalf, which is exactly what we said under Biden's administration when they asked us to attack Hezbollah.
Okay, so you're going to believe her policies even though she was a public prosecutor. And again, I can bring up...
She's going to bring up something that's completely irrelevant to,
but
to her position on the Iran war. Like literally, yeah. You're going to bring up her former history as a prosecutor. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant.
She contradicted herself. She said she was, again, contradicting herself throughout everything. Why
what contradiction?
She said
by the way, let me know you can't say any specific DRUG name in specific, so don't do that. Just say, if you have to say something, say W drug or M drug or something.
I'm not gonna. I know, but she said she was for the D penalty, but now she's saying she's not against it, contradicting herself, for no valid reason to be against the D penalty. There's valid reasons to be for the D penalty.
Okay. Do you know what a contradiction is?
A contradiction? Yeah, for her saying for a point, and she just made it up and no reason.
So I have a question. Donald Trump used to be a Democrat. Now he's not a Democrat. Is that a contradiction?
No, it's not a contradiction.
Okay, so you just conceded. So her changing her mind over time is not a contradiction.
Her changing her mind over time for no valid reason?
I think she has provided valid reason for changing her mind.
What is the valid reason she gave for going against the D penalty?
Yeah, I would say that it's likely because of the innocent people that die, specifically 4% of those on death row that are innocent, and due to the cost monetarily.
So that guy named Robert Chauchin, the one that unalived the girl with the hammer, does he deserve to be put to death?
So, if we know for certain that this has happened with someone, I don't think we have a moral...
Video.
Sir.
It was live video.
I'm not sure of the certain scenario, so I'm not quite familiar. I'm
Oh,
just saying.
you can search the
I'm just
video.
saying. Can you please shut up? I'm saying this is a precursor, right? To say that if we know for certain we're not morally opposed to it. The view is that we don't support it as a principle in general because 4% of those on death row are innocent, and it inevitably leads to innocent people dying. Tina, think of the galaxy. So that's the reason we're against it. Not because we think these people should still be alive or anything, right, who have done these situations or have done these things, but it's simply because we want to save the innocent lives in that scenario.
But again, I'm telling you this, but Robert, the live video from a camera footage of him beating a mother to death with a hammer. Again, should he be put to death? Video footage of him doing it. Should he be put to death?
Lexi, approach the galaxy. Well, I am not morally opposed to that.
So again, if I unalive your whole family, do I deserve to spend the rest of my life in jail, or do I deserve to be unalived?
I would prefer that you spend the rest of your life in jail.
So I take the easy way.
If you consider that the easy way, I would think that's a really hard way, to be honest with you.
So you want to let a person that's 25 years to life. Good behavior, I can get around at 25. If I do it at 18...
No parole for people who have done that. That's ridiculous.
Actually, you can get out. Some people have gotten out.
I disagree with that. I'm telling you what I agree with and what I disagree with.
But without doing that, you're saving them, because you can't change the law. So if you put the D penalty, implementing the D penalty, you can save people and future people from not getting unalived. You can save them. Because that person, if you take a life, you deserve to get your life taken. Again, if you go to a school pew-pewing and you unalive a student, you took an innocent child's life, you deserve to be hanged. That is a valid reason.
You can say that, but like you understand that from a legal perspective, innocent people will die if you apply this across the board. Now, if you have certain evidence or something, that's a different point, but that's not what these death penalty laws had. Okay.
So death penalty laws are, so then what are the laws in them for?
And also, like, again, her changing her mind over time is not her contradicting herself. I don't know why why did we even start talking about this? Yeah, why did we even start talking about this? What relevance did this have to what I brought up originally?
For Iran?
Yeah, like we were talking about Iran, and you brought this up. It literally has zero relevance.
Well, again, I'm not a thing with Israel. I think Israel, is bad, everything. But I'm saying, did she not say she would defend
if she
her
disagrees
allies?
with the war with Iran, we know that
she
she
not
wouldn't have done this. We know that conditions would be different if she was in office, right?
What did she say? Did she say she will defend her allies? Did she not say that?
This isn't defending her allies. This is a war that Israel started with the
Again,
U.S.
do you think she would actually still fund
They
military
said
aid?
they said they would defend, but they wouldn't engage in offense.
So military aid still engaging in it, because you're giving military aid to funding the war. You're still funding the war. Therefore, she is still getting involved. She can cut off all funding.
I think you're being dishonest, right? So, like, for example, like, she is willing to say that, like, if there is a defensive situation or that they've considered defensive something that attacks Israel, they're willing to defend. But they said specifically, right, if it's Israel starting a war, they would not. That's exactly what the Biden administration said when they said no. That's what Blinken talked about this. They said no to attacking Hezbollah. Thank you, the galaxy. Thank you, Tori.
But again, still funding military aid. And I'm going to say this, even John JFK, best president ever, Democratic, still not funding war, not giving military aid, not giving any nuclear stuff to Israel. I think that's one of the best decisions, peace with the Middle East. If you do not fund that, if you do not fund Israel, simple fact, you don't fund them, Democratic, Republican, and all, it will, would the Middle East be safe if you do not fund military aid to Israel?
Wait, I agree with not funding Israel. Like, I'm not advocating for funding Israel, but you understand that if we compare Harris's policies to Trump's policies, Harris's policies are preferable, right?
Still, would she still fund military aid?
Do you understand the distinction between funding defensive military aid and funding offensive wars of aggression?
But still, when you still give weapons to someone, if I
No,
give
like,
you a
hold up,
weapon,
pause. Do you understand the distinction between starting wars and funding wars of aggression and funding defensive standpoints?
Well, there is a difference. It's simple. Knowing Israel's history throughout history, what they've done to Palestine and everything, knowing what they can do and knowing everything. Again, Israel's broken peace treaty in 2004. Ariel Sharon said they.
Wait, by the way, I can say I disagree with their understanding of defensive. That's totally legitimate. But to say that they wouldn't have a disagreeing position with Trump here is absurd. And their disagreeing opinion is very clear. I can disagree and say that it was defensive from a standpoint that, like, I acknowledge the Nakba, I acknowledge the forceful displacement of Palestinians within the West Bank and the literally stealing of their land, right? The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza, right? I can acknowledge all of that, right? While simultaneously acknowledging that based upon their definitions and based upon the way that they're using these terms, they would not have gone to war with Iran. And that's an objectively better position than what we specifically have with Donald Trump being in office.
But how do you know she would not do that? Are you 100% guaranteed she would not do anything to Iran? Are you 100% guaranteed she would not?
I think most evidence, I think, obviously I don't have 100% certainty, but I have most evidence indicates that this would be the case.
So,
and I feel like it's dishonest to say that if someone doesn't have 100% certainty in something, they can't believe it.
So
like,
do
do you
Biden?
think that you need 100% certainty in something to believe it?
Well, again, you guys base off your whole thing on science and scientific proof. That's why you guys don't
Science
believe
isn't saying certainty. Science is
You guys
saying
believe
the
in
best
evidence.
evidence indicates this.
Well, you believe in evidence, but again, you don't believe in that Jesus Christ was resurrected. You don't believe that, but there's more evidence of him.
That's not
resurrected.
evidence. That's not evidence based.
So again, is
wait. Do you think that there's evidence to substantiate that Jesus rose from the dead?
There's more evidence of that than there is of Julius Caesar. There is in Alexander the Great.
No, there's
more
not.
Evidence.
There's no. You
Who
could
is
say
the
there's
most ancient studied person?
Sir, there's more evidence of Jesus' existence, not that he rose from the dead. There's a bit different claims. I agree Jesus existed. I do not agree that Jesus rose from the dead. Can you give me the evidence that Jesus rose from the dead?
Yeah, there's scriptures, there's ancient writings, and there's historical figures who even said that. And again,
what ancient writings? What historical figures?
I can do that for you. And can you?
I'm
tell
asking
me,
you because you said that there's evidence.
I'm gonna
What is
pull
this
it up.
evidence?
I'm gonna pull this. Can you also tell me the Shroud of Turin is also false? Is it false?
The Shroud of Turin is dated until literally like 1,000 years after Jesus was dead.
So, but how can no one recreate it?
What? You could, but
So-
dude, again, the dating is 1,000 years after Jesus died. I don't know why you would cite that.
Again, that's a speculation. It's like evolution.
It's not speculation. It's literally dating
Is
of
evolution
scientific
science?
methods. It's scientific dating methods that indicate
Is
this.
evolution science?
Is
Or is it
evolution
a
based in
religion?
science? Yes.
It's a religion.
Okay, so do you just believe all the conspiracies in the world? Because evolution is
Conspiracy?
based in science. There's very good evidence indicating evolution is
So
true.
then you believe in cosmic evolution. There's the origin of space.
How old is the Earth?
How old is the Earth? Scientists believe it's 10 billion years old.
No, scientists believe it's 4.6 billion years old. How old is the Earth?
They think. Now that is proven.
How old do you think the Earth is?
How old do I think the Earth is? It can be any number. We don't know. We don't know the time, space, and day. We don't know. Not even in the Bible.
So
don't
so we
know.
do know, but in the Bible, don't you guys believe that it was 7,000 to 12,000 years?
Well, that is speculation from them. There's a speculation how it's a few billion years old.
Okay, but I'm asking, what do you accept to be true?
What do I accept to be true? Well, I accept to be true that throughout history, that the Bible has more stuff. You can, again, and I've seen you've debated multiple people on the Bible, especially Charlie Kirk, and you got cooked on the Bible.
You can't name a single point he beat me on, but nice pivot.
Okay. Name one contradiction in the Bible. Not the same word in a different meaning. Name one contradiction in the Bible.
Matthew, Mark on divorce, one says let no separate, the other one says you can separate in the context of adultery. Now, can you engage what one
Yes,
point did
that's
Charlie
different meaning.
name one point Charlie Kirk beat me on?
One point that Charlie Kirk beat you on?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, he beat you on the topic of abortion. Again, you believe in that it is their body, even though scientifically it's not their body. Again, you believe in it 18 to 24 weeks. But again, at 8 weeks, you can hear heartbeat by vaginal ultrasound.
Wait, so
brain
no, what
activity.
point did he beat me on? I'm waiting for the point he beat me on.
The
You
point
can't
he
just
beat
say
you
abortion.
on
That's a
why-
general
why-
idea. What
He beat
specific
you on the
point?
why- He beat you on the point of why abortion does not matter on the week. He matters on why it's sentient being. Again, you believe on sentient
We didn't even
being.
have that conversation.
I mean, I can pull up the video of him on
Yeah, you
abortion.
can. We didn't have that conversation. The conversation we had is about him enforcing laws in the context of the scripture because he doesn't think that abortion should be designated as illegal, right? For the individual specifically who's getting the abortion, right? Like the pregnant person. He thinks that they should be held accountable. Only the abortionist should. So what I was criticizing from his perspective was that based upon that argument, not only, by the way, would it allow for us not to hold individuals accountable in the Nuremberg trials for crimes against humanity and murder because it wasn't designated to be illegal at that particular time within the country they were in, but also, right, for individuals that committed acts of pedophilia, historically speaking, when it's been legal, right, he wouldn't want to put them in prison if he could because it wasn't illegal at the time in which they did it. So based upon his own argument, right, I was actually demonstrating that he must not believe that it's murder because he doesn't think that it should be enforced to be illegal, right, for the individuals who are pregnant themselves. So I was trying to show the criticizing from that standpoint. You clearly didn't watch the episode or don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, again, for that even meaning, for that whole point, then, so then if you believe women should be able to get abortion, their body, their choice. Again, do you believe with the selective abortion, where if I think my baby is going to be black, I have the right to get rid of it because I do not want it to be? So you're okay with racist point of views then on abortion then?
No, I would disagree with the motivation behind someone's position then, and then also simultaneously say that obviously, right, like just because I believe abortion access should be legal doesn't mean I agree with everyone's actions. Like, do you think that racists should go to jail?
Do I think racists should go to jail? No, it's called freedom of
Okay,
speech.
so if someone commits racism, they shouldn't go to jail. That would be exactly the scenario. They're committing racism. The racism, what was bad in the scenario, not the idea that someone got an abortion. It was their racist motivations that were wrong in the scenario, not the
You're choosing to
abortion that
unalive
was
someone.
wrong in the scenario.
You're choosing to unalive someone though based on their skin color. That is different from being racist. You're choosing on skin
What?
color.
That is literally racist.
So if I say I hate you because you're black and I don't unalive you, but if I say
That is also racist.
So again, which one is worse?
What? Are you saying unaliving someone
If I
based
say-
on
if I
them being
call
black
you-
and
if
saying
I
that
call
you...
you-
Wait, hold up. Are you saying which is worse, unaliving someone based upon their black and saying you hate them based upon their black?
Which one do you consider is worse?
It's obviously worse to murder someone, but they're both bad?
So
Why are you
again,
asking me
like,
this?
Well, life begins at conception, right? It's a life.
So if you're
Okay.
referencing life at conception, I don't think it's murder until the point of sentience.
So around okay. So some people have shown that around to 20 to 22 weeks they do have sentient and do have conscious. So again,
Yeah,
do you
20 through
think,
24 weeks. Yeah, I value it then.
so then why do you think it should? Then why do people still do it then? Why is it illegal still in some states to do that?
Why is it legal in some states to do that? Because
Yeah,
it's
just like,
left
should it
up to the
be-
states to determine their own laws.
Then should it be illegal to smoke and drink when you're pregnant? Because that's hurting the baby and you're not getting the abortion. You're just trying to physically harm it from the inside.
I do think it should be because it will affect a person, of course.
But you don't think it's a person until around 20 weeks.
I said it will affect a person.
So
So
you're gonna-
doing something that affects future people still would be illegal. Like, for example, if you were to pollute some water that people rely upon for their health, that's going to affect people in the future. It hasn't affected people yet, but it still should be illegal and they still should be held accountable before it affects people. Right? Because they inevitably engage in that action and it would impact people that do exist in their subjective experiences.
Yes, but again, we have the free will. Like you have the free will to live. Like again, you choose to get to live. You have
Like
the free
every
will to
single
free
time
will.
I prove you wrong, you just pivot. Like
Not
every
pivoting.
time.
Prove me wrong. Do you have free will?
You have yet to mention the specific thing that Charlie Kirk beat me on. Yes, I do believe that. I'm a compatibilist.
You know what? Maybe Charlie Kirk did not beat you, but I will say that I will say this. I know who did beat you or who would beat you easily.
Who?
You should know him. It's you guys hate him.
There's a lot of people I don't like, so you have to be specific.
I mean, Dean Bate debated him and he got cooked.
Are you trying to say Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, you should debate Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes is a joke. Okay?
Well, why
He
don't you
got
debate-
dog walked by Dean 1. And 2, are you a groiper?
Am I a groiper? No. Do I agree on stuff at Nick's point? Yes, I do.
So you know that he doesn't think Jeffrey Epstein's a pedophile, right?
Jeffrey Epstein's a PDF.
Yeah, he doesn't think that Jeffrey Epstein's a pedophile.
I think that's wrong. Yes, I'm not saying I agree with all
Go
his
look
points.
it up. I'm serious. You'll find the clip.
I said I agree with some of his points.
Including that one?
Nope. I said some of his points. Again, I think.
Okay. What is he? Oh, you just got a flag for hateful speech and hateful behavior. So I do have to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I have some more people to thank, but let's make sure to get on to this next person real quick. They got destroyed with facts and logic. That's all I got to say. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Barbie, thank you for the corgi. How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Fernando, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $8. W to your mom. And Tim, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. And Lacey, thank you so much for the $1. That's amazing. That's so great. Yeah, of course, that's not their fault if they're unknowing, of course. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. I'm so happy to hear that they got out. I'm so glad to hear that. As well as Fernando, again, thank you for the $8. Thank you very much. Let me make sure to get this next person. Oh, this person's back. Oh, Fernando, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely horrible. I honestly, like myself, I don't have anything I can say. That's really hard to deal with. Obviously, like community around you is an incredibly important thing, and to spend as much time as you possibly can with that. I'm so sorry to hear that, Fernando. That's really, really hard to deal with.
You know what's
I
horrible is
did
how
with my
fast your crowd report.
I did that with my I dealt with that with my grandpa. Habashia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube too. Just give me a quick second, everyone. Give me a quick second. Can we get some baby bottles in the comment section for JB, by the way, everybody? Some baby bottles in the comment section for
Give
him.
some baby bottles for the
Bran,
people that
thank
are
you so much. I
reporting
really
another.
appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Bran.
Can't stand
Can we get
another
some W's
opinion.
for Bran in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I
Other
really appreciate
opinions?
it. Thank you. Zach, thank you so much for the
So
$10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so
Do
much.
that.
I know that is really ridiculous, isn't it? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bran, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Serotonin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much, Serotonin. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Serotonin in the comment section. MAGA is totally a cult. Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who that is. Actually, I'll have to look them up. Tori, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Tori in the comment section right now. For this guy's purely doing this so that we don't condemn him for supporting Trump's policies, but not his actions. Joke on him is that you cannot separate the person from their acts of horrors. History will not be kind to the followers of their Lord and Savior Trump. Literally. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Michael, thank you for the $10. Again, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, Feisty, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you very much. And Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Say God changed his mind. Why do atheists always know the Bible better than they do? I know, it's like really weird. Buddha Speaks, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Michael, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, so you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I have a question, or actually not a question. Can you thank all the donors for sending me money real quick?
Yo, thanks for paying his bills. He obviously does nothing.
Well, thank you so much for thanking them. I obviously do things. I don't know why you said that. Too legit. Thank you so much for the coral.
You use your breath and your vocal cords slapping together in a way that doesn't really help America very much.
I think it very much helps America. And if you think that I'm helping America, type 3 in the comment section. I think that the people who are sending me money clearly, I think the people who are sending me money clearly do think that I'm bettering the world. So this argument here of, I think you're doing bad for the world, therefore I'm not going to take into consideration that you're doing something, is obviously is something that you're doing out of jealousy.
Oh, I'm not. No.
That's clearly out of jealousy. You came back to get dog walked.
That I was jealous of. If there's anything I'm jealous of, I wish I was as young as you were again. Where my back doesn't hurt, my legs don't hurt after doing a long day's worth of work. Must be tough sitting in that comfy chair all day.
Yeah, it's really tough. See, this is what I mean. It sounds like you are jealous.
No, I actually love what I do. So
I do too,
it sounds
man.
like you love killing babies, and you love defending the murder of babies.
I don't think that they're babies. Do you want to justify why you think that women shouldn't have the right to get access or the right to vote because you think that they support abortion? So do you think women who
Sure.
do you think women who are pro-life should be able to vote?
Yeah, right after you defend why it's good to kill babies.
I don't think that they're babies. So I don't hold that view. I think that's called a straw man. Do you know what a straw man is?
What you think about?
Sorry, do you know what a straw man is?
Think it's killing babies doesn't negate the fact that it's a human life that is being unalived inside the womb. Are we on the same page?
Sir, do you know what a straw man fallacy is?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's when you purposefully misrepresent a certain view to make it look like a worse view than it actually is, to try to argue against that worse notion of the view than the actual view in of itself, because you don't have the capacity to actually argue against what I am saying from a meaningful sense.
Oh, you're very familiar with this, aren't you? Like how defenders of Trump is somehow defending rape.
You are.
No, you just defined exactly that.
Well, I'm confused. You understand that you are defending a rapist in the Oval Office against someone who hasn't done so.
So you're confused by your own definition and how it relates to Trump.
So let me just clarify. He was determined not by my own definition, but based upon a civil court. That's not my opinion. That's the civil court unanimously determined this.
Wow, that's a threshold met. Wow.
Yeah, it is. Do you think, here's what I can say, and apparently you can't say this. I think that any person who's been civilly liable of sexually abusing someone or criminally responsible of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States.
And I think any life deserves protections.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Why, we already had this discussion.
And what was your response?
Yeah, a brain dead individual. This is a different category jump.
Are they still alive?
Yeah, but it's a different category, is it not?
Oh, it's a different category. So same thing with the zygote.
Okay, so nice try. First it was sperm, now it's zygote. Pick a category.
Wait. You understand that I can reference either or. Well, you just said all life is valued
no.
equally. That's what you said. All life is valued equally. We should care about all life. But then you don't have a justification for your for why you're okay with jizzicide and sperm dying.
No, apparently only you have a problem with your sperm dying. So sperm is
I have no
one
problem
cell
with
from
that.
the father. A zygote is a new organism. They are not the same thing. That's called a category jump, Parker. Do I need to define that for you further?
What you would mean is a category error, but not based on the argument you provided, because you said all life is viewed that way. Now that you've clarified you only view cellular life from that perspective, well, then you have to say that's also true about the individual that's brain dead. They still have cellular life.
Whatever you say, clump of cells. If you blur sperm and zygote, you're erasing biology, aren't you?
No, I'm not erasing biology at all. I mean, you guys are the ones that don't believe in science. You literally said that evolution is fake, right?
Well, the only thing that you believe in is $20 avocado toast theory. It seems like.
Can you respond? Do you believe evolution is fake?
You know, I believe that evolution worked in concert with the Big Bang.
Okay. I have a question. Do you believe dinos existed?
I do.
You do? So you do believe in evolution?
I do. I just said I believe evolution worked in concert with the Big Bang.
So you do believe in science?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you do believe in science, then how do you feel about Donald Trump saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, and that climate change is a hoax?
Thanks for all the gifts, you guys. Climate change is a hoax.
You didn't get
What are you
any
talking
gifts.
about? I just addressed your point. Climate change is a hoax. See, I mean, you guys picked the most immeasurable thing.
My Journey, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for My Journey in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you so much for hi. So I just had to come up and correct that MAGA dude from earlier. Original scriptures actually say that everyone is saved by God, not only if you are if you personally, quote unquote, get saved. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate My Journey. Thank you very much. Miko, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Adam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for the jealousy of Trump supporters is palpable. I know it's absolutely ridiculous. Instead of grabbing bootstraps, maybe they should have picked up a book and educated themselves better. Seriously. But Miko, thank you for the $5. I only do so with Trump supporters, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kelly, thank you very much. I really appreciate the member subscription. Thank you very much. JC, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Good luck for you. That sounds great. Liz, thank you so much for the $3. Carla, thank you for the $25 for the gift. Thank you so much. Emma, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that I could be there for you. Thank you very much. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Jerry, thank you so much for the $2. Kayla with the $1. Thank you very much. And Ellen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't know what that is. What are you laughing at?
Holy shit. Wow, you guys. Thanks so much.
You know that they're sending me donations, right? Not you.
Me, I mean, you probably.
Zach, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Rap, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I always will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, shit. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, so back to your killing babies. How about that?
Okay. I'm not killing babies.
Yeah, why do you defend it?
I didn't advocate for killing babies.
You're killing, yeah, you're advocating, you're defending the murder of babies in the womb. You're saying it's just a zygote. You're trying to equate it to a zygote. You want to category jump and say it's the same thing.
I said someone who's brain dead because they both have cellular life.
So yeah, anyways, back to killing babies. Why do you defend it?
I don't think killing babies is defensible. Now, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. I said defensible, by the way. Nice straw man again. Let me ask you this question.
I learned it from you, Parker.
Would you support Trump if under his administration they murdered over 160 schoolgirls?
You're talking about the missile strike that was bad coordinates.
That happened under the Trump administration. I thought you guys were so pro-life, but now you're okay with killing kids?
Yeah, we live in an imperfect world. Things happen.
Okay, so then why don't you say that for abortion?
Well, two conceding adults is not. Are you
conceding?
really
Two conceding adults? Really? Two conceding adults? Consenting? You mean?
to consenting adults.
Okay.
So you're trying to equate
Two legit
two
things of the
consenting
galaxy. Wait, so I have a
adults
question.
to a
Do you think? Watch this.
misstrike ha-
Watch this. I'm gonna cook him here. Do you think great victims should be able to get access to an abortion?
Yes.
You know that under Donald Trump's abortion laws, it restricts great victims from being able to get access to abortion in different states.
States set their laws.
Yeah, because of Donald Trump giving them the power to do so, whereas prior it was federally protected for those great victims.
Then
So-
why did you just attribute blame to Trump?
Because he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of
Yes.
overturning Roe versus Wade, therefore leaving it up to the states. So he granted
the
those
state-
states the power to restrict those great victims from getting access to abortion.
So a state went and did something, therefore it's Trump's fault.
Trump gave the power to the states to do this. It is therefore his fault because he gave the power to the states to do this.
So you're against states' rights now.
When it comes to, I don't think human rights should be left up to the states. I mean, do you disagree with the Confederates?
On what?
They thought that, quote unquote, states' rights should be left up to the states, right? But it was literally saying slavery should be up to the states. That's quite
states'
literally
rights be up
saying
to the
human
federal
rights should be
government?
left up to the states, sir.
I think more power in the state's hands is a good thing. Do you think
So,
that the
so you
states'
agree
rights
with the
should be given to the
Confederates?
government?
Wait. Do you think slavery should be left up to the states?
Wow. You are pretty good at going on these emotional tangents. Yeah, slavery is wrong. Absolutely. I don't know what you're trying to do there.
Do you think
but
slavery
I
should be
also
left up
think
to the
that
states?
murder of babies in the womb is wrong.
Yeah, I'm asking for a response to my question. Do you think that slavery should be left up to the states, sir?
No.
No? Okay, so you agree that you're against states' rights when it comes to violations of people's human rights. That's what I'm saying as well.
I think the protection
And by
of
the way,
rights should
based
go
on your
back
own
to the
argument,
federal-
by the way, based on your own argument, you should think the same thing. Because you
No,
think
no,
the
no,
right
no,
to
no,
life,
no.
you think if abortion rights should be left up to the states, you think the right
No.
to life should be left up to the states. That's your view.
I can still have the view that abortion should be illegal at a federal level, except in 4 exceptions, rape being one of them, incest, viability, and threat to the mother's life being the other 3.
Okay, but like here, we have a few more things we can go through. What evidence does someone need to provide to indicate that they were assaulted to then justify them getting access to an abortion from a legal perspective?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Parker, honestly, because this is where it gets really complicated. But when rape is being claimed, there should be evidence as to your question, and that should be at least in the form of a police report. Would you agree?
No, I just think based on a claim, someone should be able to. So I think the idea of saying that there needs to be a police report is incredibly harmful to victims themselves, because many victims don't come out right away or have a police report, right? And in those circumstances, I don't think that they should have restricted access to abortion. I don't think we should force great victims to go to the police, right, in order to be able to give them access to autonomy over their bodies after they were assaulted. I think that is
Isn't it
incredibly
also-
ridiculous. I think that any victim, just based upon a claim, should be able to get access to it.
Isn't that also harmful to the
For saying
standard
that.
itself?
No.
Because then anybody can claim, right? At
so-
any point. Do you think that there should be a cutoff when they should be able to claim?
Which, by the way, would then mean that there should be legal access right across the board, because we don't want to create an incentive for people to lie within that respect, right? Which obviously we wouldn't want to do. So the way to respond to that is by saying there should be legal access to abortion, right? And that's the best way to protect great victims' access to abortion. Otherwise, there is no meaningful way that you can actually protect great victims' access to abortion in this country. Otherwise, like you seem absurd, because the standard of evidence thing, right, is ridiculous and is going to
You seem
disenfranchise
absurd
so many
about how to
victims.
uphold a standard. We're trying to apply a standard, a moral standard across the board here.
You can apply a moral
And
standard
by the
without
fact
applying
that
a
you
legal
asked me
standard.
that question about by what evidence should people present means you do understand the nuance here, and you're saying on the other side of your mouth, you're just saying that disregard any evidence, no evidence. So there's no standard, because anybody can walk up and say that they were raped, couldn't they?
Yeah. So you can have a moral standard, but there shouldn't be a legal standard. Listen, you're not understanding. I already explained this. I already explained this.
Let me finish.
Well, if you actually respond to what I said, you can.
I'm responding to something that you've said.
You haven't.
And the evidence all of a sudden just becomes a claim. That's not that's not evidence, right? A claim is just a claim, and that would be abuse. And you recognize that in your question. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't think that someone needs to provide any evidence outside of an accusation. I do think that just simply the accusation should be enough, because that's the best way to protect the rights of great victims in these circumstances, right? And the argument that you're making specifically where you need this particular standard will disenfranchise rape victims within this country, right? So, yeah, because of the fact that it
Because
will...
they can't call 911? Because they can't call the police?
Let me know when you're done crashing out.
Questions aren't crashing out, Parker.
That you're cutting me off instead of letting me finish. So the specific thing that I would say is that would disenfranchise rape victims who have not gone to the police, that wouldn't want to directly go to the police, right? And that given that there are so many different issues with going to the police in the very first place, right, for victims, right, specifically in terms of coming out, because of the fact that obviously we live in a society where people are not believed. We live in a society where it's incredibly hard to hold people accountable. We live in a society, right, where people like you will literally not believe them, even if they hold them liable in a civil court. So that's obviously going to lead to situations where rape victims will be disenfranchised because of the fact that there would be situations in our society that would lead to them, due to stigmatization, not going to the police, right? And because of that, right, it will then lead to them having restricted rights, which is ridiculous, right? And obviously none of them should have restricted rights in terms of access to abortion. So the best way to be able to respond to that is to provide legal access to abortion.
Wow. I couldn't have heard a better defense of the murder of babies. So you did it as best as you could. At the end of the day, you're
That's
still
not murder
murdering
of
babies.
babies.
And you're still
Nice
murdering
pivots,
the
by the way.
babies
You're just
in
going
the womb.
to keep repeating the same talking points because you can't actually meaningfully address
That's
anything that
actually
I've
what
said
it
from
is.
an intellectual standpoint.
It's what it is. And
Yeah,
then why
it's
don't
exactly
you,
what it is. You
okay,
can't
let's
intellectually
apply
engage
your
with my
standard,
argument, so you just make up this bullshit.
Let's apply your standard. No evidence, no police report needed. How many category jumps do we want to apply that to? Is it consistent across like you like to do? Let's jump to another category and see if your standard applies.
Go ahead, try.
Okay. Parker raped somebody. I don't need any evidence. I don't need a police report. How do you like that, Parker? We should just accept the accusation.
So I'm obviously not going to accept an accusation from a random Trump supporter that's mad that I've called out the person that they specifically
so it
support.
didn't survive the first
By the
category.
way, that doesn't mean that the accusation is necessarily demonstrated to be true in all circumstances. It just means based upon an accusation, that's enough of a standard to justify that someone has legal access to an abortion, because otherwise it's going to restrict true victims from being able to access to the abortions in those circumstances. That does not mean everyone who makes an accusation, right, specifically is correct in their accusation. Obviously,
So wait, but if you're going to get an abortion...
obviously, I can acknowledge that not
that
everyone...
You are admitting... No,
obviously, I can acknowledge that not everyone just making a claim is going to be correct in their claim. You have made plenty of claims that are incorrect, okay? That's not the argument that we were justifying in the first place. We are saying that in terms of...
Getting muted.
Yeah, because you're cutting me off, sir.
All right, we'll see you later.
You're going to run away because you cut me off and I muted you to let me finish. Wow, nice runaway there. So he just makes it... You see how these Trump supporters, when you call them out for their positions, they just make up lies about you? Or they just say, oh, Parker, you raped someone. Like, what? Like, that is the most insane fucking thing to do. To try to make up a lie like that simply because of the fact that you got cooked in the debate. Like, I was just demonstrating to you that there are legal implications of the things. Like, you can still have a moral perspective, a moral standard, but not specifically restrict people from a legal perspective from being able to get access to these things. You can say that it's immoral and say that it shouldn't be illegal because of concerns in terms of applying these laws in the very first place and how that's going to limit people's rights. That's an obvious thing to you, obvious thing to me. It's an obvious thing to everyone. And the fact that you just felt the need to run away in that circumstance instead of actually intellectually engage with that argument shows how much of a petulant man-child you are that is unwilling to engage in legitimate dialogue because you can't intellectually critique your own perspectives at all. Literally, you have an inability, right? You are unable to literally hold your own positions accountable to the truth. Papa Wheelie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's really absurd. It's really absurd. Like, they always are the ones to bring up the false accusations themselves. The ones that have an issue with false accusations most, they're like, oh, everyone's getting falsely accused or whatever, are always the ones that will create false accusations against people, right? Tori, it's just projection. Tori, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. For also, if it were truly your Christian values, say it's murder, you would have zero exceptions. Murder is murder. You just want to control women. Also very true. And also, like, in general, like, even being a Christian does not entail that you have to have the position that it's murder at conception. You can be Christian and you can have my view on sentience. There's literally nothing limiting you from doing that. Because most Christians agree with the idea that it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, meaning you don't have to have cellular life as the basis for personhood under your view. The basis for personhood can be sentience, and you can still be Christian. There's literally nothing about that view that makes you not Christian. There's nothing about that view that makes you a worse Christian. There's nothing about that view that makes you less religious than someone or a worse person. Like, it's the most ridiculous possible thing. So I hate when people say that in order to be Christian, you have to be pro-life. It is the most fucking ridiculous argument ever. They just got a flag anyway for some random thing. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. 2.5 years. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe I will do other topics like on Christmas. Maybe. Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. And that's exactly why, like, almost every single woman I've ever met in my life has a story that they can tell. Almost every single woman in my life. So it's like, it is so ridiculous for people to act like this isn't a prevalent thing within society. Like, this isn't something that, is going to harm a lot of people. Okay? I have some more people to think. Let's get this next person up here before we do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, am I on?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
If the election were held today, Harris
me
versus
too.
Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris or Trump today? Trump.
Oh, what state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
Well, at the moment. In California, it is... Let me check. 1:05.
Okay, can you name 2 states that border California?
Nevada and... Gosh, mine's blanking. Oregon. Sorry, I'm just come in from England, so...
All right, you're fine.
I'm
Don't
not
worry.
really.
Okay, I have a few people to think that we can move on to the conversation. Just give me a quick second. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is also very true, Kyle. Like, they brought up a scenario. They said, what if the woman was assaulted by a police officer? Then she's not going to want to go to the cops to get a police report. Well, many victims in that circumstance might feel less inclined to be able to do so, and they'll be disenfranchised in terms of their access to get an abortion. So yeah, that's exactly why, like, these standards that they're trying to place upon it, although they, in some circumstances, might be well-intentioned, I don't think that guest was, they aren't. And they lead to negative outcomes. So that's why these laws, in terms of restricting access, do not make sense to have in place in the first place. And this is a good argument to be against them. You can still think that it's immoral in elective situations after a certain point or whatever. But to say that it should be illegal is going to restrict people, right, in those circumstances who you do believe should be able to get access to it from being able to get access to it more than it's going to actually prevent people from being murdered under your view, Way more. Rebecca, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Give me some W's for Rebecca in the comment section right now. And for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, it's really ridiculous. Thank you very much. As well as Katie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Katie, for the $50. Thank you very much. She said, as a woman with a daughter in a small town who's worked hard to get where I am, hearing a man perspective that is patient and supportive of women's rights is honestly refreshing. You've educated me along the way too. Thank you. Thank you so much, Katie. I really appreciate it. I think that's super important. Can we get some W's for Katie right now in the comment section and some support for her as well? Tommy as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. They shouldn't even have to say it, and that's why it should be legal across the board. I just wanted to clarify. But like, if someone does say that they should just have to say it or just claim it, they should be able to get it. What's it called? Essentially anyone would be able to get it, and it creates an incentive to then lie in the circumstances, which is kind of the argument I was bringing up. Alrighty, as well as Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you on YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, just to start off, could we agree? I'm not going to be all rude and ridiculous, and I won't interrupt you at all, and you'll show me the same respect, right?
For sure.
Okay, well, there's a lot of reasons, but I'm half Iranian, so it's primarily because he's helping destroy the regime in Iran.
Okay.
I would say for America, it's in their interest as well, because an Iran with a nuclear weapon would be a huge threat to the entire Western world and maybe the whole world, actually.
I think that Iran was more likely to get a nuclear weapon because of Trump, because he pulled it out of the JCPOA. I don't think going to war with them has met any of our objectives. I don't think it's led to a regime change. I don't think it's got the IRGC out of office. I think it's led to the Ayatollah's son, who's more radicalized, being in the position. So I do think that you might be creating conditions for more radicalization rather than actually preventing them from having nuclear weapons in the future.
Well, I wouldn't say so. You said that the Supreme Leader's son is in charge now, who's more radical, but he isn't in charge. He actually, most sources say that he's effectively disfigured, and
There's
some
what
people
sources
even-
specifically?
I mean, I can't. The Guardian, I think, is one such source.
What's the,
Like,
what's the title?
generally
I would
speaking-
love to look at it real quick.
I'll pull it up. So,
For sure.
So CNBC, Mojtaba Khamenei is certainly not in charge of Iran, and if you click on it, you'll see why.
What's the title? Sorry.
CNBC, it's Mojtaba Khamenei is certainly not in charge of Iran.
Is this an opinion piece?
Um,
Former Trump NSC official Rich Goldberg.
Well, you also have Reuters, which says Iran's new supreme leader has severe and disfiguring wounds.
But that doesn't mean they're dead.
He's not dead. He's not dead. He's so the Times says
So that doesn't mean
Supreme
he's
Leader-
not in control.
Well, he's unconscious and receiving treatment in Qom, according to the Times.
You said what? Say it one more time.
According to the Times, he is unconscious and receiving treatment.
Okay. But he's still technically in power, correct?
He's filling the role, but he's not currently operating the country. If you look at any really source.
Okay.
But I agree with you
So,
that at the moment. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I guess the point that I would then make is that and also I'd have to see like the evidence of the fact that he would be unconscious or something. You said it was the Times. What was the article title?
So the Times says that he is currently unconscious and receiving treatment. It's from a week ago, but this information's been coming out for a while now.
And what's the title?
Let me go. The Times: Iran's supreme leader unconscious and receiving treatment in Qom.
Alrighty. And has this changed since then? I do see that they're saying he was unconscious. Like this is about over a week ago.
They've been saying this since early March, so it's been a very long time.
No, they've been
Probably
saying this
come-
since April 7th.
There's news from before that which says the same thing, such as from.
I don't
the
see
Times
any
of
news
Israel.
that says that before then.
Well, there is. I mean, the Times of Israel, WION.
What's the title?
There. Which one? The one from a month ago as well?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Lost one leg. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, secretly flown to Russia for surgery.
Iran's leader rushes to Russia for surgery.
Yep.
Okay. Daily Mail?
Yes. No, WION, but yeah, Daily Mail works as well.
Oh, WION?
Yeah.
Huh, I don't see that. I thought you said it was the
Okay,
Israel
but-
Times.
Well, no, there's like 5 different sources. There's the Times of Israel, WION.
Okay,
and
so
Reuters.
I'll look up the Times. Is that the article of the Times article, or what is it?
Well, the Times article is a week ago. The Times of Israel article is I think 2 weeks ago.
Here we go. I see Iran's new supreme leader. This is from the Times Now News. It said they were flown to for treatment, but I don't think this one says that he was incapacitated currently.
So what source do you want me to tell you about? So there is the
Yeah, that
Times
one it
article.
just says that they were offered
Okay.
to go there for surgery. That's really all it was. But again, the point that we're making is that there aren't less radicalized people in these positions.
Well, probably not at the moment. Much less radicalized, but I would also say that he's clearly attempting to financially choke them because the only way that they can keep control of the country is by paying the besiegers and the IRGC crew to oppress people. As soon as they stop doing that, they don't actually have any power. And as we saw in January, the people are very likely to take their country back. So,
Okay, but like, how long will you have to choke them out monetarily?
I don't think there's like a specific time frame for that. I just think
So if there's no
now that
specific time frame on it, then how do we know how long we're going to be involved? Like, could we be involved for the next 10 years, maybe?
well, we wouldn't actually need to be involved. No, not 10 years.
Would you
It
support
would be
U.S.
under
involvement for the next 10 years if it were necessary
necessary for what?
to be able to change the regime?
No, even though I'm half Iranian, I wouldn't like. I think that would be out of America's interest to be involved for 10 years.
Okay. So I guess, like, I think it's already out of our interests. I don't see any good reason to say that you would support it at this point.
Well, I mean, you understand that even before Trump pulled out of the agreement in regards to the nuclear weapons program, they were creating nuclear weapons, right? So that's
No, that's
they were
actually
in
not
motion
true.
already.
They weren't actually doing that after then.
Well,
So there's a few things. So, or during that, I meant. So during the JCPOA, Trump even signed off on the fact that they weren't enriching uranium. They had a max level of enrichment at like 3.7%. They started building up their enrichment of uranium since Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. And after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, they started building it up. And then they did the strike about a year ago. And since the strike, they haven't built it up since then even as well.
well, they're up to 60% enriched uranium.
They were
now,
60% a year ago. But that's because Trump pulled out of the deal. The JCPOA.
Well, I mean, do you know about Ali Motahari?
No.
Well, he's like the former deputy speaker of Iran's parliament, and he admitted that Iran's nuclear program was originally intended to produce a weapon and that goal was never given up. And you can search that interview up if you want.
Yeah, you can say that, but U.S. intelligence indicates that there was no evidence that they were building this up since the original strike about a year ago, and even before then, right? You're saying under the JCPOA there was no evidence that they were building it up. There was unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
I don't really. I mean, I've just told you that an insider in the Iranian regime has admitted that they were trying to produce a nuclear weapon, and there's like
and you said that
multiple
they'd said
instances.
that during the JCPOA they were still doing that.
They didn't say that during. That's not when the interview took place, but they said that it continued like throughout since they began a nuclear program. It was never like it never.
Okay, so can I have a
laid
source?
out
They
that.
said that was true during the JCPOA. Like
I don't
not that
think
they
that
made
was
this
the-
statement during the JCPOA, but they said that
Yeah,
they were building up
um,
their program during the JCPOA.
I don't know the name of the news article, but I can tell you the name of the guy, and you can search it up. I don't know if he's actually like said, "Oh, and it was during this." I just think it was clearly implicit that it was continuous from the beginning of the nuclear program to 2022.
I don't think that's solid enough to say that it was implicit.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's plenty of other evidence.
Like
So,
the surveillance was signed off on by Trump that they weren't building it up.
Okay. Well, I would, as in at the end of the agreement, Trump agreed that they weren't building it up.
Yeah, this is under Trump's first administration that he agreed that they weren't building it up.
Mhm. Well, I mean, I don't.
He
really think
decided
there
to
was a
pull
fair
out
agreement.
because of the sanctions.
Sure. I don't think that agreement made by Obama was good anyways, because it meant funding, effectively sending a lot of money to the Iranian government.
No, not really. We got rid of the sanctions, and then the 1.7 billion number that you're getting is because we stole $400 million of arms from them, like about 40 years ago, and we paid that back plus interest to be able to get them to sign this deal. That's really all it was.
Okay, well, do you know you know what that money is spent on, right? The money that they paid back, and also there was no need to send them that money originally because they had no way of acquiring it. So what you effectively did was, as a gesture
That's
of
just not
goodwill,
true. The
what way
1.7 billion was out of good faith to ensure that there was an agreement passed, because that was to get them to sign the deal, because otherwise they wouldn't sign the deal because they feel like they were wronged by the US.
Well, I mean, I would prefer military means to oppress their their attempts.
We've spent way more on the military than we've given to them.
It's not really about that. It's about the fact that they're the
We
largest
spend
funders
more
of
than
terrorism
that
in the
on a
world.
day on this war.
Yeah,
You know that,
I
right?
get. Yeah, no, I know it's an expensive war, but it's also more effective in the long term because you are not just eradicating their ability to create nuclear weapons, you are also stopping Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah by effect.
Not really.
So,
And also, even then,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
you know that
yes,
Israel
you
has
are.
helped Hamas, right? Right.
Well, they
Like
sent
over
them.
the
They sent
PLO,
them
like they
money.
wanted a radicalized
Right,
Hamas there to limit the power of the
right.
PLO.
I mean, are you talking about them sending Hamas money, or what?
I'm talking about them allowing Qatari money to go through Israeli checkpoints into Gaza.
Yeah, that was. You mean like that in 2024?
This was, and even prior. This was for decades.
Okay. Well, I don't know about for decades, but you understand that during the conflict, the reason Qatari money was going in was as
Or at
aid,
least
right?
the last decade. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, I mean, are they supposed to block it off? Isn't that disrupting democracy anyways?
Say it one more time, sorry?
Considering Palestinians voted for Hamas, wouldn't it be
This was
like
not a majority
disrupting?
of Palestinians, and this was a while back, and most Palestinians that are adults now were not adults then.
Oh, and by the way, about the sorry to change the topic again, but we're not really changed. We're going back to the original topic, which is that the Obama administration, I'm pretty sure they also unfroze a bunch of their assets, which were worth like 50 or 100 billion.
Wait, who unfroze what? Sorry?
So didn't I believe the U.S. somehow gave around 100 billion, not like cash to the Iranian regime, but they unfroze assets.
Unfroze. I don't know if it was 100 billion, but yeah, they got rid of the sanctions. You want to know something crazy though? The 10-point plan that Trump was willing to accept that got him out of like completely destroying all civilization with Iran, included that they would give up their sanctions.
Yeah, I mean, is that all sanctions?
Yeah.
Does that include assets that
Like
United
they would
Arab
remove all
Emirates
sanctions. That was one of the conditions.
American sanctions on Iran,
Yes.
not like global. Okay. You don't actually know if Trump is willing to accept that yet, because he says
He said he was willing to accept that, and that's why he backed off of the like original claim.
Well, what you mean that he was going to destroy an entire civilization?
Yeah.
You believe that he was going to actually destroy the entirety of Iran? Is that what you think was going to happen?
I think looking back on it, he probably wasn't, and he was probably just using it as a basis for negotiation. But the fact that this is a genuine risk or a threat, if he says something like this, is actually insane because he's so fucking crazy.
Well, it's strange because the Iranian side of Iran didn't actually think it was a threat, and I think most people were aware of what it meant, considering at the end of the post he said, "God bless the American people." I don't think he would have said that.
I mean, God bless the Iranian people?
Yeah, sorry, God bless the Iranian people. I don't think he would have said that if he was planning on killing them all.
So then here's my view. If we view it from this perspective, then why did he even say it in the first place? Because if it's something that everyone's going to look through as like, oh, this isn't a legitimate thing, then why wouldn't he just say, oh, let's work together to get a negotiation to end this, rather than saying, I'm going to destroy all of civilization? Because that is a threat to literally eliminate 92 million people. Like, I just want to clarify, even if you think that he wasn't going to follow through with that threat, or it wasn't even a credible threat, he's still making the threat to, like, completely eviscerate the entirety of the Iranian people.
Okay, I don't agree that was the threat. I know how obviously it's
wait. You can't agree. You can't disagree that was the threat. You have to agree that was a threat. You can say it was an incredible threat, but you can't disagree that was a threat.
No, of course it was a threat. But what I mean is I don't agree that was the nature of the threat, as in it was intended to mean he's going to kill everybody. Wipe out an entire civilization could very much mean wipe out the Islamic regime infrastructure, wipe out the Islamic regime's reign. It could mean a lot of things. That's the first thing. Second thing, you said that why make the threat if it's not credible? Have you read Art of the Deal?
No, I haven't. And
okay,
also, wait, go back to that first point, sorry, because I had to look past something. Go back. I don't think the regime and the civilization are the same thing. That's what I caught from what you said. Right? So what is civilization?
Well, yeah. But, okay, so a civilized... I mean, you want me to define civilization? I don't
Yes,
know.
I actually do.
But, okay, so it's sort of like... It's a more ancient way of describing a nation, I suppose. Like a let's search up the definition instead of
Not like the
just reading
government, but like the whole country, right?
it. But it's more nuanced than that because, like, the Islamic aspect of Iran could be what he's threatening to destroy. Say, what's been instituted by the Islamic Republic. Although this is kind of semantics, I don't really like. It's a threat. And anyways, I was saying something important, which is that he's always spoken about truthful hyperbole as his method, right? So you have to understand he
Okay, but I think that
intentionally.
there's certain levels of
Well,
hyperbole that you don't go to, right? Like saying you'll completely eviscerate
why?
a nation. One, it's just not effective deals. Like if you're going to bring up
Hmm.
something that's not true for discussion, for negotiation, it has to be something that's
Hmm.
not blatantly false. It has to be something that could possibly be true. Do you agree? If you think it's
So
impossible,
you now,
this would
so
never
you,
happen.
okay,
If you think this is
right,
impossible and it would never happen, that means it's
yeah,
not a credible threat at
I,
all in order to be able to be
yeah,
something that you could base a negotiation or a deal off of.
I'm sure, but then are you conceding that it was never going to happen, or what? I don't really understand.
I'm saying based upon your own understanding.
Right, yeah, I don't think it's like a genius move or anything. I don't think it was ever going to happen. I think it's clear. I don't think it was ever going to
You
happen.
say
Yeah,
you don't
that's
think
my
it was going to happen, but you're not really you're not responding to my point. So if you believe that it would not happen at all and there's no
yep,
possible chance of it happening, then it's
yep,
not even going to be a useful threat for negotiation.
okay,
Why? Because it's not even a believable thing in the first place. So if that is your perspective, I don't
right.
understand how you see it as an effective form of negotiation.
Because it's not him saying I'm going to do this. It's like saying like, oh, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. It doesn't mean you're actually gonna eat a horse, right? Like it
Yeah,
just means that it's gonna
bruh.
be really brutal. It's just a way of saying it's gonna be brutal. It's not him saying I mean, come on, you can
I'm
tell,
sorry,
right?
you have to know the distinction between someone vaguely using the idea of, oh, I'm eating like a horse right now, as like a
Yeah.
comparison to Donald Trump explicitly saying a whole civilization will die tonight. Also, like this is an
Sure.
example of where you cannot use hyperbole in the same
Mm-hmm.
type of way. Because
Okay.
let me clarify. Saying
Mm-hmm.
something like, "Oh, I'm going to eat like a horse today," is
Mm-hmm.
obvious that you're conveying that you're eating a lot. Saying a whole
Mm-hmm.
civilization will die tonight is not
Mm-hmm.
obviously making the claim that you're saying.
Okay. So what were the horrible
That's not
impacts
like a
to 200,000
typical
people?
way of communicating with people in public. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Yeah. So yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. It's okay, fine, sure. But what were the horrible things that happened as a result, just out of interest? Do you know any of the terrible consequences, or were there none? Because I
Whole
don't think there were any.
civilization will die tonight.
No, what were the consequences of that comment, though? Because you're talking about how bad it is, because it's obviously implicit.
The
Oh, well,
consequences are that
yeah, go ahead.
again, one, we've realized that he can just threaten and get away with calling for the complete execution of an entire people group. It's called stochastic terrorism. So it
Right.
normalizes fear, right, and terror amongst people in general, right, which is not going to be like a good thing.
But there wasn't.
I think
But there was.
you are criminally underreacting.
No, I think there. Do you know what was going on in Iran at the time? Do you know what? The majority of Iranians were very upset that there was a ceasefire. They were not upset that Trump said he was going to destroy an entire civilization. So,
What?
for you
Okay,
think
I'm sorry. Like every single
they
person I
weren't, I'm
talked to
just
that
telling
was
you straight
Iranian
back.
did not say that.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, who
What?
the
I'm
hell?
sorry.
Go on,
I'm sorry.
give me some
Like
sources.
even
Sources.
the people I've talked to that obviously agree with the war, who are Iranian, still don't think
Right.
that he should have made the claim that he wanted to completely destroy an entire civilization. And I see zero actual
Okay.
meaningful benefit
Okay.
to doing that. Like genuinely, it gets to a point. You
Okay.
can support the war from your perspective without
Mm-hmm.
agreeing that he should act like a
Okay.
cartoon supervillain and call for the complete annihilation of a
Okay.
civilization. Like I'm
Yeah.
not
Okay.
joking. That is a
I'm willing.
cartoon supervillain.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with conceding that Trump said something that was a bit stupid. That's not really like my interest in this conversation. So if you want me to concede that, I will.
Okay. So, like, I mean,
Okay, let's
the
just
point that I'm trying to get, though, is that, like, this
Mhm.
isn't even useful for negotiation. It's not beneficial. It's sarcastic terrorism,
Right.
right? And it's
Right.
criminally, right? Like, people are criminally underreacting.
Okay. I would that include would you tell Iranians that they're underreacting? Because I don't like even if they don't like the comment, I don't think anyone there was no like mania in the streets.
I
No one
would
was
tell
very
anyone who doesn't think that this is
Mhm.
a big deal at all that they're underreacting.
But how do you like how are you able to tell people who are the victims of the threat that they're underreacting? That's just how they feel based off the fact that they trust Trump.
Yeah, like, let me give an example. If a Democrat wasn't concerned at all with Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats, I would tell a
Mhm.
Democrat that they should be concerned with
That's
this and that they are underreacting.
that's
Like, I
not
think
really.
that's completely
I
fair.
understand your. Yeah, I know, but that's a false analogy because you're talking about an individual, not a majority. When it's a majority, there's clearly a consensus there that they're as a group not under threat. So it's kind of a different thing.
Wait, there's
I
no
understand the
claim
point.
for a majority. You have no evidence that a majority of Iranian people think that that's not a big issue. You have no evidence of that. So if you're basing it upon the
I don't really.
majority,
I
you
mean,
don't have empirical basis for that. You were saying simply me telling one person who's Iranian. Like, for example, I'll give another example. If there's a woman who was advocating for women not to have the right to vote,
hmm
right?
hmm
All right,
It's,
or
still
no,
a
no, no,
one
no, a
person.
woman that was supporting someone that was advocating for people to not have the right to vote. I would say that they're underreacting
Okay.
because they're undermining their own ability to vote if they're still willing to support someone
Okay.
who is literally supporting them not having the right to vote.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I
So
think
your
it's
point.
totally reasonable to
I know.
tell a person that's a member of a group that's being
Right.
impacted by something that they're under responding to something, even if you're not a member of that group. Like, I don't see that as a sufficient argument to dispute what I'm
Yeah.
saying
Your
here.
point is that just because you're the victim of a threat doesn't mean that your decision not to be threatened is warranted, and you could just like yeah, I get what you're
No,
saying.
it doesn't mean that you
Um,
just because someone's a victim of something doesn't mean that they're like, for example, responding in the most preferable way always. And let me clarify, like, in this context we're saying, like, if someone isn't acknowledging that Trump calling for the complete end to a civilization of Iran is a big issue, they're underreacting. Like, that's all I'm saying here. Yeah, and this
okay,
is
that's
applicable to
fine.
everyone, not just people who are Iranian. Like, I would tell everyone
mm,
this because this is something that we should all be concerned about.
that's fine. Okay. Um, can we go back to the war because I think talking about his tweets, posts, or whatever a little bit like. Okay, cool. It's not great. Can we go back to the war now?
Okay, yeah, sure, man.
I mean, do you think what do you think is the worst regime on the planet? Like the worst government in terms of its impact on the world?
I don't have a specific country, I say, or government.
Well, okay, could you think for a second and then answer
No,
it? I'm just interested. Okay, cool. Okay, fine. Why not?
because I don't go around saying comparing who's the worst.
Okay, do you believe that the Iranian government is bad?
Yes,
Do you believe that they have a sphere of influence that impacts practically every country in the Middle East and Europe and America? To some degree, not as much, of course, but the
sorry,
West.
repeat the question one more time.
Do you believe that Iran has a sphere of influence that is very powerful and large and negative on the entire region and also Europe to an
Yeah.
extent? Okay. Do you believe that there is another country with a sphere of influence that is as intentional, consistent, and negative as Iran's?
Yes,
Who?
Israel, Russia.
Sure. I mean, Israel does not sort of. I don't think Israel. They have a sphere of influence that's financial rather than sort of directly funding terrorists that come into Europe and are in the Middle East and go on to America. And they also don't kill their own people. So,
Well,
you know,
I definitely think that you're talking about foreign, not domestic, right?
Both, but yeah, we'll talk about foreign for now.
Okay. Because your issue is your point was the threat on America, not the threat domestically. So which is it?
The threat on the world, Iran. Threat on the world, basically.
Okay. Well, I could say the same thing for the state of Israel or for Russia, because I do think that for the state of Israel, like constantly involving itself and expanding in the region, whether it be Lebanon, whether it be the West Bank, whether it be Gaza, whether it be Syria, right? It's constant expansion within the context of the Middle East, which breeds constant war and constant conflict. So, and by the way, the U.S.'s
So you think
involvement in the
Israel
Middle East too,
are
like you understand that the
expanding?
conditions in Iran exist today because of the U.S. instating military dictatorship?
Absolutely. Completely correct, yes.
Okay.
Not just that, that was 1953, but worse was 1979, which was when Jimmy Carter basically betrayed the Shah. So from 53, it got a lot worse because of America, and in 79, it got a lot worse because of America. So I'm not saying America's blameless here at all. Obviously not. I'm just saying that the current decision to stand up to Iran militarily is brilliant in that you've eliminated Ali Khamenei, who was the most brutal man on the planet by a long way. More people died per day during the Iranian protests than during the Holocaust. And if you need a source, I've got about I can give you that for sure. And it's like the worst atrocity ever by some standards. So there's no question that he deserved to be eliminated, and the majority
Okay.
of the
So
leadership
do
has
you
been
believe that
eliminated.
we should
So,
have involved ourselves in the Iraq War?
second or first?
Originally.
The first one, probably. The second one, no.
Okay. So I mean, you could. Well, why do you say probably? Because I think that we've definitely seen that it's led to worse conditions within the region for us to be involved in Afghanistan and Iraq and the Middle East. I think that it's led to worse conditions. I don't know why you'd support that. But Saddam
Well,
Hussein
you don't know what the
literally
conditions would
did
have
kill more
been.
people.
Sure. I mean, I don't think there's also like what happens afterwards. So there's should you have been involved, and there's how were you involved. So it's more nuanced than just should you have gotten involved at all. It could have been conducted better, right? So if Trump goes into Iran, he leaves, and then there's a worse government, and they make nukes, and they like nothing is fixed, then I will condemn him for that.
Yeah, but what you're not realizing though is that we shouldn't have gone in the first place. Still, for either of these, because the point that we're making is that we've destabilized the region continually.
It wasn't. They've not destabilized the Middle East in 2026. It's not true.
You kind of agreed with me that we did already.
You're talking about Iraq. I'm talking about Iran.
I'm talking about the entirety of the Middle East.
You're saying that in
the U.S.
2020.
has destabilized the
I
Middle
understand
East.
it. Throughout their previous interventions, yes, not this one. I didn't say that.
This one as well is also destabilizing, I think. But obviously the
What's your
the
evidence for
basis
that?
of
What's your evidence that we've
destabilization will be more
destabilized?
prevalent in the long
Why?
run.
Well, how have we disabled it so far? Is there any like way to back that claim, or are you just saying it?
Yeah, we put more radicalized people into positions of power, and we haven't met any of our objectives.
What's your basis for that? You don't even know why you're saying that. Why are you saying that?
I already went over this with you earlier.
Like,
Didn't we already have this conversation?
no, you said Mojtaba. Yeah, here's what happened. You said Mojtaba was in charge. I proved to you he's not. And now you're saying
No,
that there's
he
more
literally
activity
is
coming
in the
through.
position. You just said that he's unconscious.
Yeah, officially, it's like he's
Okay.
unconscious. I didn't just
But
make
he's
it up.
still
I
in
just
that
looked it up.
position, and you still have the IRGC in place. This doesn't get rid of the IRGC.
Well, I mean, it gets rid of the sort of Islamic regime clerics. So yeah, now it's the IRGC. Whether they're any better than the Islamic clerics, we'll have to see. But
But so far, the person
the
who's in that
reality is,
position is a person that you agree is more radicalized, regardless of whether or not he's conscious currently, right? You agree that the
well,
person they
that
put,
makes a big
you
difference.
agree. I'm sorry, but you agree that the person they put into that position is more radicalized. Do you agree?
There's been, you can't really know because he's never spoken publicly effectively. So you have no idea. But yes, probably he's around, he's the same, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So then
there's
it
no
hasn't. So
like
then it hasn't led to better conditions. Then do you at least accept that?
no, because he's not running the country. Like he's officially in the position of supreme leader. That's a different thing to actually making decisions. You can't make decisions when you're in a coma.
Yeah, I understand, but it's the idea that that's the person that's put into the position of power in the first place that demonstrates that the regime isn't becoming more reasonable by any means, but rather more radicalized, right? And the same thing has been true historically speaking in other areas in the context of the Middle East. Like, how was our regime changed in Afghanistan? How'd that go?
And when Biden pulled out.
Trump set up that agreement. You know that, right?
Okay. How was that? Well, you mean so the Taliban being in control? How is that? Is that your question? It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. Like our involvement was bad. It didn't lead to better conditions. So we
Right, but
spent 20
there's a
years there
huge.
and we didn't create
Yeah.
better
Okay.
conditions. My point is that we're
Do you
constantly
want me?
involving ourselves in military intervention when it has
Okay.
not led to better conditions. We're wasting our money.
Okay. Yeah. No, there's a huge distinction, right? And the distinction goes as following. So first of all, it's a very different operation in that they have actually wiped out the leadership, as in they're like all dead except for a few. And then secondly, the difference is that the Iranian people have absolutely zero support for their current government, and they are already being armed. And there's been a couple hits on
When you say
regime
zero
officials
support,
by
that's just
Iranian people.
blatantly false. I'm sorry, that's not true.
Okay,
Okay?
yes, you're
I
right.
actively
Okay,
agree
zero.
most people
Once
do
again,
not stand
hyperbole.
in support, but you cannot say zero. Like that's just not true.
Okay, well, do you think I meant not a single human being? Why
Yes.
would I say that? I'm not like. Okay, well, I'm not. I didn't mean that. Fine. Okay, 10% around of people in Iran support the regime. There's no way of actually knowing because as for obvious reasons, they can't really do reliable polls. But you can probably tell from 2 million people coming out onto the streets that with the threat of being killed, that they're not very popular, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're popular. Like that's not my argument. I'm just trying to say that you were wrong with the claim.
Okay, yeah, right, yeah. It's not zero. I mean, I thought it was clear that I didn't mean that, but okay, fine. Moving on. The Iranian, generally speaking, throughout Iran's history, they have not been an Islamist country, an extreme Islamist country. So I wouldn't say it's the same situation where whatever you do to intervene, it will eventually go back to a sort of destabilized extremist government.
Do you think most of the people in Afghanistan support the Taliban?
No, but I think
Okay.
that if Afghans in Afghanistan, generally speaking, have more extremist views Islamically than Iranians because they're not actually even Muslims. There's been polls done inside Iran that suggest it's a majority of the people.
Could you give me? I thought you said polls couldn't demonstrate that, but I mean, I don't know if
I
I've
didn't
never
say
seen
polls
any
couldn't- I didn't
empirical
say that.
evidence to demonstrate that. If you'd love to show me that, I'd love to be able to see. Is there any
Sure,
empirical evidence
sure,
that
I will.
compares the typical views of people in Afghanistan to
Sure.
people in Iran? Because that could be a relevant distinction. I'd love
Sure.
to see.
No problem. No problem. What do you want exactly? Do you
Like a
want
title.
to see the degree of their? Okay, sure.
Like, yeah, just a
I don't know
comparing
enough
of the social views relating to that in terms of the support of the administration to any different extent in Afghanistan comparative to Iran. That would be relevant to say that this could work
Sure,
in
so-
Iran but not in Afghanistan.
Yeah, sure, I'll put it up. But the first distinction you also have to make is that, so I'm not saying Islam is bad, but in order to support Islamic extremism, you do have to be Muslim first, right? That makes sense. It doesn't mean that Muslims support Islamic extremism. It just means that in order to get to that, you need
No,
to be
I
Muslim
disagree,
first. Is that
actually.
fair? You think you can support Islamic extremism and not be a Muslim?
Yes.
As in, like, you like Islamic, not like you
Yeah.
fund it because you like hate the world. Okay, example.
Is that logically contradictory? I mean, I wouldn't say that's typical,
It's
but
not
I would
like
say
a
it's
square
possible. You asked if it was possible,
Okay,
not if it's
fine.
typical, right?
Yes, yeah, okay. Is it more likely that you're an Islamic extremist if you're a Muslim than if you're not a Muslim?
Technically, but you could say the same thing about like it's more likely that you when you say you are a Muslim extremist, that you're kind of saying that. Is it more likely that you support it? Yes, of course. Of course, but like the same thing is true for Christianity. Like if someone is
Yeah, of
Christian, they're more
course.
likely to be a Christian extremist.
Yes, yes,
But
I know. It's my point.
what's the relevant point though?
That's my entire point, is that when a country like Iran is under 40% Muslim, they are not going to have Islamic extremist views.
Are
It's
they
not really
mostly atheistic or Christian, or what's the makeup
mostly
religiously?
so according to the regime, it's 99. According to every independent poll, it's around 40% Muslim, and then sort of atheist or agnostic. There's a 1%, 2% Christian, but it's not really Christian.
So it's mostly atheist and agnostic?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd have to look at the independent polling if you'd like to send it.
Okay.
What's the title?
Give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
But yeah, I mean,
So
like
independent
40%.
Iran.
I mean, that's still a huge portion of the population, right?
Yeah, but those are sort of okay. So the context is search up GAMAAN.
You said what?
Capital. So capital letters GAMAAN.
GAMANA. Wait, sorry, one more time.
Sorry, GAMAAN.
Sorry, I apologize. What about it?
Iranian. You could just search up Iranian religion polling. It will be 36 to 44%.
Alrighty. Let me click on it. They said they look over it, but where, like, what's the title of the thing you're looking at? Because they have like
haven't checked
a bunch of different surveys. So what survey are you referencing?
I'll get it up now. Give me a second. Well, the one about Iran religion from 2022. Iranians' attitudes towards religion. That will tell you that it is 44%.
Attitudes towards religion. Let me see. I don't know. I don't see it. I can look into this later. It's going to take a while for me to find this.
I'm just interested. Do people make up statistics when they debate?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, I'm really sorry about that because it loses a lot of time. I'm not making this up. I've got it here. Iranian attitudes towards religion.
Yeah.
Survey report.
I mean, I do believe you more than the typical person that comes up on the stream. That's for sure. But I can verify that later. That's kind of like a separate point. I still don't know if this would be a reason that would differentiate the scenarios that would make it so that it's more likely in this scenario to happen. Also, like, what percent of Afghanistan is Muslim?
According to Independent, I'll check for you now. What percent? It will be a lot higher than that, I promise you. It will be over 50 very comfortably. It will probably be more like 80. So 99.7, but that's probably government. So if we
I was like, is there any independent?
I mean, at the moment they obviously very hard on that, but let's see. Independent. Pew Research Center says it is 99. So yeah, I mean, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, when you look up that for Iran, it says 90 to 95%.
But that is sanctioned by the government. You can check that. It's
yeah, but like, I mean, is yours independent?
It's Pew Research Center, so yeah.
What's the title?
Let me get it. Because I'm asking. Okay, Afghanistan, Muslim.
In the meantime, Barbie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Barbie in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, he is. We clarified at the very beginning.
The World's Muslims, Religion, Politics, and Society. Pew Research Center.
Well, sorry, say the title again?
It's The World's Muslims, Religion, Politics, and Society.
Religion, Politics, and Society. Pew Research?
Yes. I'm just checking if it actually has Afghanistan.
Okay, this is
Yeah, 19.
2011. Support for Sharia. This is Sharia law.
Okay, well, if you support Sharia, then you're more you're more. You can be a Muslim and not support Sharia, but generally speaking, if you support Sharia, you're very likely to be a Muslim. So I don't think that's
Okay, well, I mean, but this is saying of those support for Sharia where Islam is officially a favored religion. This is just the data from
from
those
Islamic
areas.
countries.
Again, these are government sources. I think it's reporting on the government sources.
Does it say that? Data on.
I mean, I would assume
Okay.
You really think 99%?
It's probably lower, and there's a bit of fear factor there where people.
Yeah, I
afraid.
don't know if I believe that.
Yeah. To be fair, the penalty for apostasy is death, so you can't really measure.
You can't really know, right?
But for Iranians to still be at 32.3 for Shiite Muslims, that tells you that they're.
I know, but you're not
not
categorizing all other Muslims, right?
Okay, Sunni Muslims are 5%, so it's 37.2%. So it's not like a big difference.
Well, I mean, we're not using the same basis of metrics here. We're not saying like Pew Research says it in both scenarios, you know.
It's difficult to get that kind of data.
Sure. Let's assume that this is correct. I still don't see that military intervention, will lead to better outcomes. If you think that it will cause a personalized revolution or something like that, like to the individuals in the country, I don't know. I don't know if that would be something I accept. But V, thank you for the $5. Said they severely oversample college-educated people. There's flawed polling. I mean, I'd have to look at that and to verify all of that myself.
They're talking about the Iranian survey.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like not verifiable, and there could be issues with both of these. Like, of course, but even so, like even if we accept it, I still don't see it as a sufficient argument to say that this will lead to better outcomes. And can I just ask, what objectives do you think we've met so far?
I think America has successfully annihilated the top level of Iranian regime. They've drastically reduced their missile capabilities so that they can't hit Israel or the United Arab Emirates or anybody that they've been hitting, because, as I'm sure you know, Iran's retaliatory.
But can't they just build that back up really quickly once we stop?
Not really. It takes a while to build.
I mean, but
the missile factories have also been bombed, as have the drone factories.
I understand, but you can rebuild all of these things, right?
Well, I would assume that if they were to start, that would be part of a peace deal. And also, I don't think the regime will last another year anyways, because of the fact that it's never really been, like, the Iranian people can sense that they're already at their weakest
so
and
I think we're just making so many assumptions here that, like, I can't be on board. I genuinely, like, I want you to hear this maybe from my perspective for a second, I guess. Like, I think that we've been involving ourselves in the Middle East too much. We're putting way too much money into war and conflict, and we're not putting it here at home. Okay, Trump wants to do a $1.5 trillion military budget on a yearly basis. That's ridiculous. That's a huge portion of our budget. And I would much rather this funding be put into things that actually benefit people here at home, right? Rather than it being sent towards war around the world. Especially if we don't have really good reason that it will lead to better outcomes. Do I want better outcomes in these countries? Absolutely. Do I think that there's good evidence that we will lead to better outcomes? No. And I think that you need very, very good evidence to indicate that it's going to lead to better outcomes in order to justify this in the first place. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't think that you can justify military action without really good evidence.
I can, if you give me 25 seconds, I can explain to you my perspective on why a very good outcome is highly probable.
Okay.
Okay, so you must understand that, so when you have a regime that's very unpopular, but you also have a country that's extremely poor at the moment, we're not actually like a naturally poor country per se, but their only way of enforcing their restrictions and enforcing and preventing the Iranian people from taking over is because they are armed and the Iranian people are not armed. So two things would be required, and it can really be either or, which is to arm the Iranian people, and they will easily defeat the government, or to cut off the funding so that Iran aren't able to pay the Basijis, or who are the riot police, by the way, or the like lower level IRGC who are not like ideologically motivated. Either of those two things would result in the end of the regime, and that's like, and then you'd have a transitional government with.
But how are we cutting their
Shut up,
funds to be able to provide for that?
Well, they're already like in economic ruin, but on top of that, you could just like, so take over the reduce their ability to, what's it called, to sell oil, heavier sanctions. Any of these things would
So keep the Strait of
they've got a very
Hormuz
brittle
closed?
economy. You wouldn't need to close. You would just need to make sure Iran can't sell any oil, or even put in a fee. Anything really.
Okay. How do you prevent them from selling oil?
Higher sanctions, and then put tariffs on everybody else who won't put sanctions on Iran.
Higher sanctions and put tariffs on people that won't put sanctions. Okay. So
I mean, that's just one
I don't
possibility,
see
but-
any good reason to believe that that's going to be put in place, especially with the negotiations that are undergoing. Do you think that if you do that,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
going to underpin the negotiations that they're trying to establish?
You mean Iran and America's current
Yeah,
negotiations?
Vance has gone there and is currently
Okay.
engaging in negotiation with them.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a peace deal with Iran, then I would just disagree with that. But I don't really. I think they're kind of on tightrope here, and Iran's economy's fucked anyways, unless like America funds them. So
I
or, like, they
don't
have some kind of deal
necessarily
where they
agree
can
with
fund
that. I think they're still going to be able to
don't
pay
think
the
Iran's economy
IRGC guard.
would.
Like I don't see it to be meaningfully statistically probable to say that they're going to be limited from being able to fund their IRGC guard. If you could give me any like actual meaningful evidence other than just like you feel like this is true, then yeah. Like if you knew that like cutting specific funding off or putting certain sanctions in place would limit them from funding the IRGC, then I'd love to see if you could do that. But
Well,
I don't see that to be true.
it's quite. I mean, it's just there's 300,000 members of the IRGC and there's like 500,000 Besiegis, so that's a lot of people to fund.
Yeah, I understand.
And
I understand,
their
but like they
economy's
have the
already
capacity,
eroded
they have enough money
considerably.
to do that.
They currently do, but if the United Arab Emirates keeps all of their assets frozen, because as you know they have all kinds of crypto assets in the UAE, if they can keep them frozen, that's where they take the majority of the funds to pay them off. You know that, so that they are very much in danger financially, very much so.
Okay. I'm just not convinced that this would be more probable to prevent the regime from being in place.
Well, then the other option would be arming the people, or both.
And I don't see a meaningful way to be able to do that.
To arm the people, I mean, it's very possible. You could do it through.
You saying drop guns from the sky or something?
Iranian Kurds. I mean, that's not even. I wouldn't have gone with that method.
Wouldn't you
but
need
that's not
boots
even
on the ground?
outrageous. No. They made an error in that they used Iraqi Kurds rather than Iranian Kurds. If they use Iranian Kurds, then they'll be able to distribute weapons.
How?
Although I'm not Pete Hegseth, right? So it's not my job to think
How
of
do
the
they
exact
distribute
tactics and
weapons,
how
though?
to
I
do
just
it.
don't
It's
understand how. Do they have people on the
Well,
ground? Do they
you
have people in
would.
the area?
Iranian Kurds. Do you know Kurdistan?
Yeah, I know Kurdistan, yeah. So
Right,
you're going to say...
Kurdish people in the north of Iran. Can I finish?
So you're going to say Kurdish people
So there
in
are-
Iran are going to then distribute weapons within Iran?
Yes, it's yeah, exactly. But they're in the very north, and they
But
sort of
wouldn't they
have
have
free
to
reign
make
up
it
there. They have
into
their own-
Iran?
No, because they sort of move in and out in the north of Iran, over to Iraq occasionally. It's not that the borders aren't so enforced there.
You said that they're not enforced. Can I have a source on that
Not-
so I
not
can verify that
enforced at all.
myself?
It's not really that kind of thing. It's just, I think you know what I mean in that it's because they're Kurdish, they kind of operate within their own state. But you know, I'm not Pete Hegseth. It's not my job to think of the exact military strategy
understand,
in order to
but-
arm the people. We know that Israel and America have already considered it and actually attempted it.
Yeah, but
so it's not
so
something
again,
out of.
you said that the border is not very much enforced. Do you think if we're threatening to
Not
do this,
the
that they
entire.
would try to do that with the IRGC? I don't see why they would just leave it.
I suppose yes, they would enforce it more heavily, but these Kurds
I
in
feel
the
like they're
mountains
doing
and
that
people
out
like
of
that,
expecting it. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a reliable way.
I would say, is it reliable? How on earth would we know?
There we go.
I
Isn't that
can't
kind of
really
my
tell
point,
you.
though? Is that like the argument you were trying to make was that you do have a reliable way of telling us that it's going to lead to better conditions? And what I'm saying is I don't think that
I'm not.
there's a reliable way of leading to better conditions. And it seems like if you said that you can't establish that it's more reliable, that it would lead to better conditions, that my point is then true.
Well, no, because you're suggesting that because I thought of one possible way that you could arm the people, that's the only way.
Sure.
It's so. Do you
If you have
okay,
other ways,
so
but
do you
you
think
have
that
to
arming the
demonstrate
people?
that it's probable to me,
Yeah,
not
I'm
that.
saying if the people were.
Sure.
Okay.
Do I see any
So
meaningful
you
way to do
believe
that?
that?
No.
Okay, so you don't think it's like a higher than 50% chance that if America and Israel put their heads to it, they could figure out a way to give guns to a few people. In
Yeah.
fact, I mean,
And
they've already done it.
I also
So
think that
it's
we would achieve more of our
it's not
goals
even
through
true, but they've
diplomacy
already
than we
done it.
actually would through going to war in the first place. So
What would those goals be?
yeah, our goals are like preventing them from having nuclear weapons, right? Like I think that the JCPOA did that to the greatest extent possible.
So no. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. No, I don't think that that's the only goal though, because there's also the goal of long-term peace in the Middle East, which could be established by getting rid of that regime.
But I feel like this claim is always said. Like this has been said about practically every single country that we've been able
That's very
to be involved with over the past 30, 40 years at least. So again, I don't see this as a sufficient argument, as this is the constant talking point that we've been told. And again, it's diverting resources away from us. Like every single time we hear this argument, we have to divert resources away from providing healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic amenities to Americans here at home. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I am genuinely sick and tired of us doing this as a country, involving ourselves militarily all around the world. And it really annoys me that we even have this as a dialogue in our country about us sending military intervention all around the world to continue engaging in this after decades of it being like this. I understand wanting better conditions. I get it. I do not think that there's enough evidence to indicate that we should be involved. I don't think that there's enough reason to believe that it would lead to better conditions given our military involvement. And I genuinely think that we're just going to be wasting resources for the benefit of defense contractors, oil companies, and, like the rich, not like the average person in this country. So, and I don't even think the average.
Plenty of good examples of U.S. intervention that was effective as well. So I don't
What
think you
specific
can
examples?
condemn World War II.
Yeah, like I think the real only example that people could provide is like the Marshall Plan, World War II.
Well, Korea wasn't too bad either, actually.
Sure. What else?
I don't think you can say anything wrong with Korea. So Korea, but I would say in most terms, Korea is more similar to Iran than Iraq. I know it sounds ridiculous because of the geographical and the time and everything, but the people themselves in Iran, so they're one of the most successful immigrant groups in America. They have extremely high IQs, and they have had a functioning Western-like country for a lot of their history.
Proportionally speaking, is the U.S. very successful?
Yeah.
I disagree with that. And also, if the
You don't
best
think the US is a
examples of us
successful country?
of this working are from 70 years ago, I think that we need to update our standards.
Well, it's 70 years ago. You're talking about Korea. Well,
Over
is that
70
the
years
only
ago, by
last
the way.
example?
Like the best examples are from over 70 years ago. And then the examples that I've given are from us destabilizing the region the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. in the 2020s.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like decades
Well,
of destabilization, but we only have very few
well, do you
examples
think
of
Libya
success.
was like?
And like, you know what? Those examples of success, if every single scenario were a success, you know, I think that maybe you'd have an argument. I don't think that you have the argument because I don't think that we've led to better conditions, and I think that this mantra has
Mm-hmm.
literally destroyed
Well, you
our
could also
ability
say,
to meaningfully
sure,
help people in this country, like in terms of access to healthcare,
right,
childcare, and
okay.
housing affordability and things like that. So maybe could
Well,
we
you know a
focus
lot
on
more
that for a
about
second? Like, is
healthcare
there
than
any
you did.
domestic policy of Trump's that you like, or is it just that he supports the war with Iran?
Well, I don't know if I want to get into it with you because I've seen you. You're quite good, but I do like the pro-life aspect. Although I mean, it's not like he's doing that much for it, but I prefer him to a more pro-choice candidate.
Okay. So you prefer Trump because you think it will lead to less abortions happening?
No, not really. I think, look, from what I've seen, he just seems to be. Also, I believe he abolished transitioning surgery for minors, which I think is good.
That already didn't exist.
I think it did. You could
No, it
get
didn't.
transgender surgery as a minor.
No.
Yes, you could. I'll check it.
Go
Well,
go
in
find
any
a source
state,
for me. I'd love to see.
Okay.
Benjamin, thank you by the way for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said if you wouldn't look a soldier in the eye and justify why they should die for your position, you shouldn't be advocating. You shouldn't be advocating for it. Well, thank you very much, Benjamin. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. Michael, think of the 50 cents. Did you see the USA Today article where military planning for possible Pentagon-led operation in Cuba? Yeah, I have seen that. I actually reported on that near the beginning of the stream. That's also another concerning thing. Again, this is a constant military intervention all around the world. Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is very true. We spent so much, and yet literally nothing got better there. That's very true. Thank you. As well as Mike, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jay, thank you so much for the $1. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much, Jay. Chelsea, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It is actually a horrible thing. It is absolutely a horrible thing, Chelsea. And, I was watching The Pit, and The Pit actually made a great reference of that, of how like the rape kits aren't specifically got all the time and how they're left, how there isn't enough accountability on that. So that's something I'd also, for many people, make sure to take a look into as well. I literally that's something I always remember whenever people bring that up. But yeah, again, everyone, if you have any questions or not questions, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Dean's currently still not live right now, everyone, so I'm assuming that he'll be live within the next 30 minutes or so. I'll text him and ask him to make sure to see. If you want to support me, as always, those are the best ways to do so. We'll probably only for a few more minutes finish this conversation, and then we'll probably go on to the last person for today. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the 3,100 people here. Hit that thumbs up. I think we're pretty close to 2,000 likes, actually. So I'd really, really, really appreciate if you help push it out to more people by doing so. I think right now we're actually at 2,000 just about. We're at 1,900. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick. We could get close to 2,500 today. I feel like we could do that. Alrighty, do give it a quick second for him to find that information.
Well, here's what I've got. So as of late 2024, following states did not have bans on gender-affirming surgery for minors: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Colorado, Hawaii, Alaska, New York, Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Illinois, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Sorry, what are you reading me off again? I
Virginia, and the
apologize.
District of Columbia. Those are the states which did not have bans on gender-affirming surgery for minors
Oh, can you give me the title?
in 2024. GLMA, Health Professionals Advancing LGBTQ Equality.
GLMA, what?
Oh, no, wait, that's specifically for New Hampshire, I think. Let me get the full source. Give me a second. Wait, are you disputing that there was a ban, like it was illegal to have gender affirming surgery in America?
No, I think it was
As a minor.
considered illegal, and you would be giving
In
me
all
evidence to
states?
believe that it wasn't considered illegal.
Well, okay, what can you search it up for me? Because
Okay,
like,
I
in
guess it was your
2024
claim, though.
Okay, let's go for California. You think in California in 2024 it was illegal to have gender affirming surgery for minors because it wasn't?
Yeah, I do. Can you give me a source?
Sorry, 1 second. Hi. So I don't really know how to give you a source.
You're
on that
looking
because it's
at
just a law
By the way, you brought up states that allow for gender affirming care, not for surgery.
for minors.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with gender
Doesn't
affirming
that
care.
involve pumping people full of?
Do you
isn't that
understand there's
putting
a distinction
hormones into-
between gender affirming care and surgery?
Yep. I've got to go. I'm being called. But
Okay.
yes, you're probably correct. That gender affirming surgery. Well, it says gender affirming surgery. I don't know. It's probably different to like chopping genitals off. So you're probably correct.
Yeah.
I'm not like running or anything. I actually do have to go.
Yeah, it did sound like you had to go, but yeah, I guess you can look into that. I
Great.
don't. I
It's been
wasn't seen. I haven't
great.
seen any evidence where it's gender affirming surgery for minors is legal.
Well, in California in 2024, it says that gender affirming surgery is legal. If you want to
What's
search
what's the
up
title?
if
I'd love
that's
to see.
true, then could you just search up was it legal? Because it was just Google was my source.
Yeah, they're gonna say gender affirming care, not gender affirm surgery.
It said gender affirming surgery. I don't know. Can you search it up?
Yeah, I did, and I only see gender affirming care, not gender affirming surgery.
Okay, cool. My source says otherwise. Whatever. Okay,
What
I
source
gotta
are
go
you
now.
looking at though
It's
before
been
you
great.
leave?
It's ChatGPT. I just asked AI.
Okay.
So
Well, if
that's all.
you ask
That's all
them
mine.
what my real name
I
is,
don't have, like, a website.
it's gonna tell you I'm Dean Weathers.
Okay. Thank you. I do have to go now, but
Alright.
it's been
Well,
very
I appreciate you coming on.
respectful, and I appreciate it.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Rebel, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Keith as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They also said they don't have bans for leprechauns breeding with unicorns because it doesn't happen. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tom as well, thank you for the $5. Again, thank you. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday, Caitlin. Of course. Caitlin, happy birthday. Let's make sure to go on to this next individual real quick. Last person for today, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me? I was on here yesterday.
D Sport Trump? Oh, you were on here yesterday. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. To get this last person up here for today, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
D Sport Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But like, I would have to clarify on that.
Okay.
Like, for me, like personally, I believe in Christianity. I'm pretty sure you don't either. Correct?
You said what? Say that one more time.
Or I believe in Christianity. You do not. Correct?
I do not know.
Okay. I was asking like I feel that like obviously what Trump had just posted like on Christianity was definitely way wrong, and I don't agree with that. But like, I don't know how I can become democratic while believing in Christianity. And I'm pretty sure you touched on that earlier in the live stream. But like I'm not like the last guy, to be honest with you. Like I don't know like too much, but like I just wanted like information on that, like how I could kind of switch my opinion on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Essentially, what I would just ask you is, what have Democrats done that would mean that you can't support them, and we can start from that.
Um, I guess like the pro life or the pro choice like kind of position, I guess.
Yeah, you
And
can hold my position and be a Christian. There's nothing about my position that means you can't be Christian.
and like
First, you
how
can
was
believe in separation of church and state, so just because something's immoral doesn't mean it should be illegal. And then secondly, you can also say that you value sentience, because no Christian is having to say that you have to value and say that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're cellularly speaking alive. So we don't think that cellular life is the basis of personhood, right? At least from that perspective, we think it's sentient life. Some people claim they value life and future subjective experience, but there's nothing about the Christian worldview that means that you have to hold that view.
okay, that makes sense. Now my my girlfriend's parent is a very big Republican supporter. My
Hmm.
parents are Democratic. And for like a lot of what he was saying was that like just the idea that like if you are Christian, you cannot be Democratic, I guess. So like I don't know in the I don't know how that would work.
Yeah,
Like
he
but
might think that, but like, there's no really good reason to say that. There's no good reason for you to believe it, you know?
yeah, that makes
And
sense.
someone could claim the same thing the other way around. Someone could claim that you can't be a Republican and Christian, right? Because the Republican Party, and I can give specifics, they cut people off of access to free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children every single month on average because of the Big Beautiful Bill. We can point to the 10 million people cut off access to health insurance through the Big Beautiful Bill, right? 2.5 million people cut off their access to food stamps on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill, while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, right? That's not the most Christian thing. It's not the most Christian thing for right now under Trump's administration to increase the defense budget to $1.5 trillion a year and to cut social services and things people need. Take a look at the list of the proposal of things that they want to cut, specifically by imposing the $1.5 trillion a year defense budget. And it is all like community building things. It's all like for people getting access to housing, for social services, for food, for healthcare access, social security, things like that.
Okay. And then like what would you say that like it like makes Kamala better than President Trump?
Wait, repeat what you just said?
I said like what would you like what do you think is what do you think makes Kamala better than Trump in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's because she advocates for policies specifically to target the middle class and people in need to a greater extent, like expanding the child tax credit to the first year, or to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for every single month or per month for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, like what existed prior. She's advocated to have a universal access to healthcare. Expand that, which will be less costly in terms of healthcare access in this country. Countries around the world that have universal healthcare policies spend nearly half as much as we do in this country per individual, and they have better average health outcomes. The big dispute that people bring up is, oh, they have longer wait times. One thing I tell people to take into consideration is that a lot of people here in the United States, due to the fact that they can't afford it, never go and get access to the care they need in the very first place. So their wait times are infinite insofar as they can't pay. And we can also point to the fact that people still need this care. And we can also point to the fact that in terms of these particular programs, if it's less costly overall, we can put more of that funding that we are doing, or we're going to be saving, into reducing the wait times comparative to other countries' universal systems. And the wait times typically tend to be for elective procedures, not for necessary ones. And also in the emergency room, there's wait times as well. And I think that we prefer the idea that there are wait times like that than someone to be able to, like, who's super rich to go in and like get past everyone else in the ER simply just because of how much money they make.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So like if I was because like I said, like I'm 18, like this would be the first time I've ever voted. Like for like at least the 2028 election, like who would you say are like the best candidates?
Who would I say the best candidates are in the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the best candidates in the Democratic Party definitely would be progressives in my eyes. I like people like AOC, Ro Khanna, etc. But I would prefer practically any Democrat over the Republican candidates. I would pick Newsom, Kamala Harris, Buttigieg over Vance, Rubio, etc. I would think
Okay.
that any of them are better than Trump. and better than the typical Republicans?
Yeah. Somebody asked if my parents are Democratic. They are, and they are not. They do not believe in Christianity. And also, my uncle was supporting Marco Rubio as he was like going for presidency in 2016. So like, I don't know. Like I also have like family members that work in the NRA. My family's just really divided, so it's kind of hard to tell like which side to go with. You know what I mean? And sometimes like I don't. What advice would you give to like to be able to look into things like more? You know what I mean? Like how would I approach that? Because obviously there's issues today, and then I see like when you and Dean debate other people, you guys tend to like even bring stuff up from the 1980s and stuff like that. Like how would you say that would like help me? Like how can I go about that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like when it comes to certain things are like things you can't come back from. If someone like sexually abuses someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president, under my view. If someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone, criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president. That's kind of like my view. But with Rubio, for example, there isn't the same thing true about him, at least to my understanding. In terms of that particular spec, the reason why I have an issue with Vance and Rubio is because of their ideological positions, their support for the Trump administration, etc. So we can go through the specific reasons why we would disagree with that, but in general, like it's going to be based upon their ideological positions. For Rubio, like for example, not based upon like something he's done in terms of his character. I'm not really familiar with his character being bad at all.
Okay, that makes sense. Like what I was kind of getting at is like how would you go about like just looking into certain things? Like you know what I mean? Like because obviously like you've gained a lot of knowledge. Like obviously like there's been Republican like supportive people like Charlie Kirk and stuff that have also like looked into a bunch of things. Like how would you say to go about that and to like find those things? I guess it's kind of hard to explain if you can
Define what
like,
candidate is preferable. I mean, it's important to do research, to question everything that you talk about, have conversations, but when you hear people make claims, look them up and question them and look for evidence behind things that you're looking for in terms of what's true. I look for independent media and things like AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. Look at studies. For example, there's a bibliography in my bio. I put a bunch of different studies in there. It was set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian. So like looking to relevant sources and corresponding that with evidence.
Okay, thank you so much. That's literally all I needed to talk about. If you want to get another person in here, I just wanted help on that. I was definitely like very in the middle. Like I'm like the ripe age of 18, so I just wanted to like figure out like kind of what your point of view of everything was and stuff like that, so that it can help me vote for the election. You know what I mean?
Alrighty, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, I think I'll get one more person, everybody, actually. Barbie, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. It actually, ironically, doesn't. It actually doesn't say my actual name, so that is one thing. At least when I've seen it before. Obviously those things can change, but based on what I've seen it doesn't say my name. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5. Again, thank you very much. Happy birthday, Kaylin. Let's get this next person up here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. Let's get this last person up here for today, everybody. Kara as well, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. He was just looking into these things. A lot of people out there who are just doing that. That's why this is so important, these conversations. Because like they show people like what are the two ideological positions, what are the sides, and what are the arguments they have for each side. And I think it shows people more clearly, right, like what position is what. And that like I'm not crazy, essentially. Or I'm just not some biased liberal. Shows it for what it is rather than letting the right straw man us, Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit a blinker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Need to get the next person up here real quick, and then only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to this next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Let's get this last person up here for today, everybody. I honestly don't know when Dean's going to be live. Let me actually text him. Hey, bro, I'm at 5 hours, actually. Five hours. What time you getting on? Alrighty. He'll probably say pretty soon. I would assume at least. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Parker's trying to clock out. Actually, I mean, like, I would stay on for so many extra hours, but you know, I'm just trying to see whenever, just so I can send everyone to him. What's up? How old are you?
Hit a blinker.
Oh no, what are we at now? What's up? How old are you?
Please follow the rules. He said like the last.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you? I would love to have like an actual conversation with Fish Girl based on her actual views or what she actually thinks. Like, I'm genuinely kind of curious. Because she's always in troll mode. You know? Like, I'm actually genuinely curious, like, what she actually thinks as a person. I'm not gonna bring them up. I was just saying that as a broad thing. What's up? How old are you?
Medium.
I said, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. What's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hi. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I believe you. I apologize. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We're going to try a few more people. If we can't get someone, I might just call it for tonight and we just do Q&A or something. But I do want to get the next person up here. What's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
1999.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because if Kamala Harris was elected, we'd be fucked. We're still alive and we're still thriving today, and there's been no domestic terrorism. There's been no intruders. There's been no home front war. If Kamala Harris were to be president, man, we'd be fucked right now. I mean, honestly, dude, I probably wouldn't even be alive right now if Kamala Harris was president because I'd be in war right now, dude. Just another number statistic because, I mean, yep, that's all. Just safety.
Hey, sir, just to let you know, we're currently at war right now because of Trump.
Right. We're at war in Iran.
And
We're
Kamala
not at war
Harris,
in America, okay?
And Kamala Harris opposes this war. There's no evidence at all that we would have been domestically invaded under the Harris administration. There's no evidence for that at all. What reason do you have to believe that to be true? Because
bro,
I'm going to be honest.
Straight weakness,
90% of the
man.
chat thinks you're trolling right now.
I
and
swear
I'm starting
to God
to lean
on my
towards
life,
that too.
dude, I'm not trolling.
So then what
I swear
reason,
to God, I truly believe
sir,
this.
So then what reason? Have you been on my live before?
No, I haven't. I
Are you
swear
sure?
I haven't been on your live. Yes, I swear.
Is your name Dylan?
No. Why would my name be Dylan? It's literally Anthony.
Your name is Dylan.
Dude, I swear it's not Dylan.
This is Dylan.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. This is D-Bake. Yeah, it is.
How is it D-Bake? I don't even know who D-Bake is, bro.
Yes, that sounds like you.
Okay, there's a lot of people that sound
Why are
alike.
you lying
I'm
right
not
now?
D-Bake. Dude, I'm not lying.
I've had multiple conversations with you where we've literally been like, dude, you got to completely review your ideological perspectives because this is not benefiting you and it's not positive for you. And the fact that you're still in this framework of viewing things is really crazy, man. Like, honestly, I really hoped that you got help. Like, I'm actually serious.
Bro, I genuinely want a debate, bro. I don't know what you're going on about. Like, I swear. Like, I'm actually confused.
I don't believe you. I know you're lying. Okay, like I'm gonna kick you either way. So might as well talk to me like how you actually are. You know, as who you are as a person. Because I'm gonna kick you either way. I just want to
So
let you
you
know
don't
that.
want to debate. You don't want to debate because you know what I said when I came up on this live was truth.
Okay, so you agree that you
wanna
have
hear
been up on the stream before. Did you see? You just conceded without even. See, I literally I gave you the feeling that you were gonna get kicked either way. So I knew that he would concede then and acknowledge that it was him. Dude, look at that. That right there is how you lie, by the way, in order to be able to, which actually I probably would have kicked him either way, but say I was lying. That's how you lie to be able to like get a negotiation. That's the art of the deal, actually, everybody. The art of the deal, actually. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Getting this last person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get this last person up here for today, everyone. Morgan, thank you so much for the bouquet. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You have to take a blinker. It's true.
It's the only truth, right? Only truth, only truth. You have nothing but the truth. Okay? Nothing but the truth. Alrighty. Oh, hey, also, I was going to say something about this, because I've been trying to get in contact with the gubernatorial race individuals, like the, I want to get in contact with Javier Becerra, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer, and I want to see if they'll come on and do a quick interview on the stream. What do y'all think? I think those are the only three that have a chance on the Democratic side to get enough support. So I think those are the three that I would want to get on the stream to see who would be there. And then we can do a little compare contrast. I think that'd be great, especially before the election coming through. I'm not really sure who I'm completely there with yet, because for the few things, Becerra is a bit behind in terms of support, so I don't know if he would necessarily be able to get the support, but he's had a lot of push on social media, which has been really good. That's kind of like the biggest concern with him, honestly. Porter, there's been a lot of issues with in terms of treatment of staff, but she has very set policy, very good at explaining it to people. Steyer is more progressive. I like that he's more progressive. I do think that on specific things, he might not have specific plans for it, but I do think that, I like his progressive nature and his views. So, I mean, there's different things with each candidate, and, they're kind of, I'm not set out of I really want this one more than the other ones out of those three. So I would love to do something like that to sort of see. But yeah, that's what it's seeming. Someone's saying California is turning red. Austin, that is not happening. Very unlikely to happen now. If you're a Trump supporter, you should accept that request I just sent to you to join. But I would love to talk to them. I would love to be able to get in contact with them, but I don't even know if I would be able to, because I don't really have any way to contact people to do that unless they message me. So I'll have to figure that one out. People say it won't happen, but there's a lot of people with lesser followings than me that have been able to talk to them directly. I don't know. I bet I could try to find them, but it's Becerra. I got you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me on that. I knew that. I don't know why I said that. I knew that's a pronunciation. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, what is up with me? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, yes, I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Matt, I see you. Yeah, okay, so why do you support Trump?
I have a question, really quick question. When I look up your name online, why does it come up Dean Withers? Are you and Dean going by the same fucking fake name? What do you?
I just want to know I am Dean Withers.
Well, no, because like you guys, like I know you guys probably spread a lot of fake information, but I just want to know like the truth. Are you
Dean
Is he Dean?
Withers, we carry the flame.
That was kind of cringe.
But we're Dean Withers, bro.
No, but no. All
Dude, your
serious set
profile
aside,
picture
what's
is
your full
literally
name?
Donald Trump riding on an eagle, and you're gonna say I'm cringe, bro? Your profile picture is an AI photo of Trump on a bald eagle.
That's a biased opinion, and you damn well know that.
Did you know that Trump didn't know the difference between a bald eagle and a falcon?
Let's look at your profile picture.
Yeah, take a look at it.
Oh, look, it's Parker from probably like 5 years ago. His last picture
No,
you could take.
that was about a year ago, and it was me after going to the White House.
Oh, because you probably went and hung out with Trump because we all know you're a fucking Republican.
No, it was before the transfer of power.
Oh. So when you were still a supporter of Trump, correct?
I was not a supporter of Trump. I argued for the Harris administration.
I truly believe you're part-timer. You love Trump, low-key. You and Dean apparently.
So you think I'm a Trump supporter?
Both of you Deans. I don't know who's who because you guys don't know.
You don't know who's who.
Your proper names.
Yeah, my name is Dean Withers.
What is your actual name? Because when I look it up, like AI says that you're Dean Withers.
I literally am Dean Withers. That's my name.
And what's the other Dean Withers account? Is that another one of your accounts?
No, we have the same name.
See, yeah, that's something's fishy there.
What do you
It's
mean?
almost,
What do you mean?
It's almost like the
you don't think it's
Jeffrey
possible that
Epstein
people
and
can have the
that
same
Pete guy.
name? Dean,
You know
Dean
that
and I have the
Pete
same
guy?
name. I am Dean Withers. We're both Dean Withers.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe anymore. The internet's literally just everybody just blabbers random shit online. You don't even know what to take for real anymore.
Okay. Well, you said I'm a Trump supporter. So do you think I'm a grifter?
I mean, it could be part of it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So if I'm a Trump supporter, that would necessitate that I'm a grifter because you're saying I'm lying about my views for attention or money
Okay,
or
so
something.
yeah, I guess that would be I guess you would be considered a grifter. So by definition, you literally just conceded you're a grifter.
No, I didn't. When did I say
Wow,
that my views are
W. Gilbert in the chat. If you guys want to
When did you say? Listen.
You can send gifts,
When
so
did
thank
you? That was
Okay,
so
go ahead.
cringe. When did I say that my views are dishonest?
I didn't say your views were dishonest. I'm just saying you're.
You did. You literally just said I'm a Trump supporter, meaning that my views that I'm describing on the stream that I'm against Donald Trump are dishonest. So explain to me why you think I'm dishonest.
Look at it. We just got a W in the chat for Gilbert. Yeah, see.
Okay, Lil Bert.
I just think you. What did you just call me?
Lil Bert.
Lil Bert. Okay,
because it's just your name with an L.
You're just a beta.
Okay, Lil Bert.
All right, whatever. We're getting some W. Gilberts in the chat. Yeah, that's what I thought. A lot of people actually prefer me.
Lil Bert got cooked. Lil Bert cooked like you've never seen before. Lil Bert.
You've been cooked. No, but you grift. This is your full-time grifting job.
Okay.
We all know that.
And what makes you think that I'm a Trump supporter?
Because you know so much about him. That's all you do. You follow him. That's all you care about.
So because I try to convince people to not support Trump, you think I'm a Trump supporter. That makes zero sense. Like, here, think about it this way. If I was a Trump supporter, why wouldn't I go on the internet and argue in support of Trump? Wouldn't I be able to make money doing that? Wouldn't I be able to get attention doing that?
I don't think you'd get enough money. That's why. Because that's the whole point of grifting. Like you're trying to make as much money as
You
you
don't think I
can.
could make more money holding a position in support of the president of the United States right now?
You think you can make more holding a position that you like?
I could absolutely I could absolutely make more money as a right winger
So
than I can as a left winger.
know there's a lot of arguable points that you'd be able to back up to make enough money from doing this.
Dude, if I just took crypto funds, if I took all the funds from the AI companies, if I took all the funds from all these different corporations to promote right wing ideology, yeah, I could make so much more money than I'm making right now.
I doubt it. Speaking of the stocks,
you have no
my
clue what you're
stocks are
talking about
doing
because
great.
I don't make money off of brand deals. I don't get brand deals.
You don't get sponsorships. DNC doesn't pay you.
Nope.
I know there's a lot of like people in the chat that'll just like send you donations 24/7 because
So that means
the point of,
people who like me in the comment section, who like my content, send me donations because they like my content. That doesn't make me a grifter. Again, like you're not making sense. Like I could have easily built up myself on the right. Like you understand that I have skills in debating. I know how to run on social media. I could have used that and to literally make myself large on the right or on the left. Okay, these are just reflective of my views. Why, if I was a right winger, why if I was a right winger, would I want like liberals to get elected?
there's something fishy about you and that other dean, the two deans, fucking duo, whatever you guys are. I don't know, but you know what else you guys do too? That's a good form of grifting, and we're gonna get some W's in the chat for Gilbert after I say this one. You and Dean, you guys like to do battles.
Battles. Yeah, that's the number one grift.
That's a W. Exactly, and you just fucking admitted it. You
absolutely
literally
did.
conceded.
Hey, Lilbert. I'm absolutely a grifter, man. I grift like you've never seen before. I grift more than you've ever grifted in your life, buddy. I am number one grifter that you've ever seen. Okay, so now that you've acknowledged that I am can you acknowledge that I'm the number one grifter?
Do you make more than the other dean?
I am the number one grifter in the existence of grifting.
Okay, but do you make more than the
I am
other
the
dean,
number
do you
one.
think?
I am a trillionaire, dude.
I don't doubt that. You grift like a motherfucker.
I'm the number one grifter, grifting trillionaire. Okay, so now that you've acknowledged that I'm a grifter and I'm the number one grifter like you've never grifted before, then can you tell me why you support Trump?
You want to know why?
Yeah.
The stocks are doing amazing, man.
We had worse stock market growth in 2025 as compared to 2024.
Now check out the.
We have worse stock market growth in 2025 as compared to 2024.
Right now, check it out. Check out the.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
You really want to know?
Yeah, I do.
Michigan.
Okay, what time is it?
5:41.
In Michigan?
Yup.
You think is it Eastern or Central in Michigan?
I'm Central.
You're Central and you said it's 5:40?
Yep.
You're an idiot. By the way, if you're Canadian, you still have the same time zones. So you're just an idiot. Like, actually, you're just an idiot. You have the exact same time zones. There's literally no distinction. Okay? I don't know how you get that wrong as a Canadian. How do you fuck that one up? By the way, let me clarify. Central is 4:21. I'm just going to clarify with everyone. 5:21 or 5:41 is Eastern time. So you can't claim it's Central and then also claim it's 5:41. That does not even make any sense. Right? Like that's like incoherent. It can be 5:41 in Michigan, but also it doesn't mean it would be Central. It means it would be Eastern, right? So he was wrong either way because he was claiming it was 5:41 and also Central time. So it's very unfortunate. Michigan is Eastern and Central. That's why I was asking him to clarify also, by the way. Alrighty, do I just call it for today, everyone? Jeez. Dean hasn't responded to me yet, even. Surprisingly. I think we could maybe do one more person, right? One more person? Because I don't think that counts.
Yeah, one more person.
Gilbert, why are you lying, Meryl? Why are you lying, man?
I'm not lying.
You did. You said it was Central Time and also 5:41. That makes no
Parker,
sense.
I'm trying to throw you curveballs right now. See, I got
Gilbert,
your mind.
do you live in Canada?
You've
Hey, by the way, I'm Gilbert. I'm actually serious. If you are Canadian, I'll still keep you up just because I want to ask you a few questions real quick.
No,
Are
you're
you
gonna
Canadian?
Kick me. You're gonna kick me.
I promise you I won't.
All right, I'm a Canadian trying to get my green card.
Okay. So you are still trying to immigrate to the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support someone that wants to annex your country?
That's old news. That's old news.
Yeah, so I'm asking, why do you support a person that wants to annex your country?
That's old fucking news, Parker. Oh my god, you got me a wrist.
I didn't get you a restriction. You actually got a harassment and bullying restriction yourself, buddy. Alrighty. Look at this last person up here, everybody. Kai, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much for the DNC $1 deposit. Thank you so much. Beep boop. Thank you so much. Jody, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Oh, that would be great. That'd be great. I'll make sure to look. Thank you very much. Lauren, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. V, thank you for the $1 as well. Barbie, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for grift away Parker/other Dean. Actually, according to that last guy, we are still Dean Withers. Okay, we're still Dean Withers. I can't believe that he actually thought my name was Dean Withers. I feel like he had to have been trolling. There's no way. Yo, what's about you?
Hi, I'm 47.
Do you support Trump?
Well, the thing is, no, I don't support Trump, but please don't.
I try a few more people. If I can't get someone, I probably will just call it and do, like, post my videos and maybe do a Q&A or something.
Your
Yo, what's up?
asshole is so hairy and fucking stinky, dude. You're fucking disgusting.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, I thought you were going to answer questions. I just wanted to know what Philip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am just looking for debates right now still. I'm not answering questions or anything. And when I do Q&A, I answer from, like, the comment section and whatnot. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Maybe one day I'll do, like, a live where people can join up and ask me a question or something. I feel like that would be an interesting idea for a live someday that I have free. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Pauline, thank you so much for the $2 for the Alpha DNC Parker tax. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Let's try 3 more people. If I can't get someone, I think I'm just going to call it for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Are you driving?
Yes.
TikTok to US, you can't drive on the stream. I'm sorry. Come up when you're not driving and we should be able to have a debate. Probably won't be today because this is my last person. So I recommend coming up tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow as well. I live every single day.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005.
You said what?
2005.
And what month?
March.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Honestly, I support Trump, but I voted for Trump because of Parker. I was willing to ruin the country because of Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. They're definitely trolling. They were definitely trolling, chat. They were definitely trolling. Let's get this next person up here real quick. I was willing to destroy the country because of Parker. That's what they said. So that's how I know for sure. It's your fault, Parker. I know, right? You know, how old are you?
I'll suck your dick for free. Give me.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. Jesper, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You'd think, but I just think it's not possible, actually, if you think about just how many people truly are MAGA in the country. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
60.
Do you support Trump?
Sure do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he does everything that I want him to do.
Such as?
Controls our immigration.
Okay.
Thinks about world geopolitics.
I think every candidate's going to think about geopolitics.
Yeah, but every candidate doesn't have the mental capacity to actually do something.
Well, I think that Trump is the one that lacks mental capacity. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that climate change is a hoax and the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. Yeah, I don't think that's very intelligent. I don't think that it makes him very capable.
Trump says a lot of sarcastic things.
I mean, he was being serious in these circumstances. I'm giving you scenarios not where he's joking, but rather where he's being serious.
That's just how the left takes it.
No, I'm actually not joking. Like, I can play the clips for you. He's clearly being serious in all of these scenarios.
They don't understand his humor.
Do you want to hear the clips?
No, it's not necessary.
Too bad.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So
yeah, does that sound like he's joking?
I can answer that. Okay. What he's saying that is there something that we can develop that can be injected that could kill the virus? Okay.
Yeah, he's a disinfectant.
Okay.
Do you know what disinfectant is?
He used the word disinfectant. Okay.
Yeah, like Lysol?
So what? He used the word disinfectant.
You can't inject disinfectant into your veins to fight COVID-19. That's not possible.
What are antibiotics? What are antivirals? What do they do?
It's not disinfectant.
What do? They kill germs. What does disinfectant do?
I think that's an incredibly no. That is not what. That's not what they do. You say they kill germs.
They do.
Let me clarify. Do you think that they are equivalent to disinfectant?
They are different compounds, but they do the same thing.
Are they disinfectant?
Why do you think on the front of a disinfectant it says kills 99.9% of blah 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 blah? Okay.
So you understand that, like,
it says that. Okay.
So you understand that, like, let me explain. So antibiotics allow your body to be able to respond to an illness in the body to a greater extent. That is different.
No, they do not. No, they do not. Antibiotics actually kill organisms. That's why
an infection in the body. I apologize. You understand that? Do you understand that there's a difference between disinfectant in terms of germs and surfaces versus in the human body?
Of course, there's a difference. Okay, but he's saying, could you develop something like that? Okay. You have to be able to think a little outside of the box, my man. Okay. And to let you know, I worked as a RN for 25 years.
Let me clarify.
So I know about germs. I know about disinfectants.
Is disinfectant helpful at addressing like an infection that you use antibiotics to go against on your body? And you said you're a medical professional? You said you're an RN?
It could.
Wait, did you say you were an RN?
If you killed
Wait. Did you say you were an RN?
If you killed an organism outside of the body using a disinfectant, it would do the same thing as an antibiotic does inside the body.
No, those are different things. They do not do the
they're
same
not.
thing. Did you say you were an
they're
RN?
not. They kill germs.
I have a question. Did you say that you were an RN?
Just in different places, okay?
Can you answer my question, please? Sir, did you say that you were an RN?
He used the word disinfectant.
I can just mute you if you don't want to respond to my questions. Do you want to act like that?
Okay, I'm an RN, yes.
Okay. Are you serious? As an RN, you're defending him saying we should do disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19?
No, my friend, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying he used the word disinfectant inappropriately.
Okay, sure, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's the point I'm using. And obviously demonstrates that he is, like, insane, batshit crazy.
No, he's not insane. He just used the word inappropriately, okay?
Yeah, very inappropriately, which obviously tells me he's insane. But
No,
I gave you more
that-
examples than just that, by the way.
No, that doesn't mean
He looked
he's
he looked up an eclipse with his bare eyes. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden.
Let's go to the whales. Let's go to the whales,
Okay.
okay? They have thought that the sound of windmills is causing whales
It's not.
problems.
There's no evidence of this.
Well, they really haven't done any type of study that's been finished to determine that.
There's no evidence that it's killing windmills are killing whales who die in numbers never seen before. That's not happening.
And there's no evidence.
And we use
that there's
wind
not
turbines,
either.
by the way. We use wind turbines for
Yes,
energy.
turbines. That's right. That's right. And there's no evidence that there's not.
Okay. What's the evidence?
There is no evidence either way.
I have a question.
don't-
Is there no evidence that unicorns don't live on the moon?
Bro, you and I don't know whether or not windmills have a detrimental effect on whales or not. Okay?
So is there
don't
no
know
evidence
this,
that
and
unicorns
you don't know
live
this.
underground at the moon? Yes or
You
no?
don't know this.
Can you answer my question, please?
Have you done a study about this?
I'm asking you a question. Are you going to acknowledge it?
What was the question?
Have you done a study that has concluded reliably that unicorns don't live underground on the moon?
No, bro, I haven't.
So would Donald Trump be insane if he said, unicorns live underground on the moon?
No, he would not.
You said he wouldn't look dumb? What? What? You actually believe that if Trump... I'm about to cry, dude. You actually believe that Trump, if he came out on national television and said, unicorns, they exist under the moon's surface, actually, they're inside the moon, actually, and provided no evidence for this, you wouldn't think that's a stupid thing to say?
You know, I understand when you're losing, you use humor, but it doesn't make it.
Yeah, Dean, we're losing right now. How do you feel, Dean? How do you feel? You're
doesn't
losing
make
right now.
it any less true.
This dude's nuts.
I feel like this has been a typical guest today.
I have an even better argument. Would I be insane if I called Donald Trump a child rapist?
Dude, you are insane.
Perfect. Is there any
would
evidence
you
that he's
be
not?
insane? You are insane. Okay?
Is there any evidence he's not?
Is there any evidence that he is?
Nope. I said, is there any evidence he's not?
Is there any evidence that he is?
Yes, there is, actually. Like,
No,
No,
there's
listen.
we don't have to go into that
Listen.
though. I don't want to pivot the conversation,
Listen.
but yes, there
We're
is.
gonna
no. He just
listen.
did a
We're gonna assume
cognitive
that there's not
test,
evidence.
and it was fine. His cognitive tests are fine.
We're gonna assume that there's not evidence he is. Okay, now answer my question.
Okay.
Is there any evidence he's not?
I have lots of evidence that you are.
What?
I have lots of evidence that you are insane.
Okay, you should have probably clarified what you were saying you had evidence for me being.
I have lots of evidence that you are insane, stupid as F.
Okay, what's your
Okay.
evidence? And nice pivot.
You support the left.
Okay, we'll go. We'll go into that in a second. Respond to Dean's point, and then we'll talk about how you think we're insane for being a part of the left.
That's it. Just being part of the left, you're insane.
Okay, yeah, okay, we get it. Now, can you go back to Dean's point?
That's why people on the left go out dressed up as unicorns. What was Dean's point?
There's no way this guy's actually like real. Like you've got to be trolling, dude.
What was Dean's point?
Dean, you can go back to your point.
Is there any evidence that Trump is not a child rapist?
There is no evidence that he is.
Okay, we clarified that, and we're assuming that you're right there. Now, can you answer the question I asked you?
There is no evidence that Trump has ever touched a child.
Dude, we're assuming that that claim is true. Listen, okay? The
You can
last sentence
assume,
that came out
you
your
can
mouth.
assume whatever you want, but
We're
there's
assuming that's
no
true.
evidence of that.
Okay, well, that's great, buddy. That's not the question I asked you. My question was not,
Well,
is
you
there
can
any
ask a
evidence
stupid
he has?
question. That doesn't
Well-
mean you're going to get a good answer.
Okay, so you admit you're not giving a good answer to my question. Why would you do that?
No, I'm admitting that you're asking a stupid question.
Why is it stupid? Because it proves the argument wrong? Because you're relying on calling Donald Trump not insane?
Because this
for
has
the insane
already
things
been
that he said, we can give
adjudicated.
any
This
evidence
has
that they're
already been
false. Such as the
adjudicated.
notion that, like, you know, windmills
already
cost
been
cancer, kill
adjudicated.
whales and numbers never seen before.
It's
But
already been
very
adjudicated.
similarly, okay, you can't call anybody insane then for calling Trump a child rapist, because even if you think it's true, there's no evidence for it, which is false. Okay, you definitely also have to say it's true that there's not evidence that it didn't happen. Okay, right? And so because of that, people aren't crazy and people aren't insane for calling Trump it. The same way Trump isn't crazy and Trump isn't insane for saying that windmills are killing whales and numbers never seen before. And this point right here is exactly why I'm on the left. Because this point that you're making is clearly illogical, right, and clearly false, but you persist to believe in it anyways. And when I try to give you the really good arguments to prove that it's false, when you start to see it, you then stop engaging, i.e. you admitting that you weren't giving a good answer to the last question I was asking. And that's
Kamala.
exactly why
Word salad.
I'm on the left.
Word salad. That is word salad, my man. You are so ignorant.
Wow, that was a great criticism of Dean's argument there. Well, I've never seen a better criticism. That was essentially no.
Has been.
That was essentially no. That's all he just said there was no.
What has been has been. Yep, just like Kamala.
Kamala. And do you want to engage with anything Dean just said there, or are we not going to expect a response?
That's Kamala.
Okay. It's Kamala, and you can say Harris if you have an issue with pronouncing it. Can you respond?
No, that's how I pronounce it, Kamala.
Okay, but that's not the correct way to pronounce it. The correct way to pronounce it is Kamala.
I can actually pronounce it any way that I choose.
But you would be incorrectly pronouncing it.
That's okay.
That's not okay. If you continue to
Really?
choose to do that, I will just kick you.
Okay, well, if we've had our conversation, it's been a good one.
It hasn't been a good one. This has been a horrible conversation. You have not had any productive dialogue. And by the way, the fact that you just said that kind of tells me you're actually like not a troll. You're just an idiot. Like you're actually just an idiot. Like you're not even trolling. He's actually this dumb. Like Dean, this is a real human.
Yeah, he's definitely a real human. I wish that we could do like a scientific study on this guy, and just try to like determine like what went wrong and where it went wrong. and just like led to him like literally being a sheep, right? I'm not even using the word sheep there metaphorically in like some like one-off sense that is typically used to describe large sweeping like groups of people, but like just specifically this guy just happens to like quite literally be an actual robot for Donald Trump, and I'd love to explore why and how that happened.
As I would like to explore how you happened.
Reason, critical thought.
Actually, I know how you happened. You're broke.
What?
You don't know how to get a real job.
Wait. Oh, like you're calling me like broke, like no money, like no motion?
Yeah, that's literally what he meant.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
You don't know how to get a real job.
What is a real job? Can you define what a real job is?
Well, before you do that, I thought I'd let you know that before I did these live streams, I actually ran a creative agency where I built out e-commerce websites and online revenue portals for businesses, and I had 2 international awards for web development. I don't know if I'd consider that like broke without a job, would you?
Okay, well, what you should do is go back to being productive like you were.
Wait, so I was productive when I was quote unquote broke?
If you go back to what you were doing, you would be productive. You are not productive doing what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I disagree.
So I disagree. I think this is incredibly productive. Like I think this is actually quite literally the most productive thing I could do as a person right now. Like actually, I genuinely don't know a single thing that I could do that's more productive than utilizing my platform to call out the president of the United States and to try to get people to be more liberal. I don't know if there's anything that I can mention in my life, just simply because I'm in such a privileged position.
Well,
Jaden and Shannon, thank you both for the $5 because
maybe
I
you
am
should
broke.
get someone
On Venmo, thank you, Jaden and Shannon, for the $5. And Katarina, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Who says, this guy's crazy, no cognitive function to be seen. Katarina, thank you so much because I am so broke. Thank you so much for the $50, Katarina. Show some love to Katarina down below in that comment section.
Jaden, thank you for the $5 for the fake job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Shannon with the $5. Thank you very much. In case you're broke too. Thank you very much. Anna, thank you for the $15 for the fake job. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Alexis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. That is diabolical. That is diabolical.
You've learned how to beg for food like the people.
Will, thank you the $5. Thank you so much, Will. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Will. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Beg.
Wait, where's that? Let me see that. Where can you find that, Stacy? And I'll find that.
You just said beg for food. You eat
Where
money?
can I give you $5?
Yeah, you eat $5 bills.
Can I send you $5?
Wait.
Oh,
you eat $5
God.
bills? Because you said beg for food, and we're talking about.
$5.
Do you eat $5 bills?
Yeah, he does.
$5, $10. Oh my God.
Vanessa, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 5 big booms for Vanessa. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Oh, God,
Boom!
$20.
Boom! Oh my God! Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you so much.
Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hey buddy. Can I hear what is a real job?
Thank you. Well, it sounded like the job that Dean had before was a real job.
No, just tell me. No, not an example. What's the definition?
It's an activity that produces something that is valuable for society and puts money in your pocket at the same time.
Okay, I think that obviously is applicable to to what I'm doing. Plus, but the way that you would actually realistically define it is, oh well, you just got a harassment and bullying. Dean, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm just going.
Okay, just making sure I didn't get like a complete flag. That was just for that person.
Yeah. By the way, for everybody who's curious why I'm not live yet and I'm live so late, I went down to take like a 20-minute power nap, but then it turned into a 2.5-hour nap. And oh my goodness, I'm a mess.
Yeah, don't worry then. Don't worry. Are you hopping on right now? Thank you for the corgi.
Yeah, I'm just sitting down now that I'm woken up to make the thumbnail and set up the YouTube stream. But if you need to hop off, then don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just thank some people quick. I'll answer questions and we'll just do a Q&A until you hop on. If you want to sit here and answer questions with me while you make your title, you can do that as well. Feel free.
Yeah, now my computer is doing an update, so that's. Oh my god, my girlfriend is going to be so mad at me because she worked from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and now I'm starting to do my
Go live literally at 4 p.m.
At it literally when. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll go on mute.
This guy, he literally fell asleep for too long. That's very unfortunate. Don't worry, you're okay, man. Trey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. And Decito, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Diamond, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It absolutely is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Diamond, thank you. Stacy, thank you so much for the $1. And EJ, thank you so much for the $1. I know it is egregious. Absolutely egregious. If you have any questions, by the way, you can ask me in the comment section, either on YouTube or on TikTok, as well as Venmo, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat. YouTube, Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat, the best places to do so right now. We're just going to be answering questions for a few minutes before Dean hops on, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. For the 3,400 people who are here on Venmo, or I mean YouTube as well, on Venmo. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And Dale, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also very true.
Glitzy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Glitzy in that comment section. I really appreciate you. But Glitzy's message says, for the grift, the other Parker.
You don't know that from earlier, I convinced someone that my name was Dean Withers and that I'm the other Dean. We're both Dean Withers. Because he searched me up on the internet and it said my name was Dean Withers.
Oh my god, bro. It sounds like you've had some very interesting guests today is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, definitely very, very interesting. I can tell you that. Anna, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trey, thank you for the $5. He said, and for the record, Trump has not taken and passed a cognitive test recently. Congress is calling for one. Yeah, the one that he took, by the way, is like literally the most basic exam ever that is literally just trying to make sure that you have basic cognitive function. And by basic cognitive function, I mean like, this is an elephant. This is a giraffe. You know, things like that, right? And for adults, like it's specifically in that context meant to do that. And he, when even referencing what the test was, actually said not even the right animals that it actually was. It was really ironically funny. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but it's really hilarious, honestly, looking back on it. Kimberly, thank you for the $10 for fuck Phil. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. L Phil in the comment section. Phil wasn't even here. We're just going to say that. He aced it, right? He actually aced it like you've never seen. Yeah, if you don't ace it, there's obviously an issue, you know. Keonan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for. I'm not sure if you saw my last post, but Trump believes that Diet Coke will kill cancer because it kills grass. Trump believes diet soda kills cancer cells. Dr. Oz reveals. I heard that from a few people. I haven't quite looked that in yet. That's nuts. That's going to be the new one I say. So let me actually. Did you see that one, Dean?
Yeah, that's why I joined, but I forgot because I'm so tired. Just woke up from a nap. I joined to say that. He said that the reason why he drinks Diet Coke is because it kills cancer. It kills grass, therefore it must also have to kill cancer. So he thinks it's.
Dude, I'm sorry. There's something wrong. There's actually something wrong. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, dude. I'm sorry, if you don't hear that, and not only just laugh, but also realize that that's our literal president of the United States, I don't know what to tell you at this point. That's nuts.
No,
Dean, that might be one of the craziest things he said.
Can you prove that it doesn't kill cancer, Parker?
Well, fuck, I guess I can't believe it then.
Oh man, crazy shit.
I can't believe it, dude. That's gonna be a new thing to bring up. I can't even fucking imagine. Did you make a video on that one already?
No, I haven't. I haven't made a video for a couple days. I've been slacking.
Dude, I don't know. That one's video worthy, bro. That one's definitely video worthy. I tell you that. But yeah, that would take too long today. So I'm not gonna tell you to do that. Barbie, thank you the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Please explain pro-life versus pro-first birth. Yeah, I mean it's the same view. That's how people refer to it. It is them literally forcing birth if they hold that perspective. Some people think pro-life just means anti-abortion. It doesn't though, because pro-life from their perspective means that they think it should be illegal. A girl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Against a caller, and I always felt bad about being don't worry about it. I appreciate you very much. Great Britain, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you very much. So he's injecting Diet Coke now. Yep, that's exactly what our president's doing. That's actually nuts, though. Like, just genuinely think about it. Like, who the fuck would say that? Like, that's like actually saying that drinking Diet Coke. Well, you know what? I can't even compare it to something. It's just genuinely that stupid. That actually hurts my brain thinking about. It kills grass, therefore it has to kill cancer.
Dude, maybe he should start drinking some petrol oil. I'm sure that kills grass, therefore must also kill cancer.
Yeah, he should drink a bomb because bombs also destroy grass.
Therefore kill cancer.
Therefore kills cancer, right? Yeah. So yeah, he should just.
Yeah, by the way, just like clearly in accordance with his logic, we're not saying that's something the president should actually do because.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. The fact that we have to clarify that is crazy, though. Yeah, that's of course we're not saying that. That would get clipped. Good catch. Good catch. Let me go on to the next question. Just give me a quick second, everyone. I have one on Venmo. Jess, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Do you listen to modern baseball? I've never seen it. No, I'm so sorry. Oh, I've never heard that. I actually don't even know what that's even in reference to, Jess. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I would love to. And she actually follows me. So maybe we would. Jody, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see. Yes, I'll definitely make sure to look back at that one. Justina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I know time will tell, but do you think that once Trump is out, that the U.S. and Canada can patch things up and be friends again? Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think Canadians have an issue with how Trump's conducting himself, not with like Democrats. Like, I think any Democratic candidate would be able to bring our relationship back. Now, if it's like Marco Rubio or Vance, I don't know if that would be able to bring our relationship back. But if we get a Democrat in office, absolutely, I think that we can. Samantha, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Happy birthday to your dog. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's the no tax on tips thing is just a deduction for tips. So if you make tips income and you report that tips income, you can deduct a certain amount of that income from your taxes. I think it's like $12,000. So it's not that you pay $12,000 less in taxes. It's that your taxable income is $12,000 less if you made at least $12,000 in reported tips income. Lauren, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I don't think that we're gonna have time today. It's Kaylin's birthday, not Lauren. Yes, and I know. I said happy birthday to Kaylin. As well as let me make sure I'm caught up on. Actually, I think I am. I think I'm caught up everywhere. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the TikTok and the YouTube super chat or the YouTube chat. I have not listened to Metallica yet. I actually didn't even pull it up. I forgot to do that because I was busy right after the live stream. I will do that today. You know what? I'll make sure to write that down so I do that, okay? I'm writing it down.
Dude, I still think that's pretty crazy, bro.
Should I listen to it to a second? Maybe I have heard it before. I just don't know.
You like it. They are one of the most well-known bands ever. You know,
give me 1 sec.
I don't think everybody would be able to name a Metallica song. but I think just about everybody has definitely heard a song from Metallica before and could name Metallica as a very predominant band. You know, it's just like it's fuck, it's Metallica. You know, like Metallica is for bands what, you know, Kleenex is for, you know, nose blowing tissue papers. It's just kind of something that everybody knows.
Dude, I'm serious. I think I've never heard this before. I'm
Well,
actually dead serious. I think I've actually literally never heard this before.
well, I mean, hey, maybe you'll like their music, and it'll be, you know, like your first time hearing Bohemian Rhapsody. I remember
Okay,
my
I have
first
heard
time.
that. I have heard that then. I didn't know that was one of the songs. Only reason I've
Bohemian
heard that,
Rhapsody.
Dean, only reason I've heard that, I'm not going to troll Dean, is because you played it.
So Bohemian Rhapsody is by Queen. So I was just like making an analogy.
I know. I didn't know it was by Queen. I thought, you know, I was like, okay.
No, I understand. See, the way that I worded it made it sound like it was by Metallica.
Yeah, I see that now. Dude, I'm so getting clipped, bro. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked. I'm really not into music culture. I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh no, I'm getting canceled now. I'm getting canceled now. What do I listen to? Anything that my girlfriend plays. I actually like I don't really know much about music outside of like I've listened to stuff my sisters and my parents have played and like my girlfriend, and that's really it. I don't really listen to music outside by myself. So, I'm going to get canceled now. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, Dean, I don't think I've heard any of the music. At least from what I see right now.
I'll be right back in like 30 seconds.
Got you. I got you. That's dude. I feel like I don't know something that I should know really badly. Darcy, thank you so much for the $10. I actually haven't. I haven't at all. Monica, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I haven't heard of either of them. Rage Against the Machine or OTEP. Haven't heard of either. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh god, I'm literally getting canceled. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Annie, thank you so much for the $50. They said Enter Sandman is the quintessential Metallica song. I played it and I've never heard it before, so I'll have to listen to it fully. I have to listen to it fully. I'm so bad at this. This is horrible. The fact that I knew that I had a feeling that it wasn't. I was like, there's no way that's what Metallica is. But you know that makes sense. It definitely is Queen now that I think about it with Bohemian Rhapsody. But I'm not gonna lie, I think outside of that, like maybe in movies, I've heard Bohemian Rhapsody. So I don't know. I never knew like the person who made the song. Dude, yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. Hasn't you watched Stranger Things? I have not. Parker, it's never late to start music. You know what? Maybe I can. Maybe I can. I could start it now. Kayana, thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you for the $5. Said you should listen to the one by Metallica. It's the most popular one. Are you more of a book or movie person than a music person? I definitely am more movie, but I prefer TV shows to all. Johnny, think of the $5. Thank you very much. I don't know any of them either. I'm like criminally uneducated about music. I am criminally uneducated about music. It's actually atrocious, okay? It's really bad. Oh damn, music is life. I mean, I like music, but I'm just criminally uneducated about it. I'm also like really bad at lyrics and songs. Like I feel like I'll hear certain lyrics and think the lyrics are a certain way for a really long time, and then I'll read it and be like, oh, that's not what the lyrics are. Oh shit. Like that will happen, you know? I do know what One Direction is, yes, of course. But yeah, criminally, like literally criminally, it's brutal. Oh, and thank you for the £2 for Listen to the World You Built by Moonwalker. Okay. I'll have to look everything. I'll have to write everything down. Brian decided to memorize economics over lyrics. Yeah, I feel like it's a lot easier for me to memorize like certain things than it is for other things. Like I feel like it's really easy for me, like in general, like passing for me to like remember like some random fact about like politics or history or like something that we talk about on stream. But like I won't remember someone who was just a few guests ago or like I'm so bad with the like little micro things sometimes. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. But then for some reason, I'll know like some hyper specific things that like I've only heard once. You know what I mean? It's so weird, dude. Like my memory is like all over the place. It's from gardening, well, probably. I you know, part of me does think it's just from like the nature of the types of debates that I do, because I have really good short-term memory, like like in general, I would say, right? Like if I'm going to do something like out with like family, I'll remember every little thing we did, you know? So I don't know. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you for you should try to inject music